So Group 1 will be Quarantine in lane 2, Unlimited in lane 3. Again, single file into the lanes, please. Force 28s to lane 4, NA 28s to lane 5, Force 235, 255 to lane 6, and NA 235, 255 to lane 7. That's the only ones I think we're calling for now. Group 1 to the lanes, please. Yes, good morning and welcome to VPW All-Stars Drag and Drive Day number 1. We've got a live stream happening across the 3 days thanks to Overtaking Lane. So like, share and subscribe, please. If you haven't subscribed to Overtaking Lane, do it. Tag all your friends that can't be here on Friday or can't be anywhere over the next couple of days if they're interstate or whatever. Get onto those folks and let them know that there is a live stream to watch. And to show off to all the friends that couldn't get the time off to be here. It's sometimes better in the flesh. I mean, the live stream is fantastic, and I must admit, our Overtaking Lane live stream makes this bloke work a little harder because I love the reach we get through our Overtaking Lane fans, and it's good to have the stream here for the 3 days of All-Stars Drag and Drive brought to us by VPW. You can see the lanes already starting to fill up in the background here. Of course, we've got our main camera on for the live stream right now. For those people just tuning in, welcome. G'day. It'll be the same again tomorrow and back here at Willowbank on Sunday. So Scheduled for 6 hours, roughly 9 till 3 today, tomorrow as well at Warwick, and then day 3 back here at Willowbank. Might be well, I don't think it can be it'll be any less of time on track. It'll be the opportunity. But as habits show in typical drag and drive competition, what we see on day 3, some guys just do the one that they need, the guys and girls I should say. Some of these folks just get the one they need and hand it in, and that'll be it for them. Some people will continue to run and run and run and run and run in pursuit of the time they're chasing. Now, of course, we've got other categories for Group 2 a bit later on, and we're not calling anyone in Group 2 just yet. But Group 1 should all be in the lanes, as we said. Just another note for everyone that's listening that we didn't mention at the intro this morning. Each category, no matter what class you're in, it's Pro Tree. That's going to be basically as soon as you've got all the top bulbs on, it's going to be full tree. So once both competitors are in stage, we're going to throw the tree. So leave as fast as you can off that Pro Tree. And again, we'll reiterate this for everyone on the live stream. One of our main rules in Allstars Drag and Drive is the 1 second rule. Now, the 1 second rule means that you must leave the line with a reaction time up to 1 second. If you're 1:02 reaction time, you could hand that time slip in. But if it's the time slip you're happy with, you can hand it in, but just know that there's going to be an 02 added to your ET. If you cut a reaction time below 1 second, then we don't take any deficit out of that. But if you go red, you cut a minus reaction time, we won't take that either. So the secret is to not cut a red light. The secret is then not to cut a reaction time higher than 1 second on a Pro Tree. Now with a street car, that can be a tricky thing to do, but hey, this is what a challenge is all about, isn't it? To be able to not only drag and drive your street car around the roads of southeast Queensland over 3 days, and hopefully be one of the quickest in your class, or in the situation of our index classes like 850, 950, 1050, 1150, is to also cut that light. Too many drag and drives all over the world. There is no punishment for slow reaction times. Here at Allstars Drag and Drive, there is a punishment. I wouldn't say it's a punishment, it's a guideline. You will be punished if you cut a slow time, reaction time wise. So just remember that. It is a Pro Tree, all categories, it is a Pro Tree. So basically once the lights go, you can pretty well leave as long as it's not dilly-dallying for a second or so. We did have a couple of competitors last All-Stars that had probably run their best ET, but it came at a cost of a slow reaction time. And sometimes you can either cop that. If it's like a 1.1 reaction time, we're going to take the 0.1 that you went over and add it to your ET. So 0.9, we won't take anything. If you go 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, you know what I mean? We won't take that off your ET. But if you go red, we can't take it. If you go 1.1, we've got to add the 0.1. We know how it works. And of course, quarantine has 2 passes of priority, quarantine will be lane 2. So 2 groups are racing today. At the moment, we've only called Group 1. Group 2 will come out later when we call them. So we just want everyone to get 1 run per session. Look, quarantine adds 2 passes if they want to within that session. But everyone else, you just got to do the 1 and let it sit until everyone else has had a go. So it's all about the good old Aussie fair go. So it looks like we're going to start. Here we go. And again, as I said, some of our names may or may not pop up here, so we'll just see. But I do know we've got, if that's Steve driving, Steve Carkeet in the HQ coming through, and beside him will be William Yarwood. Yep, all right, here we go. Yeah, so look, not everything's going to be coming up on our screen here today, but if I can get a cross-referenced entry list. Hey, Janie, have we got a master entry list from these guys? But that's Will Yarwood in the little Corolla. Now, this car has just been finished essentially in the last few months, and he's definitely been shaking the car down. Running at Kenda a couple of weeks ago, run up at Warwick at JZ Fest. Steve Carkeet does bring out the old faithful HQ with the big block Chev on board. Now remember, Pro Tree, both guys coming in. Okay, here we go, first pairing of the day. Oh, clean greens. Now look, he just spun the tyres hard, but he's pulled over. There is maybe some shrapnel out of the back there of the Corolla. Carkeet goes 875, 154 mile an hour with a 115 reaction time, so he can keep all of that. That's a good ET for him. But Will, I don't know whether it turned the tyre or not, but whatever it did, there was a few crumbs coming out of it. That's not a good look. Yeah, wow. Diff centre, tail shaft, uni. That's not the best way to start a 3-day drag and drive, is it? To have breakage. And as we said, this car relatively brand spankest. He, of course, has got the Toyota Supra normally with the 2JZ in it, but got this Corolla built. He's intending to do also, drag challenge at the in October, so he's also intending to go down and do that. But right now, whatever's happened to Will, look, we're not having to pick too much up off the track. I did see the odd little bit of drive shaft, rear uni, something like that. Yeah, righto. So good sign language there from Petey. He just did this motion, this long motion, which I would assume is drive shaft. So whether it's done a uni or not, so the thrash will go on. Look, honestly, if you're going to break something, I don't know when the best time of the day is. I'd say first run, probably the best time to break something. Nearly the last run of the day is probably not the right time to break something, just because then you got to fix before you hit the road. So Will's got two things to determine now. One is, can he get, whether it's just a uni joint. Remember, one of our co-promoters here is, of course, Dully, who does drive shaft. So does that mean Dully's off to get another drive shaft made already? Who knows? All right, so I don't know whether, is this, it could be Tara in the Supra, tow bar on the back, and then here is Jamie Page, of course, Mr. ET chassis, his little Mr. 1200, the Dado 1200 with the LS in it. Tara Johnston in the Supra. They're both in the I class. Nice lead from Jamie Page. They're both good reaction times. They're both going to work. So Jamie gets to half track and 667 and all the way to the quarter. Goes 10.51 to a 10.60. Both in the I class. 10.51 and a 10.60. So Jamie Page, Tara Johnson. Now look. All right, Daniel Smith and Michael Ryder. So look, from what I'm gathering here, I do know that we had a Group 1 and a Group 2. I think we're getting some cross-pollination already between them. What's probably going to determine it in here is that every class has got its own alphabetical code here. So D13 is Daniel Smith, and I know he'd be in the Force 235. Michael Ryder is in the C class. I will get our breakdown there a little bit more so we can keep you all clued up. So we've got D13, Daniel Smith in the Honda-powered Celica. Keep an eye out for a run for him. Michael Ryder, pretty stout-sounding VN Commodore. VPW Allstars Drag and Drive. The Queensland sun breaks through the clouds and is going to give this track that extra bit of stick. Remember, Pro Tree. That thing's an absolute rocket. 121 to 60 foot. Half track now for Dan. 478 all the way to the finish line. 735. 735 at 193 mile an hour for the Celica. 735, 193, 934 for Ryder in the C class, but Daniel Smith in the D class, D13. 735, 193 from the Honda powered Celica. Crazy run there. They came out like an absolute rocket. No wheelie problems or anything that it's having the night before, but here it is. All right, Brody Olsen in that beautiful Tirana. Disco Dean, the Barra-powered Escort panel van. Talk about Aussie drag and drive. All right, so all those classes we called out, you might as well just get to the lane for a look. But Disco Dean was We're mixing them up, our 850s and our 1050 classes. We've got the G class and the E class. Disco Dean gets to half track at a 5:45, 5:59 for Bodie. Out the deep end, 8:45 for Disco and an 8:83. Now look, I think Disco's in the 850 class, so 8:45 is a little bit too quick, but it looks like all of our competitors, as much as we thought we were going to try and split the classes, as long as you heard what lane you're in, get to that lane, because I'm seeing 1050, 950, 850 cars already coming out and running. So I guess come out and run once, I guess. We've seen Jamie Page out there. We've seen Disco Dean out there. So here's Aris. He's in the 1050 class, I think. Mitchell Sloan beside him. He's in the C class, which might be Aspo 28s. I'm going to listen to that thing sing a little bit. 925 for Mitchell. Aris goes 10:57. He'll be running in the 1050 class. So look, attention in the pits, all competitors. I initially thought we were going to split our groups, Group 1 and Group 2, but it looks like everyone's just rocked to the lanes and we're just sort of running them. Thank goodness we've got our alphabetical classes that you're going to split us nicely. The CompuLink will definitely be able to tell us on the list who's doing what. So yeah, lane 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. And then, yeah, Pro Import lane 3, Pro 850 lane 4, Pro 950 lane 5, Pro 1050 lane 6, Pro 1150 lane 7. They'll be sharing with the NA 235, 255. Looks like everyone's just jumped up and coming into the session. Wade Moran now in the Mustang. Jason Mansueto. Talk about some sweet lungs out of this XY. I'm just going to listen to this thing. He's in the E7 class, or he's in the E class. Wade Moran in the J class. That is one sweet sounding chord. 891 for Jason Mansueto. 100 for, that's all engine. 891, 147, 1150 for Wade Moran. If he's in the J class, I mean, if he's hitting the 1150 class, that's smack on. But this is the joys of the alphabetical system. Remember, if you are, if you're trying to run in, say, for example, the 1050 class, you can't submit a 1049. You've got to be something over 1050. You also can't submit something with a red light. There he is, Mr. Kevy Brown and Tim Barron. I don't want to talk over any of this. So many good, tough Aspo cars. Making some horsepower. Kevy, 887. He's in that E class as well. 887, 150, 1155 for Tim Barron, trying to hit that 1150 class in the J's. But Kevy Brown in the E class. Let's have a look. Tell you what, Brodie Olsen in the E class as well, 883. Kevin Brown, 887. Jason Mansueto in the E class, 891. So how's that for the top three in the E class? 883, 887, 891. So far, Daniel Smith in the D class, 735. Disco Dean in the G class, which must be the 850, which is an 845 below the 850. Steve Carr-Keat in the G class, 875. Ryan Stewart by himself. I'll tell you what, they've all learnt the sub 1 second reaction time rule, haven't they? They're all out there cutting good lights. No one's cut a slow one yet. 929 there for Ryan in the H class. 929 at 140 mile an hour. Here he is, folks. Got the big Aussie flag on the back there. Adam Rogash. This is Aussie Drag and Drive, VPW, Allstars Drag and Drive. From Victoria, of course, Mr. MPW. I think we're 600 odd cubes, twin turbo on board for this. It's a proven 6 second car already, tested in Sydney into the sixes, ran a 670 at 216 odd mile an hour yesterday. Let's see how he goes for 3 days of drag and drive here. First run for Rogash. Does he do one and done? Does he hit the road? Tell you what, comes out of the hole, 126 to 60 foot, half track, 449, hold on to your hats. The quickest run in Aussie Drag and Drive history, 673, 218 mile an hour. And what I mean, the quickest run in Drag and Drive Aussie history, that's the one at an event. We've had plenty of cars that have done Drag and Drives run numbers a little bit quicker than that, but they weren't at a Drag and Drive event. They weren't within an event to do it. So we're only going to call the ones that happen within an event as the quickest in the scene. And that's to be done within the event. So we haven't had anything quicker than 673 in an event at 218 mile an hour. That's Aussie Dragon Drive for you right now in 2026. That's where we're standing. 673, 218 mile an hour for Adam Rogash. Is that enough for Adam? Is that a run and done? Do you take that away? I don't know, but he's in the A class, of course. Here's another one in the A class here. Is this Kingy? It's the other one he's got. And of course in A10, the other side of the lane there, the Commodore, no name on this one as yet, but both in the A class. That Corolla panel van, do not underestimate Corollas in Australia. They're deadly. Oh, nice wheelie, goes for the centre line. Got the roof rack, he doesn't worry about taking the roof rack on. That's got some mumbo, that thing, even with the pedal. Takes it all the way through the deep end, even with the pedal. 932, 159 mile an hour for a Corolla. It's a Corolla station, I call it a panel, Corolla station wagon. 932 at 159 mile an hour. Yeah, okay, just attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All Group 2 competitors, please. That's what we were trying to intend to do. All Group 2 competitors, that's all our fixed index and pro import cars. Just hold off coming to the lanes. Yeah, ease up, cowboys. I thought that was what we were trying to get through this morning, that we were going to run Group 1 first and then Group 2 when called. But it's very, very clear that we've had a few Group 2 people jump in, like Jamie Page and Aris and Disco Dean and Morton and Moran. So please, anyone in the fixed index classes, Group 2 or Pro Import, please hold off from going to the lanes, please. It's exactly what we thought we were trying to get done this morning. Group 1 to run first, Group 2 to run after we call you. However, obviously, some of you guys didn't listen to the staging, didn't listen to the briefing this morning, or just flat out ignored what I said, which is basically the message we've been relayed from the promoters. So please, oh no, you're quarantined. There you go, Disco. Thank you, Disco. Thank you. Wrongfully accused, eh? Wrongfully accused. Quarantine cars. Okay, well, they were quarantined. But yeah, every other Group 2 car, please, with fixed index stuff, please wait until you're called. So that's why we had those fixed index cars. Thank you, Disco. I didn't see a Q on the window. That's what we probably need too, is a Q written on the window if you're quarantined. That's what we'll need. All right, John Besnaver, I know here in the black combi. Oh, they've gone too deep on Bump City. Victim of a bump infringement. Besnaver's going to get a beauty and he'll be an 850 something. Here we go. Oh, $7.99 for the HR. $7.99 for the Ute. Is that our quickest HR Ute ever? Australia's quickest HR utility. $7.99. Going to drive that over 3 days, John Besnaver. And if it's like any indication, last year's Allstars, lapped it. But how's that, Besnaver? $7.99, half track 512, 125 in the 60 foot. So, yeah, listen, thanks Disco for that. We do need, I reckon any quarantine car needs that Q on the side so we can see it, because that was a little out of, initially it looked like everyone in those Group 2 classes had sort of infiltrated the lanes, but it looks like it was only our quarantine. So I went off a bit early there, but, you know, we've got to play good cop, bad cop. Bad cop meant stay until you called Group 2, but that was some of our quarantine cars. So thank you for that. Oh, there you go. So you do have a quarantine sticker on the front there, Disco. Yeah, okay. Don't make me come up there. Yeah, okay. Well, there's your Q sticker, mate. I just can't see the Q sticker from here because it's on your front windscreen. So, yes, there we go. So the quarantiners have got the Q sticker on it. I just need that where I can see it. So, yeah, so all Group 2, just hold off from going to the lanes, please. The ones that were in and running this session obviously have priority. The quarantine cars only from Group 2 can do that. All right, so we're going to run our Commodore again. No details as yet. Entrant A5. But he's just got a, yeah, bit tricky in Bump City. Let me tell you, when you've got a turbo car and you're trying to bump it in, it is an art form. Just bring it in anytime now. There, he's got it. He's going to get the lights, and he's got a clean green. There we go. Tell you what, doesn't that thing move with a fair amount of mumbo? Half track 515. Here's another 791. More 7-second streetcars than we've ever seen in Aussie Dragon Drive, just about. 791, 175 mile an hour. Wow. 673, 735, 791, 799. I'm sure we ain't done yet. Anthony Burns now in the Falcon. Burnsy from down south, of course. That's Josh Putland. Thank you, Jesse. That's going to really help us all this today if you're watching the stream. Thank you, Jesse. That's Josh Putland in the VF Commodore. Not all our names will be in here. Matty Lampard from Warrnambool in Victoria. Anthony Burns, I think, from Victoria as well. Broke out the old faithful Barra-powered XE. Matty Lampard, Turbo LS. Remember, got to go to Bump City. Okay, there we go. He's out of the hole, both clean greens. There's the old big Kingswood at nearly 4,000 pounds, 122 in the 60-foot half track, 491, and Lumper goes 759. 759 for Lumper in the Kingswood, 183. That thing's on a march down the back end. 948 for Burnsy in the utility. Burnsy in the B class. Matty Lampard in the B class as well, but so far that's our quickest B class car. 759 in the big Kingswood at 183 mile an hour. Another 7-second streetcar you'll be seeing at our checkpoints and at the local pub in the next couple of days. It was so good to see Lumper at the last All-Stars pull into the pub, trailer on the back, blowing everyone's minds. All right, Jason Way, of course, Mr. Tough Mounts himself. How good does the Fox body look? Barra powered on board. I mean, everything Jason Way has is just top class. I mean, it sums up the company Tough Mounts, but I mean, Jace loves good equipment, and this is a very, very immaculate Fox body Mustang. Inside, you should see the interior as well. It's beautiful. Jason Davidson beside him, the Camaro, entrant B5 against entrant B19, so both forced induction. That 1 second reaction time. There we go, the 1 second, there we go. Cuts the light and he's off. I don't know, I was looking at the Mustang half track, it goes 517. Nice run here for Jason Way. Another 797. You get a 7, he gets a 7, everyone gets a 7. 797, 178 mile an hour in the B class for Jason Way, and issues there for Jason Davidson. It was a fair burst of smoke out of the Camaro on the hit. I was kind of focusing on the Mustang off the hit. Didn't quite see what happened to the Camaro, but look, by all indication, nothing dripping on the track. Our Petey was there just to make sure everything was okay and not dripping anything, and he's going to have another crack a bit later, I'd say, Jason Davidson. And off he rolls. So what a list already. Lampard. Way. Like 7s everywhere. All right, Steve Nightingale, another guy that loves a good drag and drive. Matty O'Malley beside him in the HX. Both in the C class, C5 and C10. Nightingale just unloads the back tyre on the XA just a little bit, still pedals it, still 178 in the 60 foot. Hits half track, 726 to a 716. And look at these guys trying to hit the number. 1123, both sides of the racetrack, eh? 1123, two completely different combos. Completely. Ford and Holden, Ute Sedan, 1123 with a 2 and 1123 with a 3. Synchronised ETs, completely different combos. Darren Woodbridge now in the Falcon in the C class, and Andy Fensom the same, the Tirana in the C class. Let's see how they go here. The XE Falcon got the gold Simmons on it. Clean green, they still all under 1 second so far reaction time wise. Fenson gets to half track at 606 to a 666 for Woodbridge, and through the end 947 to a 1051. Attention in the pits and the staging lanes. Can everyone stay in their cars when they're in the lanes, please? There's no point putting it in the lanes and going for a walk. Maybe that nervous toilet break. No, just got to hold on to it like I'm doing. Please stay with your vehicle. Stay with your vehicle when you're in the lanes, or else you'll come back and your car will be sitting there by itself and everyone will be around you and gone. So please stay with your car in the staging lanes, please. We're still running the Group 1 classes, as we said. We haven't called Group 2 yet. So we haven't called Group 2 yet. So Group 1 will be, as we said, unlimited, quarantine, Force 28s, NA 28s, Force 235, 255, and NA 235, 255. They're the only ones that should be in the lanes. Group 2, just keep your ears peeled for when you're ready. Bo Craven now Juan Kutnik, so both in the D class. So here's Juan. A couple of weeks ago running at Kenda, running in the K525 class. Was an early scratching that night, but good to see he's thrashed on the car and he's here at VPW Allstars to have another crack doing the Dragon Drive. That 1 second rule, some of these turbo cars, you'll find that might be, one straight out, 117 in the 60 foot, still on that little small tyre. Gets the half track for Juan here, 520 for him, all the way through the deep end. Check that, 792 for Juan. 792, bona fide street car every day of the week, 179 mile an hour. That's 4,000 odd pounds of HG. 792, 7 second street cars everywhere. More sevens I think we've ever seen. Ricky Wright now and Warwick Meldrum. Didn't quite see where the Falcon ran just then. Bo Craven, 975. Ricky Wright now and Warwick Meldrum. Now, Warwick Meldrum, the Valiant, got the Barra on board. Ricky Wright, the Toronto. I think it's LSA on board for this, both in the D class, D3 and D11, Warwick Meldrum. And this bumping in deal, like some of the guys have got a little bit of fine-tuning to do with the bump. You really kind of need the thing lit before you put that bottom bulb on, because if you want to get out with the sub 1 second reaction, you've got to have everything lit before you go in. So the bumping's going to be hard for some of these guys, I think. Warwick's just got to light it here now real quick. Oh, we went 1-1-1 in the reaction time, Warwick, so he had to wind it up once he was in the stage and on the Pro Tree. Look, he still goes, he goes 868. But if he was to try and hand that in, it'd end up being an 879 because of his 1.11 second reaction time. So if he was able to hand that in, it'd be an 879 by the time he handed it in, 0.11 over the 1 second. So you see what I mean? We've got to go that way. Kate Woodbridge now in the beautiful hardtop, the XP. Peter Conaghan in his beautiful, what's that, HG Premier? Both running in the E class. They get to the stripe. The XP, 1106 and 1359 for Peter Conaghan in the beautiful Prem. Real quality street cars everywhere you see. Like, this is what Allstars is all about. I mean, it's just quality wall to wall. Patrick Smith now in his RX-7. Justin Gall in the V8. Yeah, Gawley, this thing's a real sleeper, but it's got some mumbo. Complete with the Oranger rear louver. That was a real Aussie UV saver. Now 119 in the 60 for Pat Smith. Now Pat Smith from memory, that's right, he's a stick shift, Pat. This thing's a real handful getting the stick shift down. V8 on board the RX-7 as well. 10-10 for Justin Gall. 216 reaction time. 119 for Patrick Smith reaction time. So as we say, you'd have to add 0.19 to your ET when you handed it in. So here we go. So another crack at it here. So here's Tara again. A reason why Tara can have two, because she apparently was in. Apparently she was one of the quarantines. It's not saying Tara this time though. But beside him, Anthony Lagana driving the Commodore. Is this the famous Barrador? Is this our overtaking lane Barrador? I don't know. I think it might have been for sale, or whether it's just another renter driver for the moment in the G class. Tara in the I class. So again, a reaction time above 1 second will be punished. Anything red light will be not submissible. He's got that thing lit just in time. Clean greens. Tara 115 this time, and the Commodore just goes silent after the leave. If you pre-purchase your merch pack or don't want to miss out, you better grab that merch pack. Thanks, Dave. They're selling fast. All right, so is that at the JOH 10, is it, Dave? Okay, so you better get your merch packs. So if you've ordered the merch pack or pre-purchase, go down and grab that before you leave. You could wait until you hand your slip in, but you also may then have to go on a... so that's a 2J, that one. Thank you, Jess. Jesse's keeping me updated. That's not the famous overtaking lane Barrador. That's a 2JZ in the commie. Thank you, Anthony. It's Anthony's 2J commie that went quiet. Thanks, Jesse Ferguson. You can keep me up to date with everything I don't know. It's obvious. I don't know much. But I do know there's a twin out there with a barrow in it. Aris is back. Mitchell Sloan is back. Mitchell Sloan in the VN. Well, it said Mitchell Sloan. I don't think it was. I think it was C13 on the car. It says C15 here. 9:31 though. It's very similar to what Mitchell ran before with his VN. His is a different colour. 10:51 for Aris. He's in that quarantine for 10:50. So a 51 on a 50 for Aris means that he's very, very close to that 10:50 index already. So he was allowed to have 2 hits there with quarantine. All right, here he is, another guy that ran Kenda a couple of weeks ago. Jason Kenny left the LS1 powered VN up here, and we've got Steve Carkeet having another crack here with the HQ. Nitrous powered big block, big cubes on board, 580 odd cubes. This is Carkeet. Done a little dive into the boot, turning the second kit on maybe. But here we go. Kenny's first hit of the day in the B class. I think he's in Force 28s. We'll get our little master list before the end of proceedings. Clean greens, look at Kenny getting out 113 in the 60-foot. Half track now for the VN. 475 and another 7-second streetcar coming. 737. 737 for Kenny. 186 mile an hour. How many 7-second streetcars have we got? Unbelievable. 673 from Rogas. Dan Smith, 735. Jason Kenny, 737. Matt Lampard, 759. Then a 91, a 92, a 97 and a 99. That's 8 cars under 800. So 1 6-second car and 7 7-second cars so far. All right, so we're just having a quick check down the deep end there just to see what may have happened down there. Quick inspection of the track both sides in case something is leaking. There we go. So thank you, Dave Reed, always on drag photos. Eagle-eyed. Someone's grill blew off over the finish line. Was that a HQ grill or a VN grill? VN grill. All right, so yeah, well, the VN grills, mind you, HQs were plastic too. 1970 plastic against 1988 plastic. The VN grills come out. Well, look, I don't blame the VN grill coming out at 186 mile an hour. I don't think Holden could test the VN grills at 186 mile an hour. Mind you, was it last weekend or the weekend before that the Sunday testing here after Kenda, of course, the IDRP quarter mile test days there, we saw plenty of 6-second Commodores like Matty Turnbull, Daniel Hookham running in the 6s there as well, Ben Robertson. So talk about pushing Commodore front ends to nearly 200 mile an hour in the quarter. We're certainly leading the world when it comes to that. And was just actually watching a little bit of, well, not really watching, but just going through a few little comments here and there about what we're doing here in Australia and of course, Fast Forward Motorsports that helped with Jason Hookham's, Daniel Hookham's rather, Coyote Commodore. And there's talk about, 6-second Aussie drag and drive car, and a few Americans going, oh, geez, they're pretty slow down under to only be running 6s. But then a few of our Aussies piped in to just sort of make it clear of the difference between American drag and drive and Australian drag and drive is that we ain't ever going to probably have pro mods doing drag and drives. It just means it's pure cop bait. That thing would be impounded within only a matter of kilometres of leaving the venue. We can't just do pro mod drag and drive like they do in the States. I'm kind of glad that we don't. I'm kind of glad that our drag and drive sort of rules and our stricter registration and engineering rules allow what you see here to be legitimately driven on the street with very limited heat from authorities. If someone did finally start doing pro mods over here, yes, you might see ETs plummet into the low 6s, maybe even the 5s like they've done in the States, but they're chalk and cheese. So we're kind of proud that what we do with our cars is probably more realistic to what's been put down the highways of America. And especially if you want to Google the equivalent, they've just finished Street Week Sweden, which is a full 1-week drag and drive in Sweden. And they're literally pro mods on the street. They did a street weekend a couple of weeks ago in the UK. And again, pro mods from Sweden Looks like you're allowed to do them in Sweden. Timmy Barron and Jamie Page. So here we go, hitting the 1150 and 1050 class. So these are two quarantine cars. So that's why they're in this Group 1 session. Trying to hit 1050 and 1150. Jamie Page, 1062, 1148 for Tim Barron. So remember, Aris went 1051 with a something. Jamie went 1051 with a 9. Aris went 1051 with a 5. So right now, Aris 1051 with a 5. Jamie Page 1051 with a 9. That's the 1050 class. Tim Barron 1148 with the 9. His earlier 1150 something will be close. Chris Carlsberg now, Mark Kleinert. Gorgeous cars both sides. Carlsberg, another car with 7-second potential. Just got to hook up all that power off the line. It's about 2,000 to the tyres, this thing. And get that 1 second reaction time. All right, he's out of the hole. All right, so it's tell you what, it's not under the full mumbo that we know Chris's car can do, but he's getting 1.A to point B. 849 at 172 mile an hour with not a lot of boost in it for Carlsberg. We know that thing's 7-second, 180 plus mile an hour. But he didn't want to hassle the old tyre off the line because that thing is quite the violent beast when it's got all its power in it. But yeah, just for that one, an 849, he's in the B class. So he's in that Force 28s. So not a bad run there for Carlsberg, considering it's a little uncharacteristic as to its performance. All right, in the B class, here he is, and he allows himself in the B class. He knows he's bringing a knife to a gunfight, but how many other people can bring a 104-year-old car to a drag and drive? Folks, this is a 1922 Ford Centador, one of my all-time favourite drag races, Mr. Noel Inman. I've known Nolly for a long time. And he doesn't miss an All-Stars. He came to the last All-Stars up here. 1920. What's he doing? Getting his belt on? What are you doing there, Nolly? 1922 Ford Centador. 1922. What's 2026 minus 1922, kids? That's right, 104 years old, this car. 104 years old. Got a nice stout Windsor with a bit of nitrous on board. You might do some dry hops at Warwick tomorrow. Shane Baker, well, here we go. All you Holden V8 fans, turbocharged iron line. What a sleeper, the old VH Commodore. 7-second potential here, definitely. Nolly could dip it into the mid to low 10s, but Shane can go into the 7s if he... Nice lead, picks it up, carries the wheels over the 60 foot, 125, half track now, 506. Here's another 7, 783, 175 mile an hour. Nolly Ibman pushing every aerodynamic boundary. 1207 lifting off the throttle there. 165 in the 60 foot, but was all Baker. 783, 175 mile an hour Holden street car. What was your record, Bubba, with the VH? I want to know what Australia's fastest Holden power drag and drive car is. And I know we've gone through our Pro Street era and everything like that, but drag and drive's kind of replacing the Pro Street era a little bit. As far as, well, Pro Street was always about testing the streetability of a car. Well, drag and drive kind of gives you that test. All right, Russell Tonkin, thanks for the burnout, thanks for the memories. He's in the C class, same as Shay Tinney. Tough muscle cars everywhere you look. So yeah, look, honestly, our Pro Street movement's kind of morphing into drag and drive. At least then we can prove it by driving the thing for 3 or 5 days. 9.57 for us, 10.56 there for Shay Tinney. This is the guy that's truly one of our true international drag and drivers, Greg Trapnell, the Agro HQ. That's right, he went and did Drag Week with this car. This HQ's been to the States and done the Hot Rod Drag Week. He's got the Drag Week sticker still on the car. Beside him, Peter Beresowski. Beautiful HQ four-door. Peter as well. Clean greens. Look at these HQs. God bless Australia when we can see drag and drive HQs running through the quarter mile. 8.99 to a 9.56. Both are, well, in the B class for Peter and the C class there for Trappy. 9.56 at 143 there for him. So they come in all shapes and sizes down under, including, God, we love our Datsuns and our Toyotas. Check this out. Mitch Hamilton. Mitch, what are we packing? An Agro, and Jesse, you can confirm it. It's pretty much an Agro SR in there, isn't it? All right, Group 2 to the lanes in 5 minutes. Group 2 to the lanes. Group 2 to the lanes in 5 minutes. Group 2, start rolling. Mitch Hamilton, Braith Cornford. Well, Braith Cornford, I think, Forget what Braith's got in this thing. Is it a 1J? Is it a 3RZ? Have a look at this for Braith. 9.04 for the Corona. And check out the wagon. 9.42 for Mitch Hamilton. He's off the half track. It was 5.89 to a 5.86 at half track, but Mitch is now only a 9.42 at the stripe. So interesting second half of the track there for the Datsun. But yeah, you can confirm it for us there, Jesse. Attention in the pits. First call for Group 2 to the lanes. First call for Group 2. Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes. Start rolling. Group 2 to the lanes. Start rolling. And don't forget, if you've forgotten what your lane allocation is, Pro Import lane 3, Pro 850 lane 4, Pro 950 lane 5, Pro 1050 lane 6, and Pro 1150 lane 7, please. Group 2 to the lanes, please, for your first hits. Johnny Oliver. Well, I never thought the day Johnny Oliver would go boosted, but here he is. Jono McDade, 2JZ in the S14 beside him. Or the 15, it's the 15. No, the 14, the 15. Look at this, 7 second again, is it? Oh, 816, 175. Johnny Oliver off the throttle early. 15.72 there for him. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, 4G63, that's right. Turbo LS in the Corona. Thank you, Jesse. Turbo LS in the Corona and a 4G63 in the Datsun 1200 of Mitch Hamilton. So Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes, please. Michael McMullen now and Phil Powell. Phil in the E-Class, the Kingswood. Michael in the E-Class, that beautiful Charger. So, yes, we need those Group 2s to the lanes, please. Group 2s to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes, please. So that'll be... So here we go, 10.17 for Phil and 10.72 for the Charger, both in the E-Class. So Pro Import to lane 3, please. Pro 850 to lane 4, Pro 950 to lane 5, Pro 1050 to lane 6, and Pro 1150 to lane 7, please. Just leave a gap on who's in the lanes right now, which will be our first group, Group 1. But Group 2 to the lanes now, please. Just put that little gap between you and who's up the front of the lanes, please. All right, here we go. Paul Allen in the HK. Again, we'll get the entrant details for E20, that beautiful orange HQ coupe. God, we've got some beautiful representation of our Aussie muscle car history. Through the traps with the ute, no slouch. 10.64 for Paul, 10.51. 10.51 for the HQ coupe. So Group 2 to the lanes, please. Just leave that gap from what's down the bottom of the lanes near the rollout area. That way we can establish what's Group 2, what's Group 1. All right, Michael Whiten on the lane in the lanes now, the XT, and Steve Tolley in the VL. So we're just checking downstream just a little bit here. But another call. All right, we've got a beam out there. We're just checking that out. So Group 2, you can come to the lanes. Just leave yourself a little gap to who's down the bottom of the lanes. Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes. We're just checking one of our reflectors down there. So Group 2 should be Pro Import in lane 3, Pro 850 in lane 4, Pro 950 in lane 5, Pro 1050 in lane 6, and Pro 1150 in lane 7. Just remember, guys and girls, it's a Pro tree out there. I know we didn't quite mention that at the briefing, but it is a Pro tree for everything. The 1 second rule for reaction times applies as well, which means if you cut a reaction time above 1 second, that will add on to your ET if you have to hand that slip in. So sometimes the challenge is to come back and get another number down with a proper reaction time. Everyone so far, like honestly, I think we've only seen 1 or 2 reaction times above 1 second. So that's pretty good for all of our competitors in that first group. So we need you to the lanes now, please. Pro Import to lane 3. You can just sit back a bit at the moment. Pro 850 lane 4, Pro 950 lane 5, Pro 1050 lane 6, and Pro 1150 lane 7. And we'll get you guys rolling out here real soon. So that's not a bad effort. Only a couple cutting 1+ second reaction times, and not many red lights at all. A few victims of bump infringements, but, you know, we're able to, you know, roll you back and have another crack at it. We're not going to be mega strict when it comes to that, as was obvious, because we did have we did have the VF sort of roll through, and then we just sat him back and had another crack at it. So just fixing a reflector down there, one that is still out. So that's just what we're doing down there, is just one of those little timing reflectors has had a little shuffle. And it wouldn't surprise me if some of the cars we've got here, you know, we've got dump pipes sticking out sort of either side. We've got cars, you know, if someone's on the chutes early, you know, you can get that little bit of turbulence as you go through the traps there that can sometimes just shuffle those reflector cubes around. So just giving that a little bit of an alignment. Looks like we've just about nipped that in the bud. Final check there for that. So as we said in the driver's briefing this morning, all competitors, just make sure, you know, things like your puke tank and anything like your radiator overflow or breather tanks or whatever, make sure that they're drained of any residue or excess build-up. The last thing we want is, you know, I think what the rule used to be was a minimum capacity of 600 mil. I know a lot of people tend to make sure they got a little bit more than that, especially if you're boosted. You can definitely crack a few, you know, get a bigger capacity breather tank for that. Just make sure those things are empty, because there's nothing worse than having that thing full of puke. And I mean, you know, crankcase ventilation, residue or coolant overflow. I made a mistake with an earlier race car of mine to actually dump everything into the one tank. Trouble is once you started to get a car a little bit too hot and it started dumping a bit of coolant in there, on the run, you've got a lot of crankcase pressure coming into there, started to blow coolant out the breather. So best to have two separate places for that. Yeah, there he is, Mr. Rogash. Is that the one and done, mate? Or yeah, that's the one. He's coming up. You might be the first bloke to hand the time slip in, Adam. Might be the first guy to... You know, we're not just going to... You know, we're only not going to see... So basically the warning is, come and see Adam early. That's what it is. If you want to see the Capri, you better come in and see, you know... Well, again, wouldn't it be good? I know that tomorrow with the 8th mile, we're not going to be able to say it's a 6-second run tomorrow, but, you know, we did see Mark Whitler crack that magic 6 at the bend a couple of years ago. It'd be good to see, you know, a 6-second at 2 different days of the Dragon Drive. It'd be nice to see, and that'll be Australian history. That is our quickest Aussie Dragon Drive ET, and when I mean that, that's within an event. Steve Tolley now in the VL, in the H class, Michael White in the J class, getting their first runs of the day. And remember, folks, like if you are curious, if you want to come around on the road course and see where everyone's going, if you want to really make... Obviously, if you're out here just to see it for today and maybe Sunday, or come to Warwick tomorrow, but try the old road course out. It's a real beautiful drive with that much horsepower. You wouldn't get any more horsepower than what you're going to do on the drive. 38 there for Tolley, and didn't quite get the other one there, but we'll get that next one up there. So, yeah, come on the drive if you like. I mean, even if you're just a spectator and at the end of the day, or you choose you want to go out and check the course out, it wouldn't hurt to go past the Allstars tent and just say, listen, we wouldn't mind doing the courses. Anyway, you could, maybe they could get a screenshot and go and do the course. Get in the middle of all these guys. I mean, we are racing, well, we're running till 3. Myself, Shagger and Bubba will then be in the big Winnebago doing the road course. All right, here we go. One of our other welcome Victorian visitors, Brandon Zito. Now, this guy cleaned him up in Drag Challenge last year. And look, he's just proving that all his street gear works. Had the indicator on there and the burnout. Trent Brimble, one of Queensland's toughest street cars as well. Going to do the 3-day Dragon Drive here. So check this out, Queensland versus Victoria, Aussie Dragon Drive. We're going to go to Bump City here too, Dragon Drive, Bump City, Brimble and Zito. Oh, Zito goes into the wheelie control, 2 wheelies, keeps it in the lane. I wasn't keeping an eye on Brimble. 118 in the 60, 052 off the light for Brimble, 260 for Brandon. That thing came out on the back tyres. Here's the replay on the big screen. 2 big wheelies. And he's kind of probably going to, he would have loved to have probably got a 7-second run down and then hit the road with it. But he's going to have to come back and have another crack. How's that, folks, for a bit of entertainment on a Friday morning, hey? Big power wheelie, some of Australia's quickest Dragon Drive cars. The prep is on point, as you can see. Jake Grimwood now and Vince Silver. Just another call for Group 2. Group 2, you can come to the lanes now. Group 2. Group 2, you can come to the lanes. Just sort of give yourself that little bit of a space between what's at the head, which will be the end of Group 1. So Pro Import to lane 3, Pro 850 to lane 4 now, Pro 950 to lane 5, Pro 1050 to lane 6, and Pro 1150 to lane 7. Jake Grimwood in that beautiful VL Calais. Check it out. Vince Silver, the EK van. Something is lurking underneath that 1960s hood or late 50s. Late 50s, the EK. Clean greens, 140s, both to 60-foot, half track, 603 to a 625, and the VL goes 939. The EK goes 977, both in the B class, 977 and 939. So our quickest in the B class so far now is, let me get up to B here. Jason Kenny, 737. Then Matt Lampard, 759. Shane Baker, 783. Jason Way, 797. Chris Carsberg, 849. Our A class so far, Adam Rogash, 673. Then a 791 in the other A class. And then another A class, 799. Keep on rolling. Some of them are just waiting a little bit towards the end of the session before the next group comes in. I see a few more of them rolling through. I can see some of our 850 cars ready to come, but there's a few Force 28s to come by the look of it. Here is Maysem Al Halouli, the VH Commodore. Maysem can never rule out some of Australia's most vicious VH Commodores. We can see another one coming here shortly. I think it's Swifty, but you think of Foley, you think of Bubba back in the day as well. The VH Commodores. They are tough indeed. What has Mason got for first hit of the day? Yeah, just get in behind that white line, guys. Anywhere that you're filming, you need to be pretty much in that exclusion zone. Look at these boys. Look at these boys. Right in behind the line, guys. Got to get in behind the line. All right, here we go. 2.8. So that's 2.8 second reaction time. So look, anything he does here, it's going to have a 1.83 ET added to it, 9.47. So Mason just wanted to get a run down. He's going to have to probably hot lap that or come down later, because we'll open it up a little bit later, I'm sure. But we're trying to make sure you come out in groups to make sure everyone gets a run. So if you've already had one run, just wait till you're called, wait for your groups to be called. If you're in quarantine, obviously you've had a couple of runs. But again, if you've already had a run, just remember, everyone else in the lanes pretty much hasn't. So don't be racing into the lanes just yet for your second run. There will be time, trust me. Famous last words. All right, Dave. Oh, yeah, great drag photos, a couple of pictures of Dom Zito's power stand as it comes out there. Plenty of eye candy. Greg Barrett now and Jamie Swift. Here we go. Both, well, one in the I class, Greg Barrett. Swifty, 803. Whoa, just sort of, oh, Swifty, something must be leaking out of the car. Something must be leaking out of the car, because it started to skate a little bit. He then thought he could fight it, and then I think he had another little squeeze and just realised that, no, whatever it's pushed. And he's just decided that he's got to get out of it. But whatever has happened there, not good for him. He's in the B class. But yeah, that was definitely hazing something out. We're just going to go check exactly what it may be. The boys are out with the mops right now, but I just don't know how much more. We might need more than a mop. I don't know how far out that happened. But yeah, Swifty started to sort of skate, I don't know, about 120 foot out. Thought that maybe it might have been starting to knock the tyre off, so we sort of give it a little bit of a pedal, but it's only after he sort of got the power back on that he realised that there was a lot more slippery stuff to be had under the Commodore, which was not good. So we have got our track crew out there, the IDRP guys. We've got mops and stuff. So look, they've nearly just about determined what the maybe what the liquid of choice might be there, if they can smell something or not. They are just going for it. Paulie's just giving it the old finger and smell just to see whether or not it is either coolant or transmission fluid. Normally, if it's transmission fluid, it'd normally have a fair bit of smoke attached to it. There'd be a certain smell attached to it too, but whether or not it's just pushed a bit of coolant out or whatever, we don't know. Too early to tell, but we are trying to survey the whole surface to see exactly what Jamie Swift has indeed dropped down out of that car. Yes, it is a little bit of fluid. I just don't know how much fluid there, Dave. It is. Thanks for that. That's a good comment. Little bit of fluid. How much fluid? We don't know. Walking around with... Is that a Red Bull in your hand, or are you just glad to see me? So, I mean, day one of 3 days of Drag and Drive, VPW All-Stars, and some of the numbers already. Like as I was saying, my normal lead up to an event is not to probably over-research it. You don't know really what you need to focus on until you're here. So I knew we were going to see more sevens than I think we'd ever seen in an Aussie Drag and Drive, and already we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 7-second ETs and a 6-second ET, which of course Adam Rogash 673, 218 mile an hour in the Capri. Abs came up and already dropped the time slip off. I saw Adam walking past here, waving up here, and I said, "Is that a one and a done?" And he's put his hands up and said, "Yep." So the Capri will then be getting prepped for southeast Queensland roads anytime soon, and then he'll be hitting the course. And look, he does tend to get a little bit of Facebook happening. I know he's probably on Insta and TikTok and all that sort of stuff, but some of us old-fashioned people that chose to only keep one social media platform, being like Facebook or whatever, is, I don't know, Ads will probably be putting up his lunch somewhere at a pub, I'm sure. There'll be some photo of the Capri with the Aussie flag out the back, and he'll be there having a lunchtime beer with a 6-second time slip handed in, and they'll be at the pub up the road there. That's kind of the ultimate Drag and Drive dream, is to get the number you want, hit the road, all systems good, hit the checkpoint, then maybe take a little bit of socialising in, be it lunch or whatever, and then hitting your digs for the night. Now, a lot of people I think are planning to bunker down somewhere near Warwick for tonight, so they're nice and early for the morning. But you still got to do that course. I don't know how many Ks exactly the course will be, but it's not a it's not a 30K course, folks. It's going to have a couple of 100 Ks normally. You know, that's what this Drag and Drive, as the boys have already advertised earlier on this year, this is supposed to not be a walk in the park. This is supposed to be pretty much, I wouldn't say the most torturous Drag and Drive out there, but it's certainly going to give you a taste. If you ever wanted to try and take on a 5-dayer, be it, you know, Sick Week or Drag Week or Street Machine Drag Challenge or whatever, if you want to take a 5-dayer on, well, you know, this 3-day is pretty tough thing to try and sort out first. And I know a lot of competitors are using the All-Stars one as that bit of that guideline, that benchmark. Can you do a 3-day Drag and Drive, and how much fun is it? And you'll find that at the end of it, you'll be having a cracking time. Everyone's having a cracking time over 3 days. And, you know, in the southeast corner, it's great to be able to have a couple of great drag strips not too far from each other, throw a course in between it, you know, the beautiful scenic rim or wherever we're going. And again, I still don't know where we're going. That's one of the joys of this. You won't kind of know where you're going until you hand your slip in. You'll get your course notes, you'll get your checkpoints, and as we said in the driver's briefing, it's not mandatory that you take the course to get to the checkpoints, but look, common sense and experience has proven that it's good to be able to take exactly how they tell you, because that way, if everyone follows that course, you know that if you do have a problem on the road and you're pulled over, you're pretty well guaranteed you're going to get someone to stop and ask whether or not you need a hand. If you decide to be clever and go, no, I know a back way here, that's going to shave us 70 Ks off the course, but that little back way only you know, and 198 other people choose to take the route, well, you're going to be the guy out there thinking you're clever, broken down, and no one comes past you. So I think the best thing to do is to do the course as directed, and then at least you know when everyone comes past, you're going to be able to at least flag someone down if there's something they can help you with. But just remember about whether you are in the running for this and, the outside help and all that sort of thing, we will have to consider all that sort of stuff. Definitely, you start towing stuff away from the side of the road, and that sort of definitely affects your chances because, we want you to start and finish under your own power with no outside assistance. That helps. And of course, we've not that we've had to crack down, but, the general rules is with drag and drive that, no outside assistance. You can't have someone following you with a semi-trailer full of spare parts. That's not kind of the spirit of a drag and drive. So to be able to, pack everything you need in the trailer that you're towing and to be able to, fettle the beast for 3 days to make sure it gets back here for Sunday and that you can run some numbers on Sunday, and who knows where you might end up. We've got another award which we haven't really sort of mentioned too much. We're essentially calling it the Good Person Award. There is another name for it for a lot of those blokes out there that call their mates this, but it's a Good Person Award, and it's going to be for, and again, we want all competitors to keep an eye out whether this person's going to exist over the next 3 days. Someone that has gone out of their way more than once, consistently helping people in some way. Doesn't have to even be an entrant. It can be someone that's on the crew or whatever. But if there's someone out there that you think, Jesus, this person's been really good the last 3 days, help this person, this person, this person, did this, did that. There is an award there on Sunday there for that particular person, and that goes above and beyond in various capacities, whether it's obvious or discreet, where we've got our eyes peeled, our ears peeled, and now that we're talking to all you people out there, not only on the live stream across the world, but everyone here in the pits at Willowbank, and we'll remind everyone tomorrow at Warwick about it, is that person, there is an award for that person. We don't know who that person's going to be, but we do know that somewhere between now and the end of the weekend that there's going to be maybe the odd little mechanical issue, there'll be some little gremlin, there'll be, it can be something, I think like last year, Benny sort of saying something about someone needed a water pump and they were in the pub and heard someone complaining about needing a water pump, and someone sort of piped up and said, I think I might have what you want, and this guy kind of went back and forth a couple of times, and before you know it, lo and behold, was able to score the exact water pump they needed for it. Here's Aris. How's your time going? Lined up for one more run. Now, Aris, look, all I can tell you is and again, this is an idea that, of course, I remember Mick telling us about at Road Trip. All of his categories were all alphabetically coded, and as much as you can't put a patent on common sense, it works out really well with a CompuLink timing system without having to pull everyone session to session. So alphabetically, Aris, for your question, how am I going? And again, remember, what I tell you is probably not super official, but from what I can see on the CompuLink, you being in the I class, the highest there's an I class above you, but it comes up as Greg Barrett 1045, and if that's the 1050 class, the closest I number to 1050 is you, Aris, 1051 with a 5. It says here. Jamie Page 1051 with a 9. So Aris, there's a little battle happening within one of the categories already. Now they were probably two quarantine cars, Jamie Page and Aris Cantolian. So Aris 1051 with a 5, Jamie Page 1051 with a 9. I wouldn't be surprised to see the black Camaro back once or twice more, and you might see the little Dado 1200 back once or twice more as well. And that's what I love about the fixed index classes, is the ability to take the 11-second car and try and hit the 1150. Take your 10-second car, try and hit the 1050. The 950, a little bit more serious car. That's teched, obviously. And then your 850 cars, plenty of serious 8-second cars as well, where you can hit that 5.0 index. And sometimes that in the middle of all the big boys chasing each other, it's these index chases that really see people hit the mark and hit a perfect mark. And we're going to be able to see that over the next couple of days, whether people can hit the perfect mark. And already, when you look at some of them, 10.51 on a 10.50, two guys already 10.51, 400ths away from each other. And that's only after the first couple of pairings, first couple of runs for them. And they were in the quarantine after a couple of hits yesterday. So, look, whatever this was, whether it might have just pushed a bit of water out or something, because, look, the treatment has been mopping, and now just that dragging, which is going to just get rid of whatever that was, moisture, a bit of water. If it was oil, we wouldn't be treating it this way. We're having to treat it a little bit more serious than that. So it's good to see whatever that was, being coolant / water, that this stuff has been hit with the suck truck, dragged with the sleds, and we'd nearly be right as rain after that. So that is good. We just want to keep everyone's fluids up off the track for 3 days. It's not much to ask. Come on, please. Whether it's water, transmission fluid, fuel, diff oil, whatever. Actually, it'd be interesting to see how our thrash is going. Will Yarwood out there. Look, the only one with some obvious breakage, I think the first hit of the day, that 2JZ Corolla, going only a couple of foot before the little Corolla had to pull over. And break, from what we understand, broke the drive shaft or broke the uni in it. So there'd be a bit of drive shaft thrashing there for Will Yarwood to try and get the Corolla back down on this track somewhere in the next, well, we're here till 3, so essentially what have we got? 5 odd hours left before we close the lanes at 3. So it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully Will can get that back. As you can see, like, honestly, we still got all of our Group 2 to come, which are all on the lanes. And you should be all in there now. Everyone in Group 2, which is our Pro Import Lane 3, our 850, our 950, our 1050, and our 1150. So they should all be in the lanes, ready for this next group. So hopefully the sled drag in the next couple of laps will be enough, and then we'll be underway with Group 2. So VPW All-Stars Drag and Drive, day number 1. There we go. So Dully is sorting that drive shaft out there for Will. So there we go. So Dully's already having to do triple duty and get that drive shaft sorted. So hopefully a couple more drags of the sled and we'll be back underway. Don't forget to go grab that All-Stars merchandise down there as well at the All-Stars tent. Great lineup of merch. They've got the price list there. Great stuff. And, you know, those hoodies will go when it gets a bit cold, especially if you get to Warwick tomorrow. You're going to come with us to Warwick. Even in the mornings, I know we'll hopefully be on track by 9, but if you're up there trying to camp tonight or nearby, I think it was 3 there last night. So if you are going to wake up in beautiful Warwick in the morning, you'd want to have your All-Stars hoodie on before then to keep yourself in toasty warm. Because it felt a little bit cold this morning in Brizzy. I think it was 12. But 3 in Warwick, there's a big difference. And, of course, they always warn you when you go to Warwick, should have brought a jumper. Always. That's pretty much what they always talk about when you go to Warwick. Take a jumper no matter what. As much as it might be nice and warm during the day, the sun goes down, it gets cold up there. So get that All-Stars hoodie now. Don't wait till tomorrow. You'll be freezing tomorrow morning wishing you bought it today. All right. All right, we've got it wiped. Just getting back to our positions. Looks like we've done the sled drag. And we'll crack them out here again. Beautiful. So whatever Swifty let there on the track, he's lucky to have not put the thing into the wall, to be honest. And he is back in the pits working out what to do next. But I'm guaranteed he's probably going to come and have another crack at it today. There's a few guys there, I think, didn't quite get what they wanted. They'll be back. Michael Sears and Benny Kinesis. How's the Nova going? He's in the I class this weekend, same as Michael Sears in the Commodore. Nearly 200 odd entries, lurking in the garages of not only southeast Queensland, but all through Australia. I'm sure if we ever did have one big massive drag and drive, nearly make a drag fortnight, imagine that. Last man standing. Check this out, side by side, 10.34 and 10.56. Standing good all the way down. ET-wise, 6.70 to 6.67 at half track. Yeah, got some cranky stuff out there. Very cranky Tirana out there, by the way. This is Dom Zito. So the Zito boys at Brandon and Dom. Love their Tories. And what about Luke and Greek? He's in the I class. Dom Zito in the C class. If we don't see any nitrous purge, she could be a cranky 235 car or a cranky Aspo 28. Let's have a look. The Zito boys making the trip up from Victoria. Luke and Greek. How good's the Mustang, eh? What's lurking? Gets to half track, 588, not a bad run, 917. 917, he's in the C class, 917, 149. In the I class is Luke and Greek, 1048 for the current model Mustang. So let's see where the C's, I tell you what, in the C class, all right, well actually in the, if he's in the C class, all right, Zito, looking for Zito. Dom Zito, 917 in the C class. Let's go back to the first page. C. Tell you what, 917 is leading the C class from what I can see. All right, Matt Maloney now, Jason Dawn. Dawn in the S15. Pro Tree, and everyone cutting below 1 second reaction time, which is good. Definitely, what have we got? RB or 2J on board the S15. Sounds like it's screaming. Check that out. 10.60 for the Sylvia. 11.00 for Matt Maloney running in that I class. But yeah, from what I can see in the C class, that's Zito at number 1. And again, alphabetical classes all on the one list makes it easy to just... Except for the fixed index classes, obviously, if you go quicker than your index, it's going to come up as the quicker number. Ross Benjamin in the HR. Never underestimate the HR, let me tell you. Dean Wilson beside. Never underestimate both these Holdens. They're packing quite the punch, these two. Aussie Holden sleepers. Nowhere else in the world do they get cars of these shapes, and here they are running down our drag strip still. Hopefully they live forever. 10.63 for Dean Wilson, 10.90 for Ross Benjamin, both in the I class. Oh, here we go. Who gets to drive the Lansdowne Family Commodore this weekend? It's Danny. Greg Holmes out beside him in that beautiful XY Ute, but Danny, of course, last year shook down the VC Commodore with the 2J unit, hit a kangaroo on the second night, turned up with all dinted guard here on the last day. Of course, a couple of weeks ago, young Seth Lansdowne, runner-up at his first ever Kenda. Danny off the tree, running in the I class, both of them. Greg Holmes beside it, half track for Danny, 661. Takes it all the way to the stripe, goes 10.08, 142. 10.08, 142 and 11.18 for Greg Holmes. All right, good stuff. Derek Johnson and Todd Chandler. Now, Todd Chandler, the HG, looks so schmick. And how about the Supras? You can't have a drag and drive with at least one Supra. License plate, big power, and I don't doubt it. Spun those big tyres off the line, though. Check it out through the finish line on the chip at the finish line. 10.63 for Todd Chandler, 119 mile an hour, 152 out the back end there for Derek. But yeah, no, not ET not matching. Where did he end up? Crazy to think where we are as far as the list is concerned. All right, back on track now. That will be Naomi van der Tocht, of course, the iMoan 2JZ, 8-speed S15 beside him. Jason Mansueto, crazy XY. He's in the E class, and as far as what I can see in the E class, he is third in the E class. Because Brody Olsen went 883, Mansueto went 891. So 3 cars so close to each other in this Aspo class. Oh, she's tried to stall that up. She stays that with the back tyres. That was a Kenda moment from a couple of weeks ago. Someone did that. They've gone to load it up, and then just didn't quite grab the line lock or the trans brake, and by the time they stopped the car, it had staged with the back tyres, but by then the opposition had staged in the beams, and literally off they went. So she's got to hold this again on the boost. This is the one thing about the 8 speeds, I think. There's a lot to be done with the start line on the 8 speeds. It's a bit of a trick to get it done. I'm just going to listen to the lungs of this chute all the way down Jason Mansueto. You know, the scary thing about this, they're not going to get an ET. Both sides are not going to get an ET. Nothing's popped up. Nothing's popped up. I think it's because... No, she rolled through the beams there and nothing came up on that one. Nothing popped up here. 891 previous run for Jason Mansueto. That would have been a nicer run, but I don't know whether that was something to do with Naomi just dragging through. Didn't quite, I mean, she did break the beams and go back, so that I can't particularly tell you. So we're just going to get them both back out of here now. Silky and the Hoff. Come on back, boys. Might just have to Control-Alt-Delete. So we got to can't let that slip through more than once. So just something to do with what we had to do there. We had the one bulb on, so we were nearly locked to try and stage, and then of course Naomi rolled through, had to pull back. So I think as a result of that, we needed to just set that CompuLink back up again. All right, here we go. So a couple of mates from a long time back, Michael Silk and Scott Hoffman. What is it with our Corolla and Datsun station wagons? SR22JZ. Oh, Silky, you bloody legend! Still doing it. Some problems for the Hoff, but not for Silky. Check it out. 835, 167. Hoff some problems, but I want to see a replay of that. Look at this. Silky took the thing out for a fair while there. How good was that, T-Bar, hey? How good was that? Full hang and dangle from the wagon. What a masterful start line program for that. And talk about wagons, here's another one. This little van of Christian Golby. Hold yourselves back, boys. Just hold yourself back. Come back a bit. Yeah, Mr. Golby himself, the Corolla panel van with the 1JZ and the 8-speed. Yep. And what about the R34 here? Reaction times both over 1 second, so whatever the ET is, it's going to have 0.6 taken off it. So 898 would end up being like a 950, and a 1031 would have to be literally an 11-second run there because of 1.77 reaction and Christian 1.6 odd reaction. So reactions need to sharpen up. This guy always cranks it in the burnout. No details yet. Entrant F5. Jesse, you'll be able to tell us. The little 13B in the Datsun 1200. Robert McKean, it says here in a HG, but she ain't a HG, she's like a VF. All right, remember that 1 second reaction time. Oh, what happened there? He flickered the beam. You know, he rolled out at the wrong moment. He rolled out. Yeah, Rowan, that's right. Rowan Bomb in the Dado. 10:59 for the little Dado. 115 reaction time, so that 59 would end up as like a 1064 if you add the 0.15 over from that. So here we go, a bit of 850 stuff happening here now, I know, because I think Pat Shaw was going to be in this class. Rob Armstrong also got the G class on board, so here we go. I think Pat Shaw's trying to hit the 850, as is Rob Armstrong, the LX Tirana. Check out some of these beautiful creations. Hatchback Tirana, Hilux Ute, Bump City. Tell you what, here we go, clean green, both 1.3s in the 60-foot, half track now, 5.56, 5.47. They hit the stripe, 62 and a 59. 59 for Pat Shaw, 8.62 for Rob Armstrong on that 8.50 class, 8.59 and an 8.62. All right, Michael McGregor and Tim Cross. So Timmy, not too many blowing Godzilla street cars out there just yet, but Timmy's got one. It's a definite mid-8 second Capri with that blowing Godzilla. Michael McGregor Turbo, I think LS in the Belmont. Clean Greens, 080 to a 304. How good does that grunty Godzilla go? 551 at half track, 556. Here's the stripe, 58 and a 57. How good's the 850 class already? 858, 857, all running in the G class. 858, 857. Let me line them all up here. Let's have a look. Let's line them all up here. Disco Dean, 845, but then the previous run for Disco. Timmy, 858. Pat Shaw, 859. Rob Armstrong, 862. 866 for Steve Carkeet. So our G class has got a few sort of around the 850, 860 already. And there's plenty in the category. No matter which way we try it, there's going to be... Here's the H class now. So I'd imagine we might be 950 class now. Chris Pattinson and Jason Vanderland. Vanderland in the Tirana. Chris Pattinson, Barra Power. XF/XG utility. So a mixture of our 850 and 950 cars here. G being the 850, H being the 950, and you'd assume the I's being the 1050s. Clean Greens, that's what we need. Just must have hit the tyre a little bit, Chris Pattinson. Keep an eye out of the Tirana trying to run in that 950 zone. 947 in the H class. 947 in that H class. Again, you can't submit an ET under 950. It's got to be above 950. And looking at the H class now. Yeah, too quick, Ryan Stewart, 929. All right, Ryan Stewart, Brian Brennan. Oh, double hit of the trans brake there for the wagon. And reaction time now for Brian. So Ryan Stewart hadn't even staged. Issues trying to line it up, and then off he went. Brian Brennan, off he goes. 909, Brian. 909. Nope. 950 class, 909. 130 at the stripe. He was 125 at the 660. So 577 to the 8th there for Brian. And for Ryan, so Brian and Ryan running together. Ryan just went to probably light the thing up, probably had the trans brake button lit, trying to start stooling it up on the converter, and then whatever happened, the bump button or whatever, whoosh, she went through way too early. They are tricky, the old bumping in a turbo car, you know, between a trans brake and a bump button. Sometimes too many buttons. That's why Aspo guys or nitrous guys or whatever, that's one part of their combo they don't ever have to worry about. But turbo guys, there's that trade-off, isn't it? Trying to get the thing into stage properly, especially in drag racing. Travis Beckman and Rob Ware, check this out. I-class both sides trying to hit 1050. How good's Travis Beckman's little dado, eh? Plenty of dados represent. Reaction time 179 for Travis. That's going to add 0.79 of his ET. He's going to have to cut a light under 1 second to get a representative ET. 71, 1071, 1130. Not that good for Travis anyway. They'll be back for another hit, I would say. Here's one back for another hit. We've already seen her before. Tara Johnston back in that I class, trying to hit the 1050. Went 10.60. Brett Page, first hit for Pagey today. Clean Greens. Oh, 112 reaction time for Pagey. It is a pro tree. We did try and get that memo out there. So he's got to add 126 to his ET anyway. 1058's a bit better for Tara. 1086 for Brett Page would add 1.12, which would end up like a 1098 if he had to hand that in. All right, check this out. Damien Burnham and Mark Hare. Check out that beautiful HT Pano. And how's the Beamer? Now, reaction time is 4.3, so he's got to add 3.3 seconds to his ET. He's in the J class, both of them. So let's have a look at the ET here. 1141, trying to hit that 1150. And look, whatever ET he gets, 1234 for Mark Hare, he has to add 3.32 seconds to that. So that 1 second reaction time rule, cut a light under 1 second and don't face a time penalty. Cut a red light, can't submit the time slip. So very simple couple of rules. Don't red light and don't snooze. Basically, that's the two. Don't tip it over and don't be late. Rick Barnes and Mark Stone, HR and LX. Copy that, southbound. Street cars with tow bars, check them out. Holdens with tow bars, hatchbacks, HRs, you name it. The J class. So what are we trying to hit? 1150. Let's have a look at this. Half track 749. They're on their way to 1150. Here we go. 53. Mark Stone 1153 with a good reaction time. 1161's a legal time there for Rick Barnes as well. So both cars in contention for the 1150 class. All right, here's the G class. Disco Dean is back. And Steve Tolley, he'll be in the 950 class. So Disco Dean trying to hit 850. Of course, Golby's and Real Dino, the Barra-powered Pano. He's got Dan Swanee with him as his passenger this time round. That's the sort of guy that you'd want in the passenger seat. Master fabricator and mechanic. Steve Tolley beside trying to run a 1050. Clean greens. Don't have to worry about reaction times with either of these two guys. They're going to cut a good number. Disco half track 546 might be a bit too quick. Disco 46, not a 50. 981 for Tolley. He's trying to run the 950 class, isn't he? 981 at 140 mile an hour. But Disco, that thing's just a bit too quick today, Disco. Trying to hit the 9. He might have to run quite a few runs to hit the number. Just one per time per session unless you're in quarantine. Mark Reek now, Jason Legrand, both G classes. Both in the G class, so let's just see how they run here. They get to the stride, 901. Oh, not bad. In the G class, 1112. So that G class, as we said, is the 850. And where are we in the Gs? Quickest G. Disco Dean, 8:45 too quick. Tim Cross, quickest legal G class time at 8:58 so far, according to my list on CompuLink. Alphabetical classes. David McLeish there in the Lexus. Daniel Lake in the VL. Clean greens, no reaction time deficits to speak of. Both in the G class, both trying to run the 850 class. Here goes McLeish to the stride, 885. 885 for him and a 926 there for Daniel Lake. So McLeish getting within the ballpark, but there's a lot of difference between an 885 and an 850. All right, Glenn Finnegan, check it out. The Chevy delivery. That's the only way you can describe these. Yes, the 57 delivery, I think we'd call these things. God knows how many cubes on board. He's got Russell Lamprick out the front guiding him in, so no, it's got some stout power. Steve Carkeet, still think we've got LRE on the rocker covers of the old Faithful HQ as well, so could be fatties both sides of the racetrack here. Gassed big block Chevs, both trying to run the 850 class. How good does Finnegan's 57 delivery look? One reaction time, so he's got to take a 10th and add it to the ET for the delivery. Carkeet, no such problem. 846, oh, 46 on the 50. So too quick for Carkeet. He's earlier 66 and 875 on the soft side of 850, but now too sharp, 846 on the 850. Rod Lyle now in the VK. God, the VK Group 3, check it out. Andrew Bloom back in the Tirana far lane. Actually, he hasn't had a run today. One in the G class, being the VK, one in the H class. So an 850 and a 950 car right here. Remember that magic 1 second reaction time off the Pro Tree. Oh, they both managed to do it. It is a little bit of a skill, is it not? Cut a set. And again, Pro Tree, got to bump these things in. Now, tell you what, Rod Lyle's on a number, 871 and a 982 for Andrew Bloom. So 0.32 over for Andrew, 0.21 over for Rod Lyle on their respected index chase. Rolling on, Bruce Henderson now and Kareem Patini El Haluli. All right, I've got that right over. Kareem, the VX. So the VX, a real looking sleeper, isn't it? Just got the chaser wheels on it. Couldn't pick this thing if you tried. Now, we've just got flashing reds at the moment, whether we've got a little report of something downstream here in the braking area. Sometimes, obviously as cars come around that bottom loop, if our officials spot something maybe leaking or coming out of a vehicle, that we will report that back. Bottom end, okay, we've got some oil down the bottom end, so that's what we've got. So we have detected that. So we've got flashing reds for now, and we're just going to get these guys held up, you would imagine. just for now. But yeah, whatever we found, we've just got to get that picked up. I don't know which one's got the oil leak. It was it? Okay. Huh? Okay, so our yellow Torrey did have something out of it they spotted down there. So we're just going for a quick look. As I said, when they come around the bottom end, it's the only time other than when they're at full speed whether we can see anything coming out of them. Obviously, on the way down, if there is something leaking and hits in the exhaust, you know, we can get a bit of smoke out of it, or if you see a bit of haze or a bit of light film behind the car, indicate it may be leaking on the way down. But sometimes the only other time it's to tell us when they're coming around the bottom loop at low speed, because we want them to be slowed right down to come around that bottom loop. If something seemed to be leaking out of a car, we've got to just go out and check everything to make sure that whatever it was leaking wasn't, how long was it leaking? Did it start leaking as it came around the bottom, or was it leaking on the way down? We're just up there to check. That's all we're doing. We're checking the finish line. So we're just having another double and triple check. So that's our little checks and balances that we have to do. Look, we're going to err on the side of safety, obviously, so that's what we've done. And now we're mustering them forward, and looks like we're going to be A-OK. Kareem Patini El Haluli in the VX, and Bruce Henderson in the HK. We're just having final communications with down the braking area. Hang on, no, all right, so it looks like whatever it was, we've still got a little bit to do there. All right, just when we thought we might have been clear, we've extra couple of steps or whatever we did, what we took down there to have a look, something else has popped up. So, you know, you err on the side of caution, and that is, have we got everything, does everything look good down there? And the answer is yes, 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 yes. And then it's like, okay, boys, in we come. And then it's like, oh, wait. It might be wait, no. And that's what that last final call was. Might be fuel. Well, that's better than oil, but it's a big lot of fuel. All right, well, look, one of the bright sides of a fuel leak, other than potentially could burn your car to the ground, the other bright side of a fuel leak is that, well, that stuff evaporates pretty quick and we can clean that up pretty quick. So that's just what we're going to have to do. So that was a decent old leak. Lucky that happened where it happened and not on the way down and near a hot exhaust or anything like that. They could really, you know, it doesn't take long to burn something like these things to the ground when they've got a big fuel leak. So whatever's happened to the thing, it's we've just got to clean that up. So whether or not that just means mopping all the surplus and then letting that great Queensland sun do the rest, get the evaporation happening, that's what's happening right now. So that's why this small delay. Look at the bright side, it's not oil. Like, if it was oil, we'd be sort of holding our breath a little bit longer, waiting for that to be cleaned up. But look, the bright side is it's a big fuel leak. That's good in a way. Good that no one got burnt to the ground from it. But that just means mopping up the surplus, and hopefully the evaporation will take up the rest. God knows where it's gone though. Like, if it's down on the racing surface, not much we can do other than just sort of mop that up. But if it's it looks a little bit further down there is what we're dealing with. So look, the last thing we want is someone coming through at 150, 160 odd mile an hour and getting them, because no matter what you can slip on, whether you're slipping on oil, water or fuel, it's still gonna do yourself a mischief if you're not too careful. So we just got that little fuel leak to fix. Pick up that, well, when I say little, it was decent, apparently. Decent enough for us to have this little stoppage right now, that's all. So we're getting that solved down the deep end as we speak. We can see a lot of people, a bit of activity in the pits here. Some of the quicker cars, parachutes packed, trailers still, tell you what, some of the combos in the trailers, that's another thing to be looking around the pits. Not only what's under the bonnet of some of these amazing drag and drive vehicles, but just what their trailer setups are. There's some real thought gone into some of these trailer setups. Yes, you can just throw a box. You could put a 6x4 on the back probably and a cage, and you could probably strap it all up and fit it all in there. But we certainly don't encourage you to start taking the mickey out of that. I know that initially there might have been some dimensions that we would give people in regards to how big your trailer can be. But basically we're just saying don't make it a... Put it this way, I don't think you're allowed a horse float. Put it that way. I don't think you're allowed a horse float, but you could have something a bit smaller than that. But there are some really good drag and drive trailer combos out there. Some of them are just, glorified trailers with a canopy on it, and then, you've got to put your drag radials on that trailer and put your street rubber on it to go track to track. It's also what else you need to take, whether or not if you are on E85, obviously you've got to take a fair whack of fuel with you everywhere you go, or plan where you can get it. It's the great E85 forage. Where do you find your E85? I mean, I'm the same. I drive an LPG car, so I've got to do the same thing. I've got to plan my trips of where I can fill up with gas. But the E85, the old E85 search for where I can get a reliable source, or bring 1 million gallons yourself on the tour. Somewhere along the lines, you will have to, plan where you're going to pick up some more E85 if you're running that. It's a handy fuel. It gives you so much more horsepower than normal pump gas. It also allows your vehicle to run a little bit cooler. Your consumption normally goes up a fair bit with the old E85 though. A couple of things I found with E85 with what I've run is, yes, the thing's damn hard to start when it's cold. But yeah, everything does tend to run a lot cooler on it. But yeah, as far as starting things up cold, I always found it was just a little bit cranky. Good for boost, obviously. Not the perfect fuel, economy fuel. That's why, guys that are running E85 will normally have a few more jerrys on board, or have those sources lined up to grad fuel. And remember, not knowing where the course is going to take you would make you start to plan a little bit better about what you're going to do for your fuel strategy somewhere along the line. But yeah, some of those trailer setups, pretty handy little setups. Basically packing down for 3 days of drag racing action. Remember, you can't if you brought a trailer that towed your vehicle here, that trailer has got to be down behind the scrutineering area before you all leave. We try to push them out. We tried to push them out before we started with time trials today. You're not handing your slip in yet, Steve? You're waiting for another hit. Yeah, one more. Everyone says one more. Every drag and drive entrant just says one more to hit it. And then after that next run, you might go, you know what? I just might need one more. Just need one more. And you're like, luckily we might have a bit of time on our sides. Who knows? It is now 17 minutes to 11, which means, 4 hours and 17 minutes left of our day one. Opportunities to get that ET down. So I can see a couple of guys doing a few checks, taking them to the lanes, have another crack shortly. We've still only got Group 2. We've only got Group 2 in the lanes. We haven't run everyone in Group 2 yet. So just for those competitors in Group 1 that might want to go and have another hit, just hold off until we tell you to, because we still want to get all of our Group 2 people through, which is all of our fixed index and our pro import guys. All right, that's good news to hear them back in the burnout box. Kareem is back in that VX sleeper. And again, that's another Commodore you wouldn't have looked twice at a few years ago. Could have got yourself a VX for not much, and now, we're clambering for every Commodore we can. And VNs, no one would have given a VN a second look years ago. Now, we're fossicking for good VNs. Same for VXs and things. Knowing that, where are we going to get cheap cars in the future for our kids to do drag and drives with? And you've got to just be looking at all these things. Tell you what, Bruce Henderson not mucking around here, trying to hit the mark. 9.68 on the 950. And same class, Kareem, 11.30. Now look, 148 mile an hour is a bit of a giveaway there. 148 mile an hour does not really constitute to the ET that he ran. I think in the 11s. Brad Dilger now and Michael Osborne. Another one of these Hiluxes, just packing heat. Brad Dilger, the Tirana, another beautiful shape, classic Aussie shape. Honestly, if it wasn't for Mount Panorama and Holden's racing program in the 1970s, would the Tirana have achieved that same notoriety? Well, I'll tell you what, it found its way to the drag strip shortly after, and at least we're going to keep Tiranas tough forever in the drag strip. Drag racing, keeping Aussie cars tough for eternity. Hits the stripe, 9.43 on the 950, 9.70 on the 950. So not a bad run for Michael. A little bit too quick for Brad Dilger, 43 on the 50. Ryan Stewart now and Jorge Pereira. Jorge in the R35. I mean, these are a natural-born killer, these things, I can tell you. He's in the H class, the same as Ryan. He's got to bump this thing in. Whoa, he's got it. He's got a number 2. He's got a light. This is going to be a legal pass. This will be legal ET for him. He's running in that H class, so he's got to try and run a 950. Let's have a look. Hey, 56. 956, a clean run. 10.40 for Jorge. 10.40 in the R35, both in that 950 class. So a 56 is looking good. Once he got the thing to bump properly and get it into stage. Let's have a look at that one. 56. Where are we? 956. What was his earlier run from there? 56 with a 3. Let's bring it up here now. 56 didn't come up. He must have had an earlier run or a slow run there. But yeah, no, that 56 with the 3 was a good one. Tim Highblow now and Rob Wizard. So Rob Wizard, how good's the HT? But I tell you, Tim, this little Dado Bluebird, I think what we say, we've got a VQ in this thing. A little bluey sleeper. Clean green, reaction time 2.45, so he's got 1.45 seconds to add to the ET no matter what he runs. So he's got to come back and cut a better reaction time. But let's have a look at what Timmy runs first hit. 1060 in that 1050 class, but he's got to add 1.45 seconds to that because his reaction time sucked. Just quietly. Marcus Borg and Damien Boyce. So Boycey back with the Dragon Drive car. Of course, he's still trying to sell his basically his low 7-second Nova radial car / big tyre car. But Boycey's got some toys. He loves his Fords. He's getting rid of the Chevy. Marcus Borg, the XT, both running in the I class. So trying to run the 1050. Barra Power on board, I think, for the XT. Clean green, so they're both going to matter. These Fords side-by-side tees down the track. 667 to a 701. 26 and a 92. 26 a little bit too stout. 26 a little bit too stout for the 1050. All right, Russell Weaver and Adam Langridge, so still trying to hit their marks here. They're both in the I class. So 1050, both trying to hit the 1050 here and try and keep the reaction time under a second. 1:16 reaction for Russell Weaver. So the VT leaves a little bit of ET. VT leaves some ET. So a 47 would essentially be a 50. Look, I tell you what, I wonder whether that's a way to play the game, but you can't always get your reaction times that fluky. He'd have to add 1.16 of a second to his 47. So I wonder whether there's a loophole there that we've got to look at. Could you run a 47, add a 0.16 reaction time deficit and hand in that high 1050? 47 with a 7 plus 0.16 is still, yeah, it's still like a 63. So it ain't so good. But imagine if you cut like imagine if you ran a 10.40 and you went 1.10 in the reaction time and you added the 1.0 to your 10.40. Who knows? Who knows? This sport has got its fluky moments. Who knows? Cody Hunt, David Smith. All I know is automobiles, as random as they can still be sometimes alarmingly accurate by accident. David Smith and Cody Hunt in the J class. So J, I think we're trying to run 1150s here. So let's see what these 1150 cars do. Let's have a look. 1241, 1276. A little bit off the mark if we're running in the J class. So what are we? The G is the 850. H is the 950. I is the 1050. J is the 1150. All right. More J cars now. Scott McClendon in the HQ and Ruben Dolphin in the VU. Fins up. All right, here we go. Ruben and Scott. Both ready to go, except the tree ain't throwing. So we just got to roll them back for a sec, boys. We're trying to flick it and it won't go. Come on back out, boys. Come on back out. We're right now. There we go. All right, try again. All right, this time I think we might be right. All right, so the J class, I think we are trying to run 1150s. There we go. There they go. I'll give Ruben extra points because he's banging a stick down there. So there we go. So big, yeah. If there was a clue something like that was going to happen just before that, especially when Pete went to throw the tree, and it just had that little delay. So guess what's happened? It's just this little, tiny little glitch that kicks in once in a while, and it's just that little tiny clue. Just that little reset of the timing system needed there. But yeah, it's that little clue that run before, well, just when Pete was trying to throw the tree and it didn't quite respond to what he was trying to do out there. And then lo and behold, that very pair, 2 win lights turn up, and we just got to do that little CompuLink reset there. It is just a little bit of a way of life. It's a bit of CompuLink life, actually. Just does it, doesn't it? Once in a while. Just throws you that little little glitch in the timing system that's only hit us twice so far this morning, being going for nearly 2 hours. But I don't know what the record is for a drag strip on how many ETs a year, but I mean, God, we do belt out some ETs. When you add up the test days, 3-day drag and drives, there'll be I think there's an event even here tomorrow. So you think about how many ETs that these systems have to belt out. And yes, little glitches kicked in here with the CompuLink again. And we're just getting that all sorted right now. But it has done it on occasion, sometimes at some pretty crucial moments. I think I remember one Winter Nationals here when we had 2 fuelers literally ready to go in, and then the thing just went to flashing reds. Probably not the right time to be going flashing reds with 2 fuelers into stage, which is something that happens once in a while. Shane, and again, if it's computers, it's going to have some little glitch kick in at some stage. Shane with a Y, Shane Gordon in the WB Ute, and Shane with an A&E, the Chevy pickup. All right, attention in the pits, Group 1, Session 2. You can make your way to the lanes in the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes, that's your 5 minutes, 5 minute marker. Group 1 to the lanes, you can start rolling in 5 minutes. Group 1, Session 2 to the lanes in 5 minutes. Group 1, Session 2 to the lanes in 5 minutes. Dean Heidke now and Clint Harbo, both in the J class. Again, side by side, they hit the stripe at half track, 7:25 to 7:38. Looking for that 1150s here. 32. Oh, Dean Heidke, 49 with a 9. Can't hand it in. Can't hand a 49 on a 50 in. As much as you love to go up and go, listen, it's 11:49 with a 9. How am I looking? The answer is no. It's under the 11:50 we're looking for. Imagine if he had a reaction time of 1.011 and then went 49 with a 9. That would be all right. Technically, you can almost do that until we bring in a rule that you can't even have an illegal ET in there. Got to be good reaction time and a legal ET. Tim Barron back and Darren Parker in the J class. Here we go. 071. So, I mean, there's no real rewards for best reaction time, but we certainly punish you if you go slower than a second. Let's have a look as he hits the stripe here. 49 with a 5. Can't use that either. 49 with a 5. Can't use that. Darren Parker, 11.16 with a 6. Definitely can't use that. Okay, Mitchell Watson, here we go, the LS XE wagon. And Stephen Bryce, the XB. Tow bars everywhere today, let me tell you. Both in that J class, so the 1150 class hits the stripe at half track. No one's going to go near the 50 here by the look of this. 11.96 to a 12.34 for the XE wagon. So it is just as hard, no matter whether you're trying to crack a low 7 or whether you're trying to run at 11.50. It's not easy. Marcus Hamilton and Callum Fu. Callum with this beautiful HG Prem. Marcus Hamilton, the Monaro, the HZ.
Reaction time 106.4 for Marcus Hamilton, 106.4. So just over that 1 second. So you'd have to add 64 thousandths to a C2. And look, a 53, 11.53 and an 11.51. Marcus Hamilton, 51 plus 064 is 11.57. But the 51 clean there for Callum Fu. Michael White now and David Ritchie. David Ritchie in that EB. Is it EB GT there? Well, it says Fairmont up here, but it's got some GT body kit on it. Michael White in the XT. Back to have another crack at this. Well, David Ritchie is in the I class. He's trying to run maybe a 10.50. Michael's trying to run an 11.50. Let's have a look. 10.80 on a 10.50. 11.55 on 11.50. Now it's starting to sharpen up. Day one, it's starting to sharpen up already. 55 on that 50. Here's Nicole Willett now and Jason Mansueto back. So Nicole in the Kingswood. She's running in the I class. They're trying to run the 10.50. Jason Mansueto's in that E class. And that, I think if that's ASPO 28s, like that's a tough class. Like having a look at those quick ETs in the E class. I mean, that's Brody Olsen, 883. Kevin Brown, 887. Jason Mansueto, 891. I'm going to listen to this thing on the way down. Oh, hassles the tyre pretty hard on the hit. And look, he's not even going to take it after that. Like that, once it breaks loose like that, he's not going to get the ET he wants. Nicole goes 10.84 on the 10.50. Mansueto's earlier, 8.91. As I said, he's in that E class. Don't forget, the merchandise is there till 12, then packing up to go to Warwick. So, look, listen, you've got just on an hour to grab that merch pack today before we send it to Warwick. So, grab that merch pack within the next 45 odd minutes and we'll start packing that up and taking it to Warwick. So, make sure you grab that great merch before we move on. And that's what I say. The warning is, grab the hoodies now because tomorrow morning you'll be going, geez, I wish I got that hoodie. Because you'll be freezing tomorrow morning. Grab the hoodie today. Grab the hoodie in the next hour, or else you'll be freezing tomorrow. VPW Allstars Drag and Drive. 2 hours in. Someone's playing up in the burnouts there. Well done, Peter Johnson. Dane Turnbull ready in his Commodore Ute. Aussies and Utes, we love them. Paint optional. I'm one for optional paint. I'm not big for paint. Paint is optional. Both in the I class. So trying to run 10.50s. Couple of utilities on the way down. Trying to run 10.50. Half track 6.97.25. The Valiant is tracking very well. 10.91 to a 10.87 in that I class. All right, we're just having a quick squiz there. Whether we had something happen there at half track or not. Just our eagle-eyed observers. Just listening to some two-way chatter in the background here. We listen to all of our track officials talking to race control in regards to that. So just checking that out. So Group 1, back to the lanes. You can go back to the lanes now. It's been nearly 5 minutes. Group 1, back to the lanes, please. Group 1, back to the lanes if you want another hit. Of course, Group 1 was all of our big classes, of course. So Group 1. So that means so Quarantine's lane 2, of course, all day. Unlimited to lane 3. Force 28's to lane 4. NA 28 to lane 5. Force 235, 255 to lane 6. NA 235, 255 to lane 7. So Group 1, if you want to come back for another session, get to the lanes now, please. And as I said, Group 1. We're just trying to get everyone in their respective groups. 1 run each. As you can see, we've already had a few competitors sort of go double up, and a lot of the times that's because if they're in quarantine, they do get a chance of another couple. If anyone else has done that and they're not in quarantine, they're being very cheeky. But we are just trying to make sure we get everyone just through the equal amount of runs to start with, and the quarantines, of course, will have the luxury of as many as they want. Quarantine, if you don't know what we're talking about, quarantine will be just where you're placed. If you're if you're in the top 3 placings after today at Warwick, you will again have a little bit of a free run being in quarantine. And you know what? Isn't it amazing that sometimes you might be sitting in quarantine and then someone comes out of nowhere, and it's going to be funny when we get to the 8th mile tomorrow that some of our little multiplication factors will work better for some cars. Some cars that have worked really well over the quarter might have problems at the 8th. That 8th mile discipline sometimes a little harder to dial in. So, I mean, honestly, if you can't get up to Warwick in person tomorrow, honestly, you're going to have a great day out there by coming up there, sampling it all in person. But if you can't, take in the live stream, which we'll be having today, tomorrow and Sunday, and just see how it all sharpens up tomorrow up there at Warwick when we go to the 8th mile. Scott McClendon back with the HQ, Ruben Dolphin back in the VU, and swap lanes now. So another call for Group 1, Session 2 to the lanes, please. So Ruben, the only guy banging through gears by the look of it. Sounds so good, banging through the gears, trying to hit that mark. Let's have a look. 11.80, not too bad, banging through the gears. Trying to run that 11.50. Scott McClendon through in the HQ. All right, Mick Thomas and John Borg. John Borg in the XE. I think John's another stick shift. Let's have a listen. No, he's not. I do know we've got a pretty tough XE or XD out there that's stick shift somewhere. Mick Thomas beside him in the HG. Both in the I class, trying to run 10.50s. 10.61, 11.20. So 11.20 for Mick Thomas, John Borg, the XE. 10.61. Plenty tough. Plenty tough indeed. All right, here's Aris having, you reckon this is one more crack for Aris. He's 10.51 on the 10.50. So it just depends what Jamie Page does. If he has another run, he went 51 with a 9. Aris has gone 51 with a 5. Matty Kelly, Mr. Matty Kelly back with the Supra. Packing plenty of good 2J on board. He's in the I class too, trying to run 10.50 with the street car. Tell you what, Aris packing plenty in that ZL1 Camaro. Matt Kelly there right behind him. Reaction time a little bit better to Aris. He goes 49 with an O. Might be enough for you, Matty. Aris. 59 for Matty Kelly. Puts himself in the mix. 10.59 on the 10.50. 49.0 on the 5.0. The 51 with the 5 might be enough for now, Aris. But watch out for guys like Matty Francis here and William Keogh. Will Keogh. Plenty of Fords representing. I tell you, we've got the All Ford Day a couple of weeks' time here at Willowbank, so don't forget that. You want to see more Fords than ever, the All Ford Day here in a couple of weeks' time on a Sunday here at Willowbank Raceway. Matt Francis in that HQ. Cleaned him up at the Winter Nationals. That HQ, he has plenty of runs in that van. 52. Let's throw Matty Francis in the mix. 10.52 on the 10.50. 11.55 for William in the XE Falcon. A little bit off the mark. Jason Burnett now and Brendan Burnett. The Burnett boys, what is it with their Holdens and their wagons? I think Brendan's also got a Beetle, one of the Burnett boys. HJ and HG out there. Whoa, I'll tell you what. Out of the hole, 152 to a 151. The Burnett boys know how to 60 foot. That wagon and a half track, 675 for the HG, 645 for the HJ. 58, 10.58 for Jason Burnett, 10.23 too quick for Brendan. Both in the I class trying to hit the 10.50. Speaking of trying to hit the 10.50, Mr. Jamie Page, Mr. ET Chassis back, this beautiful little Dado 1200 with the LS on board, 51 with a 9. Mitchell Horsefall beside him with the Tirana. Little sleeper. He's in the I class as well, trying to hit a 10.50. Let's just have a look. Aris is 49 with a 0. He's 51 with a 5 is probably the mark to try and hit here now. Geez, Jamie, I tell you what, he nearly went over 1 second in the reaction time. Let's look at the stripe for the little Dado. 10.50 what? It's a 50 flat. Hand that time slip in, Jamie Page. Hand in that time slip. 10.50 flat. So Aris was about to hand in the 51 with a 5. Jamie went 51 with a 9, but there's the reply. 10.50 for Jamie Page on a 10.50. 10.50 flat. Aris, do you need another one? Do you 49.0? Do you need another one? 5.0 flat for Jamie Page. Dean Wilson now in by himself. I think just works so well, does it not? That boosted 6-banger, 674 to half track, trying to hit the 10.50, 52. Boy, we've got a bunch in the I class. We have got a bunch in the I class. Let me flick that up and have a look. In that I class. Let's have a look. Let's get near there. Yeah, Russell Weaver too quick. Rob Wizard too quick. Greg Barrett too quick. Michael Sears too quick. Damien Boyce too quick. Brendan Burnett too quick. Danny Lansdowne too quick. But then 10.50 for Jamie Page. Adrian Brown now in the D class. Johnny Oliver the same. Reaction times 2.29 to 2.94. Throw those ETs away no matter what they run. They're not going to be worth much at all with those reaction times. 10.74 for Brownie and 10.02 for Johnny. But throw them away. 2.94 reaction, 2.29 reaction. Time slips you can't keep. Kate Woodbridge back in this beautiful XP. Michael McMullen, the Charger, both in the E class. Yeah, Clean Green's going to be able to keep these no matter what. And again, we don't show any history of previous runs today because we've had to reset the timing system. So whatever was in there, we can't show you. 11.04 and a 10.67. Michael McMullen, 10.67 in the Charger. 11.04 for Kate Woodbridge. Pat Smith and Justin Gall back. Now, Pat Smith, another one running, I think, stick shift in this thing. But this car, he just needs a couple of good, clean runs where this thing behaves itself, doesn't spin the tyre and turn it into a drift show. I think it's got some tricky, it might have a Tiptronic or an 8-speed, or it's got something weird in it that didn't quite get to the bottom what box is in that thing. 10.06 with a clean green for Justin Gall, earlier 10.10. And for Pat Smith, a 10.62, not bad, but the reaction time a little crappy. Here's another guy having another crack at it. Jono McDade, 8.16 at 175 mile an hour on his first run. Paul Allen beside him in the HK. He's running in the E class. Jono McDade, the D class. Which means that would be, if it's the A, B, C, D, E. NA 235 and forced 235. There we go. Just knocks those tyres off. I think he might have a 255 on the back, John McDade, but that 2JZ Sylvia did not want to have a bar of that off the tree there. Still runs the IRS in that car too. 10.69 for Paul Allen. Not bad there for him, Aspo. And yeah, this time for John McDade, no good. 15.31. Knocking the tyre off it straight off the hit, not happy. All right, so Corona on screen is, of course, again, I can't keep up because we've got a couple of Coronas in southeast Queensland with 1Js, 2Js, 3RZs. This one's got the boosted LS on board. Braith Cornford, of course, I think Dave's around. Phil Powell beside him in the Kingswood. So D12 for Braith, so running in that boosted class. Just putting them all in here just to make sure I get my ABCDs right. All right, clean greens. There we go. Reaction times. Oh, no, I tell you what, they came out like a rocket, but then the thing's just lost power. The Corona's lost power. 138 in the 60, but they're nothing. And rolls on through for Phil Powell. 10.15 after an earlier 10.17. So the car very consistent over 2 runs. But for Braith, the thing's just lost power. And he's in that D class, which is Force 235, 255, if I get all my A, B, C, Ds and E's right. And I'm just putting him in here as I see him. H, I, J. There we go. Hopefully that all works out well. See if I open that up again, whether that pops up the same. Yes, it does. All right. Works out well. Ricky Wright now in the Tower Lane, the Tirana running in the D class, Force 235 and 255. Warwick Meldrum, the same class, Barra-powered Valiant. And Warwick, 8.68 first run for him, but reaction time was over the 1 second mark. So Warwick's going to hopefully get the bulb. If he can get bulbs in first, it's going to probably be better for some of these cars. That's good, that's good, that's good. He's going to get one. Oh, Warwick Meldrum needs a pedal. Needs a pedal. That is big boosted Barra making that valiant move all the way around. And that pinion just continued to keep climbing. 9.58 for Ricky. But Warwick Meldrum, we'll see a little replay here. There we go. Take that. Can we pause Warwick in the air there? Can we get that little back to the start line? Out it came. Big, real steel reaching for the sky. Here we go. We'll just go back and grab him. Look at that. Dave on the listening to the PA can hear us. So Dave's looping us back. Here we go. Here we go. Here comes Warwick. Somewhere about. There it is. That's the one. That's what we... Yes, sir. Something about him reaching for the sky. Big valiant too. I mean, the Tirana wasn't a slouch beside him, but yeah, Warwick definitely got our attention there. Steve Nightingale back, Peter Connigan. So Steve out there. Look at these beautiful examples. What are we, XA and HT, are we? HG. That's a bit better for Steve Nightingale. Didn't knock the tyre off at this time. He's no stranger to our drag and drive. He's done the drag challenge as well. 10.85 for him. Connigan 13.57. He's in that E class, which is NA 235-255. Steve's in the NA 28s. Darren Woodbridge, another one in the NA 28, same as Matty O'Malley. The HX and the XEs. Now, some of these guys, they won't be probably in the pointy end of things, but they're just in that class. They identify in that class, and plenty of time in Group 1 to be able to do that. Darren Woodbridge, Matty O'Malley, Pro Tree. Oh, a little backfire through the carburettor there. We're onto the fire extinguisher pretty quick to make sure, just in case. It's still flaming there. We don't want to be chucking a rag over. We just got to do that. That's all. We just got to do that. That's all we got to do. And again, it's all about making sure we put the fire out. And if that means we have to give the top of the carby a little bit of extinguisher, well, we're going to do that. But again, most guys, if they're running a little bit of nitrous on board, he's going to still do. Tell you what, goes all right with a bit of extinguisher down the top, doesn't it? Didn't think the thing was going to run, but there it was. Of course, it starves the oxygen out of stuff, the extinguisher, but he just still had enough fuel there. Probably balanced it up nicely, actually. Okay, everyone, here's the call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Doesn't matter whether it's Group 1 or Group 2, you can go to the lanes. If you want another hit, Group 1 and Group 2, no matter what, you can go to the lanes now. Just keep in the lanes you were, just out of habit. But anyone from Group 1, anyone from Group 2, you can go to the lanes now. So any competitors want another hit, go to the lanes, please. It looks like day one, people are starting to just think about hitting the road already. Anthony Burns into stage, Andy Fenton beside him. Reaction time clean, under 1 second. Burnsy, check out the work you half track, 6.05 to a 6.04, 9.43 to a 9.43. Two completely different combos from different ends of the country. 43 with a 9, 43 with a 3. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Any competitors, you can go to the lanes and have another crack. If you're not happy with the time slip you're looking for, go to the lanes, you can have another crack. No need to wait for your groups now, just you can get to the lanes. We've thinned out the lanes. It looks like people that have wanted to run have had a run. People that want to have another one, well, look, the lanes are pretty much starting to empty out. Big shout out to you, Scooter March. Big pour on today, is that right? In between loads of concrete, that's the way, mate. Keep an eye out on the overtaking lane live stream all weekend for VPW All-Stars Drag and Drive. Sorry, Dan, I accidentally went to call you, Dan Case. I didn't mean to call you. I just wanted to open up your message, that's all. Tell you what, little Dado's in. Reaction time 9.48, so just got it in before taking a deficit. 10.37, not bad. He's in the unlimited class, 10.37. Peter Beresowski had to push the HQ back. Earlier 8.99 for him, running in the B class, being 4s 28s. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Any competitors that want to have another run, the lanes don't have to wait now. You can just roll up to the lanes if you want, and we'll get you down. We just wanted to get that opportunity to make sure everyone got a run, that everyone took their turn. But what does occasionally happen with Dragon Drives? Gee, Noel Inman just about setting the speed record for the burnout area. Morning, guys. You all good? You guys need, yes, you need Allstars hats on to just stop getting sunburnt there. Just anyone that's not wearing a hat, go get a hat. Go get an Allstars hat, merchandise plug. Don't mean to shame you into melanoma. Let's just get you into a cap, eh? Slip, slop, slap, and a cap. And while you're there, grab a hoodie. Why don't you? And merch is only open for 44 more minutes today. All right, so grab that merch before it all packs up. So he's not happy, Disco Dean. He wants something quicker than a 46 with a 9. He needs something right on the 850. That's why he's back in here. Noel Inman as well. 104-year-old car out there. All right, Disco, we need to see you something near the 550. 544, it's going to be sharp. It's going to be close. Oh, 45, another 45. Disco's going to need another run. Disco's going to need another run there. Noel Inman, 10.97. Look, 10.97's not bad for a vertical windscreen and the drag coefficient of a block of flats, and not bad for a 104-year-old car. But Noel, he's just in it to have fun. Mitch Hamilton back here. Here we go. So 4G on board, 4G63. Timmy needs something under 1 second. There we go. That's better. Mitch Hamilton ain't going to get it here. Now, if Mitch has got a shot of NOS, he's going to need something to boost that thing up quick. 10.63 for Tim. That's not bad. Look, a 5.07 reaction time means that is a legal pass. He is in the I class trying to hunt down, I think, the 10.50. So 10.63 is not too bad. However, Mitchie, that was a big reaction time from him. Too much reaction time. You need better than sub 1 second. So big shout out to everyone working this Friday, wherever you are around the country, around the world. We got you. We got you. VPW All-Stars Drag and Drive for 3 days on the Overtaking Lane live stream. Put it in your reminders, subscribe, do whatever you need to, and keep up to date. Over 3 days. Rob Wizard, Greg Barrett, clean greens both sides, both running in the I class. They both trying to run 10.50s here. 10.43, 10.45 previous run. Let's have a look this time. 10.49. 10.65, so Rob Wizard, 10.49 on the 10.50, 10.65 for Greg Barrett. That is a number he can nearly hand in, but you know you're going to be sharp in the fitties. Damien Boyce now, Danny Lansdowne, check this out. Barra 2J bump in, Aussie Streetcars. Go to Bump City, boys. Reaction time. He moved a bit better, Boise. Danny has to slow down from a 10.08 to a 10.50. He's got to find somewhere to slow that car down. Barrett versus 2J. They hit the stripe. 33.52 for Lansdowne. So there we go. 10.52 for Danny. Boise 10.33. Just hasn't slowed it down enough just yet. But as we said, the lanes are open for whomever wants to come. That has entered the event, of course. Just no Joe Bloggs can enter now. But anyone that's entered, there is no restrictions on coming out to run. No matter what the session is now, you're all here. Jamie Farmer back, Mason El Haluli back. So Mason wants to get a reaction time under a second. Jamie Farmer gets the Mustang back after. Now, there's some leakage out there. Some decent leakage too. Pete Farnell's already onto it. Literally a metre from the staging beams, it's got a bunch of liquid on the track. And again, whether or not that's just come out of a fuel tank overflow, we don't know. We haven't quite determined what it is yet out there, whether it's oil or fuel. Odds are sometimes it can just be fuel out of an overflow. If you jump on the picks and it sloshes out of the vent, sometimes it can do that. Let's just have a look. It's another big drop there. We're just seeing what it might be, if it's just fuel or not. But we're on real quick. We've got the mops, the thinners, whatever we need. We're going to pick that up. Of course, was it Caleb Seng borrowed that car a couple of weeks ago here at Kenda on a 235, and here's Jamie taking it back off him. And that was nearly, at one stage, Australia's quickest drag radial car. All right, Mason, he's going to get a number here, but it's still 2.7 second reaction time for Mason. So no matter what the VH Commodore ran, it was still going to cop a 1.76 second deficit because of its reaction time. It was going to cop a 1.76 from there. So, yeah, so not real good, not real good. But this is the joys of having this 6-hour session. As we said, we've got 3 hours and 40-odd minutes. Yes, another plug for the merchandise. That's right. Thanks for that, Bubba. Another mention for the merchandise tent. If you need to get that Allstars Dragon Drive merch, go down and grab it now before they close the merch up. They're trying to pack it up by 12 so we can get it shipped up to Warwick and get it all out there. But as I said, you better grab the hoodies now because it will be cold in Warwick. Guaranteed as you rock up, you'll be wishing you had the hoodie on. So grab the Allstars hoodies, the merch, all there now. Grab it now before we pack it up in about 40 minutes' time. Sorry, I might have just twigged who that was. Is that you, Drewy? It just twigged. Just twigged then. I'm just thinking, no, it can't be. And then I look at it and just thinking, looking at that head and going, that is a GCC out there. That is. He's in there. There he is, Drewy. Didn't know it was you, Drewy. That's Drewy. Drewy's up here. Speaking of Dragon Drive royalty, I guess we should say, the old Krusty. I brought the Krusty shirt with me this weekend too, mate. I've got the Krusty shirt. We're renovating our bedrooms at home, mate. I had to go through every T-shirt, mate, and I have got thousands of shirts, and out come the Krusty. So I brought the Krusty with me. Got Dean Air now, Michael Sears. Now, Dean with this VE Commodore. Remember this sub 1 second. Go, boys. Clean greens. G-Class trying to run 850. I-Class for the Commodore, the VH for Sears trying to run 1050. 860, not bad on the 850. 860, not bad on the 850. 1048 on the 1050. 1048 on the 1050, too quick for Sears. Look, one of the joys of the 6-hour session is that we've still got 3 hours and 40-odd minutes for cars like Mason to get himself sorted. There's a few combos now that they're going to need to come back and try and hit this number in the next few hours. Brad Dilger, Brian Brennan. Brad and Brian, both in the H-Class, trying to run 950s. Clean greens. So the G-Class is 850, the H-Class is 950, the I-Class is 1050. The J-Class is 1150, 951. I tell you, Brad Dilger, 951. Where does that put him in? Brian Brennan, 1025. So, yeah, 951's a good number. Shane Gordon and Daniel Burnham back there, the Panos. How good does the HT look? Shane Gordon, so J-Class, both trying to run the 1150 class. So again, we're looking for something around 720, 730 at the 8th. 735 to a 794. So the Pano goes through 1153 for the Pano. So that's pretty close on that 1150. All right, the next one's coming up quick and fast. Chris Pattinson hasn't had a representative time. How's old Trappy? OG Trappy. At 11:30, Squadron Run Graduation at Amberley have Super Hornet doing its demo. Not sure if you can see it from track. All right, so if you hear some fighter jet action around 11:30, it's going to be a Super Hornet. There's a Squadron graduating down the road. Thank you, Dave Reed. Only you would know that. Zings the tyres again. Greg Trapnell goes out there. He's running in that C class, so he is running in the NA28s, I think. Where are we? NA28s, 956. That's two 956s that HQ's run. 956 twice, Old Faithful. 1558 with the big pedal there off the line for Chris Pattinson. So if we do hear a little bit of fighter jet action or we see some fighter jet, there's a Squadron graduating down the road. So thank you, Dave, Redrag Photos. Only you would know that. So keep an eye out for that. Oh, you know that. Sorry. Being Defence and Air Force. Sorry, I forgot it. I didn't know what you knew and what you didn't. And now you knew that, did you? Okay. Well, thanks, Phil. We'll
Find anything else you can tell us? Tim Barron, Mark Stone. So in the J class, trying to hit the 11.50. So here we go. So we want that 7.30 at half track, or 7.41, 7.36. Here we go, going for 11.50, 53 and a 56. Where does that put ya? 53 and a 56 in that class. Tim Barron was already in sort of provisional quarantine. Hang on a sec. Tara Johnston, Rob Ware. Pete's up there trying to get him in or whatever. Both in the I class, so both trying to run 10.50s here. Let's have a look between the two. Rob Ware, 10.50. It goes 49. Oh, 49 with a 3. 49 with a 3. He'll be back. Tara Johnson, 10.37. She'll be back, guaranteed. It'll be some of these index guys and girls that will be running nearly to the end, trying to hit the number, and that's the luxury of it. The downside is you've got longer in the day for the road section. Dane Turnbull, John Borg. Just hold the phone. He's gone too deep. Just hold back. So Pete, one of the most interactive starters we've got, just to keep everyone in the loop what's happening. Both in the I class, trying to run 10.50s here. So what do we need? Like a 6.50, 6.60 at half track. Let's have a look. That's where the mark's been. Let's have a look. Well, 6.81 to a 7.23. Trying to run that 10.50, 10.66, 10.75. So, yeah, there'll be a lot more of those cars trying to hit the mark in the next 3 hours, I can tell you. So remember, 11.30, there's a squadron graduation down the road. So there's going to be some... what? It was at 11. So we've already... Whatever it was, we've missed it. All right. Cancel that highlight. That's already happened. Brendan Burnett and Mick Thomas again in the I class, trying to run 10.50s. Have a look at the wagon, trying to slow it down. 25 again. It went 10.23, now a 10.25. Can't slow it down. Mick Thomas, 12.42. That is too slow. All right, they continue to roll around. You can tell who's got some priorities here. There's definite focus for some of these guys to continue to roll around, and you can nearly hot lap it right now. Rob Armstrong trying to run 8.50. Jason Burnett trying to run 10.50. So Rob Armstrong bumping in again. He went 8.60. Oh, Rob Armstrong looking, throw that one away. He's rolled before the beams, and whatever he gets, he's not going to get anything. Half track now for Burnett, 6.84. Keep an eye out on the 10.50 here. 10.71 for the wagon. 10.71 for the wagon. Now, I don't know whether this is true or not. I'd love to know who handed in the first time slip of the day. Was it Adam Rogash? Was it the only 6-second drag and drive car here to hand that in? 6.73, 2.18, and hand it in? He did. He walked past. He just went 6.7. I'm taking me 6.73, 218. And I'm handing it in. This is Australia Drag and Drive in 2026, guys. It's not a bad place to be. And it was good to get Adam up here to do the 3 days. It's a real good test for the 5-day later in the year if you want to choose to do that. Here's a guy that'll do the 5-day later in the year, and he's done them before, Brandon Zito. This is one of those street cars that you've just got to see to believe. And I've had the pleasure of seeing this at other Street Machine drag challenges in the past. And year after year, it continues to just whittle away with this combo. It is an absolute beast now. It always was, but just, ET's been cut down year after year, and now, like, it is, mid to low 7-second potential. Peter Johnson beside him, the Valiant. Just checking if we've got anything off the car there. No, they just might have been a little fuel, whatever, I don't know. Jumping on the picks, but let's have a look. Brandon Zito. Got the whole family there, the Zito family and crew. He didn't get one down because of the wheel stand. Let's have a look. Force 28. That's better. Carries the wheel. Beautiful. 1-2-1 on the back tyres. All the way to the stripe. 476 at half track. 726. 196 mile an hour for Brandon Zito. How good's the wheelie? Out it came about a foot in the air, carrying the wheels a couple of 100 foot out. A couple of 100 foot out, no doubt about it. And that's a good number for Zito. Where does that put Zito in there? That is a great number, even though it's not popping up on our screen here. But that was a good number, a clean number as well. So that didn't pop up here, but he's got the slip anyway.
Mark Reek and Hoffman, Scotty Hoffman back. Plenty of work being done on the KE 70 panel van. 2JZ on board. Hoff just needs a run point A to point B. Bobs those wheels up and down, gets the gears to half track. It's 495 at half track for Hoffman, 793, 139 at the finish line. It was 153 at half track for Scott Hoffman, 153, 495 to half track, and then off the throttle early. Like, that is off the throttle. That is way off the throttle early for Hoffman at the end, whether there was something wrong with it or whether that was a checkout run. Tim Heibloom and Steve Bryce, reaction times under a second, and the V6 Bluey, off he goes. That's the Bluey, and there's the Drewy. Here we are. And Heibloom, 10.5.0.0. Oh, hang on a sec. 10.5.0.0.0. Jamie Page, 10.5.0.0.0. Tim, 10.5.0.0.0. Potentially on day one to have two cars in the 1050 class with 10.5.0.0 time slips. Hand those suckers in. That's crazy in the I class. 10.5.0.0.0. That's Jamie Page and Tim Heibloom running 10.5.0.0.0s with Datsuns. Steve Carkeet, Darren Parker now Steve trying to run an 850. He went 8.46 on the last run. No worries about reaction time for Carkeet. 0.81. Let's check it. 8.50. He needs an 8.50. 55. Here we go. 8.55 for Steve Carkeet on the 8.50 class. Parker 11.82 in the J class on the 11.50. So 10.5.0.0.0 twice handed in now. That'll be Jamie Page and Tim Heibloom. Dean Heidke, he went 49 with a 9 trying to run 11.50. Clint Harbert in the Commodore trying to do the same thing. Trying to run in the 11.50 class. Let's have a look at the 660. Here we go. It's 7.26, 7.40. Have a look at this. How close to 11.50? 55 and a 54. They're close. They are close. It's going to be tight in all of these index classes. This is just when, you know, we can't expect an endless supply of unlimited builds and Force 28 builds, but God, we can get some tight competition in all these index classes. That's what I love about this format. Dean Wilson, Brett Page, both trying to run in that 10.50 here. What a class. It's already so tightly contested. You've got to be quicker than a 10.5.0. Well, you can't be any quicker than a 5.0.0.0. 10.83, 10.59. Yes, Disco Dean, the lanes are open for you to keep trying to whack a 50 out of it, mate. No more 8.45s, Disco. You can go to the lanes as many times as you want, Disco. You and Swanee, you can go as many times as you want right now. Marcus Borg and Greg Holmes, check out the Utes, the XT and the XYs. Someone grab a gear, boys. God bless this country. God, we got some good pickups around here. How good. A 51. Yeah, he's in the 1050 class, 1151. I nearly got excited. I thought he was in the 1150 class. 1088 beside him for Marcus Borg. All right, Nicole Willett and Mitchell Horsfall. Mitchell back in the Tirana. And how is Nicole? With the crusty Kingswood. Again, paint optional. They're both trying to run 10.50. I mean, this is already the tightest class. I'm not going to give Nicole any crap about a reaction time of 4.11, but I will a little bit. She's got to add 3.1 seconds to this, 10.79. She's going to have to add 3 seconds to that because of what she's done. What up, G? What up, G? Bloody Disco. Well, we saw a flashback from last year, Dodsy, of you being passenger in the panel van for the 3 days. Thank God it's a 3-day event, he said. Michael Osborne now, Brendan Burnett, one in the H class, one in the I, so one trying to run a 950, one trying to run a 1050. You wouldn't think that HJ Wagon could run a 1050, but LSA is picking the left-hand hubcap up. The old Kingswood hubcap dangled for over 60 foot in the wagon. 966 on a 950, 1033 on a 1050. So 1.16 over, 1.17 under. So you can see the marks they're trying to hit. Jason Legrand and Jason Davidson. Jason and Jason.
One trying to run an 850. This is this beautiful 8 checks of Jason Legrand trying to run 850. Jason Davidson running in force 28s. So no matter what you run, you run. But yeah, trying to run with the HX and 850. Oh, there we go. Big shout out to Marley Dodds, all the best today. 889 for the HX of Jason and Jason Davidson, 1098. Marley Dodds, what up, G's son? One of the best fighters, pound for pound, age for age. I think he's just nearly turning 17 and fighting today, Marley. Keep an eye out for the name Marley Dodd. Maybe boxing for Australia at the Olympics in the future. Rod Lyle and Glenn Finnegan. And, of course, what up, G, at Jambo in 7th, 8th and 9 here at Willowbank Raceway. As we said, Mopar Sunday. All 4 days still to come here before then, and Jambo, 7th, 8th and 9th of August. Rod Lyle and Glenn Finnegan, that big 57 delivery back, trying to run an 850. Both of them trying to run an 850. Geez, really knocked the tyre off the delivery. Tell you what, half track 567 for the VL. The delivery is off the throttle, 872, and earlier 871 for Rod Lyle. So that VK, super consistent, 871, 872. And Finnegan, God knows how many cubes under the hood of that big 57 delivery, but that is one tough beast. Aren't these cars going to make a beautiful impact on our roads the next 2 days? If you were to cruise out through the scenic rim, you're going to catch all these tough cars with trailers and parachutes running around the area. Pat Smith, another crack here with the RX-7. Scott McClendon beside him, the HQ. It says LSX RX-7 on the back or something to that effect. So LS RX-7, this time a little bit better reaction time though, 129. So he's got to take 2.9 into that. He's got to take 2.9 into that, unfortunately. 1068. Marcus Hamilton back trying to run the 1150, as is our XE. Pete just rolling up there real quick, making sure that the tree's going to throw for you guys. Well reacted. I think we've got an LS in the XE wagon as well. So half track, 741, 752. They're on their way to 1150, 1160, 1156 and an 1165. So 1165 for the XE, 1156 for the Monaro. So attention in the pits. The staging lanes are open for all competitors now. Staging lanes are open for all competitors. Matt Maloney trying to hit the 1050 mark. And beside him, the Mustang trying to hit the J. He says he's in the J class, trying to run the 1150 class. So just a little too fast for their own good, these guys. We've just got to get them out of stage to set the timing tree. There we go. Just can't have them both with the bulbs on because we won't be able to reset it. There we go. Clean greens. Luke and Greg and Matt Maloney. Half track. Let's have a look. The Mustang. Well, actually, they're both in the I class, I apologise. So both trying to hit 1050, 1066 and a 1078. 1066 and a 1078. So that's a legal time over the 1050 that you can hand in. Matty Kelly and Luke, well, that was now Matty Kelly and Derek Johnson. So here we go. Supras. These are going down in history as a classic and rare shape. Classic and rare shape, Matty Kelly, Derek Johnson. And talk about accruing value. Even any super shape now, especially JZA 80s. I mean, put them up there with not quite XY GTHOs or Tirana hatchbacks or hardtop Falcons, but they are very rare and sought after JDM muscle. Screaming 2Js, identical to the 60-foot 202, 201. Half track, 8 flat to 755, both trying to hit the 1050, 1127, 1142 with too much start line hassle of the tyre. A lot of ET loss there in the first half of the track. Yes, it's getting warm up here, isn't it, Fel? I'll turn it on in a sec, I think. Damien Boyce, Mick Thomas. Boycey in the I class, Mick in the I class, both trying to run 1050. Boycey needs to slow his down a little bit. All right, here we go. Mick Thomas. Haven't really seen Mick today with that thing. So the HG utility, I mean, honestly, who needs to be here in the first 3 hours when you can have the last 3 hours nearly to yourself out there? 10.52, there we go. Damien Boyce starting to sharpen it up. 10.52 on the 10.50. 10.98 on the 10.50 there for Mick Thomas, a great place to start. But, geez, even that I-class now, as I said, 5.0, two guys, 10.50 flat. Jamie Page and Tim Heimblom, 10.500. So in order for you to be in that top 3 quarantine tomorrow, it's got to be a 5.0. Well, even Harris, what do you go? 51 with a 5 might get you in the third yet. Don't know till every single time slip's handed in, and I don't have any live updates on results, so I won't know either until late tonight, tomorrow morning. Matty Francis trying to hit 10.50. Ricky Wright in the D class today. You had the fuel leak there before, I think, Ricky. Plenty of gate off the lead there for Matty Francis. Let's see where he is at half track for the panel band. Now, the Toronto is moving out and away, being in the in one of our quick classes. 9.57 to a 10.52. Now, Matty Francis, you'd normally be happy with that, but knowing that, you know, to even get in the top 2 already, you need to be 10.500. Daniel Lake now, the beautiful VL. Rob Armstrong back with the hatchback. So both trying to run 8.50s here. Daniel Lake went 9.26 on one run. Rob Armstrong, 8.62. Going to go to Bump City. Oh, man, that red light, you can't hand this in either, Rob Armstrong. He's gone red. So if this is an 8.50, you can't hand it in because it's red. 8.58, and it's red for Armstrong. Can't hand in a red light. Can't hand in a red light. 8.58 would be great, except needs a clean green under a second. Michael Whiten and Tim Barron now. So Tim hitting that 11.50, same as Michael Whiten. I think Tim coming in was nearly provisional quarantine yesterday. Let's see how he goes getting close to that 11.50. We haven't seen an 11.50 flat yet. Blows the tyres off the XT on the hit, does Michael. Timmy at half track, let's have a look. Tim Barron. 7.39, shaping up, 51, I tell ya, 51 with a 4. I think there was a 5.0 here yesterday, but again, that was just yesterday, wasn't the start of the event. But how's that? A 5.1 with a 4. Look how fast these people are coming into stage. Just got to hold Pete up. Just making sure, checking under the coupe for a moment, just push back for a sec. Solo run, little leakage. All right, so tiny little drips, was it, of overflow? And you can tell when they get a little bit warm, might get the occasional drip. All right, Darren Parker, clean green for the HR. Geez, we've got a few HRs representing today. Trying to run on that 11.50, 11.99 for his first hit there, or first hit since we reset the CompuLink. 11.99 with a 4. Yeah, so whatever the problem is with the XP, we've got the rags and the thinners on board right now. And it's a weird little drip. It's sort of come across in a line crosswise. It's almost like it could have been maybe a bit of coolant overflow that's just trickled down onto the bottom of the chassis roll and run across for that to be sort of a sideways drip there. I don't know. Maybe it was the first white from Pete that we saw. I don't know. But anyway, thinners on board, mop on top. Whatever it is, it will be cleaned up. And lucky enough for all of our automobiles, of course, the engine's in the middle, and any leakage in the middle tends to leave the leakage in the middle and not in the tyre track marks. So pretty good, thumbs up. Just got to make sure that XP doesn't do that again. So T-minus, as I said, look, it's only a couple of minutes before the merchandise is probably going to be packed up. So grab that. As I said, grab the hoodies now. Grab the hoodies now. Don't be too cold in the morning. Grab those Allstars hoodies right now before we pack them up. And tomorrow morning, you'll be ordering one from Warwick anyway. If you wake up freezing, you'll be grabbing one. Great gift ideas as well. If you've got friends and family that are into this, or you're trying to get them into it, I mean, who wouldn't? I'm trying to get anyone I ever met and talked to into this stuff. This is the best lifestyle you can have in this country without leaving for another country, isn't it? We can do all the drag and drive we want in this country up here in southeast Queensland. We don't have to go to America. The exchange rate, it's horrible. Why would you want to be? We can be here in beautiful Queensland. We can do it. We can do it down south later in the year. Come down and do the 5-day down South Australia. I convinced my wife to do it. I said, how would you like to for our anniversary, drive around Victoria and South Australia. And she goes, oh, that'd be great. I said, great, we're going to a drag strip every day of the week. And happy anniversary. So I think day 2 of Drag Challenge down there will be my wedding anniversary. So keep an eye out for the festivities on day 2, whether she's talking to me or not. So it'll be good. Real marriage tester, drag racing, isn't it? It's a real marriage tester. You know what you do to keep it romantic? Propose to her at the drag strip like I did. That way you can always come back to where it all happened. Big shout out to Mrs. Diggs, might be watching on the live stream later. Jono McDade back, Dean Heidke back. Now look, 2 different agendas here. Jono McDade just wants to get a run down, maybe into the 7s here. He is in the D class. Dean Heidke in the J class. The hot rod went 11.49 with a 9, trying to run 11.50. And I think he did so well last year, Heidke, with this hot rod. So he might have even won the trailer last year. All right, Jono, this bump, there's 2 inches that he needs. That's important. And the zing of the tyres again. He might have to soften this up again. Just can't get it off the line on the little tyre. Heidke, here we go. Have a look at the hot rod. Trying to hit 50. It goes 64. He's hunting. He's hunting. But for Jono McDade in the D class, just not quite hitting it. And of course, in the D class, it is Fords 235, 255. So whether he's got a 255 or a 235 on that, it is not liking the amount of traction he's receiving off that. But being an IRS car too, that's always a little tricky. That's that last little thing you got to try and work out with IRS. That, of course, as the car plants, you're losing a little bit of the footprint of your tyre with the IRS. Michael Sears is back this time in the tower lane with the Commodore, trying to slow it down to a 10.50. Braith Cornford, he's on that 235/255. And the thing lost power on the last run off the hit. Let's see how he goes this time. It's out there, but I mean, it's not running with a fair head of steam. Half track 636, but I mean, it's got no boost in it there at all. It still goes 985 at 142 mile an hour, but power-wise, just not all the power that we know it's got. Michael says 10.52. Normally, any other day of the year, a 10.52 on a 10.50 index would be very close to the mark, but not when we've already got 2 guys with 10.500 time slips, Jamie Page and Tim Heinblom. So 52 is not as exciting as it used to be. Jason Vanderland, he's here in the H class. He's trying to run 950s. Darren Woodbridge beside him in the C class. Of course, the C class is NA28s. Can run what he wants. But yeah, our fixed index classes, we're all mixed in together. It's an all-in for the next couple of hours. And all of our competitors, some of them already hitting the road, getting that course, packing up the trailer and heading off from day one. Reaction time, 185 for Darren. So the XE has a 0.85 deficit on top of its ET because of its reaction time. However, 963 on a 950. A little slower than his earlier 947, but it is a legal ET, handable, innable. And some of them have already handed in and hitting the road. What have we got here? Total list. I mean, I'm saying 64. That's all I can put on the screen. I know we've got nearly 200. Andrew Blom and Jorge Pereira. So Jorge back here in this lane. That beautiful R35. Aren't they just a natural-born killer, these things? Andrew Blom, 982, trying to run a 950 and get the thing bumped and get a reaction time. He has. He's got it under 1 second. So these are legal ETs, both sides. They're under 1 second. No deficit attached. 966 on the 950 and a 1050 on the 950 after an earlier 1040 with a bunch of reaction time attached to the top for Jorge. So ideally, aspirated or supercharged or nitrous cars seem to be fine with the 1 second reaction time deficit on a Pro Tree. It's the boosted cars that need to bump in on a Pro Tree that seem to encountering the issue. Although for some competitors, I think if you do have issues bumping in, it might be better to just get into stage first wait for your opponent to at least get one light on and then light that thing up. That way you're not going to get that reaction time deficit. Now look, Mason Melhaluli, he's honing in on getting everything right. This car is in the B class, being Force 28s. Potential to obviously run easy, get into the 7s, but just the thing is not behaving itself, and then trying to get it to bump properly and then trying to get it out within a second. Just a couple of things yet to be able to sort out on the car, but we've got the luxury of a few hours still able to do it. It wants to come out and it wants to go, but the thing just sort of shuts off. There is something going on a bit further on down the track, whether it hits a safety or a boost cut. But look, the reaction time not bad, 1:27. So if they can piece all the little crucial bits together, that will have a good run coming out of that car in the next, well, hopefully in the next run. It's always one run away from sorting the issues out. And as we said, we're here till 3, so we've got 3 hours and 9 minutes to get ourselves something there. This is a guy that won't leave until he's got something with an 850 on it. Disco Dean, 846, 845, 845. The Barra-powered Escort panel van. Guy out the front, of course, Dan Swanee, a couple of weeks ago, debuted his Gemini radial car. Well, he owned the Gemini before with an SR, but now with an LS in it. It was an absolute work of art, and Swanee's the spanner man passenger with Disco for the next couple of days. Trent Brimble beside him as well. These guys know how to find the beams. Oh, Disco had the double. He kind of took it down with a bit of mechanical sympathy, and he's not, no matter what happens here, he's not going to be able to hand this one in at all. 7:45 for Brimble's okay. 53 for Disco, but he's going to have to come back and cut a light now. He won't be particularly happy that just that. Honestly, if we go back and count in real time between when Brimble put the bulb on and Disco, it wasn't that long. Disco was lit as Brimble tried to light it up. It was only that crucial 1 or 2 seconds before Brimble started to light his up. Disco just got a little nervous. He's thinking of his transmission temp and all that. He just lifted at the wrong moment as Brimble went in, and then that's why he came out with that 1.9 second reaction. All right, Jason Davidson in the B class as well. Back. Same with Noel Inman. They're both in Force 28s. Needless to say, they won't be in the top 3, but they're out there having a fair crack. Remember, folks, that is 104 years old, that body on that car. Some of that car is still 104 years old. 11.02 to a 10.15. And Nolly's got the most amount of creature comforts in that. Honestly, you cruising the highway with that thing. I mean, yes, it's probably not real good for fuel economy with all that aero, but plenty of arm room and leg room inside. You could pack a fair amount of stuff inside, but he's got a beautiful little trailer that goes with that Noel Inman. Perfect little drag and drive car. Scott McClendon and Ruben Dolphin. I don't know of too many other drag and drive cars older than 104 years old either, by the way. All right, Ruben, sticks up. Trying to hit the 1150 with the stick shift. 1181, that'll do. 1231 there beside him for Scott McClendon. Both in that J class. All right. Few clutch pedals out here. He's got to search through Travis Beckman and Patrick Smith. Now, Travis needs to cut us under 1 second reaction time, and he can start making that Datto a real little weapon, trying to run in the 1050 class. Patrick Smith running in the E class, the LS on board the RX-7. Best run so far for both guys, reaction time wise. They're both clean reaction time, so this will be a fair representation from both. 10.45 to a 10.72. So they're keepers. It's that combination of reaction time and keeping it under the 1 second really does help. All right, okay, we'll do that little call out in just a sec there. Is that Johnny Oliver out there having another crack? And Adrian Brown. Brandy goes 10.12, but his reaction time 1.52. But the 1 second rule, 1.52, come on. Attention in the pits, lost and found announcement. If everyone can just have a quick look around, there might be a little black rectangular microphone that's got DJI on it. if you can hand it into the main control tower up the top, please. It's a little tiny microphone that you'd use, obviously, with filming or capturing, and it's a little rectangular microphone. It's a little rectangular box, literally slightly bigger than a 50-cent piece, and it's about 10 mil thick. So if you can have a look around, if you find a little rectangular black DJI microphone, please bring it up to the tower. Sean, I would love to get that thing back. Or MPW. So, and of course, you've been lurking around everywhere, man. So just everyone, look everywhere, find that little rectangular microphone, either drop it down to MPW before he scoots or up to the tower, and we'll make sure we catch up with it, Sean. There's nothing worse than losing some of that equipment, I can tell you, but I can see how easy it is to do it, though, because the things are so compact. Now, Dully's up here with the shoes you can see from space, crunching numbers on the laptop already, mate. How is it when you hand in two 10.500s from two different guys, mate? I mean, now we're just trying to find who's going to be the third person in quarantine. Tara Johnston and Rod Ware both chasing that right now in the I class, trying to get there. Let's have a look. 46 and a 62. No. 46 and a 62. The 62 usable, but God, we're setting an Olympic standard already at 11.500. 10.500 rather. But look, a few people have hit the road already, which is good for the rest of our entrants to have that little bit of extra track time, because there's a few agendas yet to be met here. Disco's going to have to come back. That 53 is not bad, except for the 1.9 reaction time. So just when you think, you know, drag and drive with a twist, the reaction time deficit thing, here's a question for the future. What if you ran a 10.40 but went 1.10 in the reaction time? No, yeah, there we go. So the ET has to be above the legal cutoff, and you can't use reaction time deficit. There we go. Dully made that rule up on the fly. I threw the scenario up, and Dully just chops it down. There we are. All right, Kareem Patini El Haluli in stage with the VX. Brad Dilger out and gone, running in the H class. 9.51, 9.43, 9.38. Now, this is all good for the 9-second reaction time. He'd have to add 8 seconds to this ET. It goes 10.27. Let's add 8.24 seconds to that ET. See what I mean? It's a classic example of trying to get everything up and hauling. All right, Luke and Greg and Michael Osborne. So Dully's already got some of this stuff already handed in already. That's crazy. And is that... so some of that there, if they're identical ETs, do you just say split first? Mile an hour, right? So bigger terminal for Timmy. Is that right? There we go. So the Bluebird in front by a piece of beige paint. 1081 and 1081 there for Lucan in the I class, and 1166 for Osborne in the H class, trying to run into the 850s. So there we go. Yeah, Rogash, Zito, Smithy with the little Honda, Kenny, Lampard, Baker, Putland in the VF, Kudnik, Way, Vesneva, Naomi, Karsberg. Gee, I tell you what, McGregor. We haven't seen as many sevens in an Aussie Drag and Drive than what we've already seen. So I don't think we've seen that many sevens anywhere.
The top 10 is 6s and 7s.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also too, I made the claim before, the 73 be the quickest in Aussie Drag and Drive history in an event. Can't just go and test it. So I'm a Drag and Drive car, but I tested and I went on 640 in the event. I always put the asterisks. Not in testing, at an event. Okay, 1087, 1091. So I'd say some of those guys have already hit the road, like, you know, Lumper first hit out. I think I've ever seen Lumper go that quick, 59 for the Kingswood. And when you add up the rest of them, so, I mean, look, Rogash's thing, did we ever weigh that thing? Did we see what that weighed?
Yeah, it was heavy.
So not even 3,000 though, so that's relatively light in comparison. But Zito's would be nearly 3. Smithy's thing, I don't know what the Celica would weigh. Kenny's thing, Lumpus has got to be the heaviest thing out of the top 5 there, running 750s, showing probably more horsepower. But that little LS is not a little LS anymore. All right, McLeach, let's have a look. 54, sharpening up. I know Disco will be back soon. 8.54, Maloney, 10.60, trying to chase the 10.50 down. So we've got some rolling updates already, and obviously can check out the Allstars Drag and Drive page throughout the day, and as we finish after 3 o'clock, as to where everyone ends up. But already, we can already kind of tell where a few of them already ended up. It'll be all these index classes that everyone will be playing with the next couple of hours. Anthony Lagana, now this has got a 2J in it. It's a dead ringer for Dangerous Dave's Barrador. It's almost like twins, Basil. There we go. So we're going to do a little track clean and prep at 12. There's going to be a little gap. There we go. 32.20. Adam Rogash, he's listening. 32.20 race weight. Transit weight. So 32.20. All right, here we go. Michael McGregor, Anthony Lagana. Look, right now, let's throw away the 183 reaction time and let's just see what ET gets out of it. Trying to chase a 50. 8.84 on the 850 plus 1.83 seconds. So that's what we've got to see. Mick McGregor, 9.25, trying to chase the 850. So there's some of our updates for now. So there we go. Thanks, Adam, for that. 32.20 race, 32.20 race weight. And if someone can find that DJI little tiny square microphone, please hand it in either to the tower or down to the MPW pits. So this is a little bit of a clean and a prep. This is kind of our halfway of the day, 9 till 12. This is a little bit of prep, a little bit of clean. I'd say go down and get the merch, but I knew we were packing up before now, so may have missed that opportunity. But get down and just check out who's here, check out what those trailers are doing. Have that little break from the sun, but try and get yourself hydrated. And we've got 3 more hours of this open for every competitor. And I know that there's some unfinished business in a couple of those index classes, but man, I tell you, that 1050 class already, whoa. I still think there's room in the 850. There's a bit of room in the 850. There's a little bit of room in the 950, but the 1050 is pretty tight. I do think that if you really want to win this event, you nearly have to be here till 3 o'clock, I'm afraid. And look, lucky enough, we're not doing 1,000 Ks. Well, roughly, Dolly, what is our Ks between this first course today? Huh? 250. So 250, it's still a decent couple of hours on the road with everything. And I know some of these guys, when they're towing, the eyes are glued on the temp gauge for 2.5 hours, 3 hours. The course is going to be nice, scenic, beautiful day for it. We're going to blow everyone's minds as a couple of hundred drag and drive cars cruise through around the scenic rim and surrounding areas. But honestly, can we do this for spectators that are here that might want to follow the course? Could they ask nicely to get a copy of the course? Because if you go down to the Allstars 10 and ask nicely, say, look, we wouldn't mind doing the course. And if or scan the QR code to do that. And you know what? If you want to just take a couple of hours of a scenic drive and you want to make a weekend of it, go and do that this Arvo. Like whether or not you want to wait for the next 3 hours to see what happens the rest of the Arvo, or hit the course now, and we'll catch up with you a bit later on today because Bubba, Shagger and I are going to be in the big Bago and Shagger's driving. Bubba, we just got to keep him paced today, Bubba. He doesn't mind a couple of kits of cranberry vodka in there throughout the day to keep the big fella flowing, but once we're in there, we'll be trying to throw a bit of content up there. I noticed Shags must be one of the administrators on there throwing some lives up there, so I'll grab Shag's phone while he's driving and we'll throw a bit through there as well, I'm sure. But Warwick tomorrow is going to be fantastic. It's funny, day 2 with the 8th mile factor, some guys power through the 8th mile part and come out looking really good day 3. Some people that were looking really good day 1 falter at day 2. Some people that were nowhere a shot on day 1 somehow find something in day 2 on the 8th. By day 3, well, hang on a sec, you were good day 1 but sucked day 2. You sucked day 1 but were really good day 2. Day 3, it won't be cut and dried until the end of day 3. Mouth-watering. And, of course, I can't remember anything that happened 365 days ago. Neither can you. Well, no, you and I, 365 seconds ago, we have no idea. But I'll have a little flick through that. We'll take the small break while we're doing that little bit of a clean up there. We've got the live stream on, all the overtaking lane people watching. Like, share and subscribe. We're doing this little bit of track prep and we'll be back very, very soon with what we effectively call our afternoon session between 12 and 3. Any other competitors want to have another crack, get to the lanes and we'll get you done soon.
Just at the end of the night, under street lamp, red face flame by the light. I'm going away. I'm going away. I'm going away. And the sun gonna shine on a brand new day. Must be somewhere welcome me into the fold. Blooming flowers, as much as I can hold. I'm gone away. I'm gone away. I'm gone away. And the sun gonna shine on a brand new day for me. A brand new day for love. Brand new day for me. Brand new day for love. Yeah, I'm motorboating. I'm gone away. I'm gone away. I'm gone away. Yeah. And the sun gonna shine on a brand new day for me. A brand new day for love. Brand new day for me. Brand new day for love. Brand new day for me. Brand new day for love. Brand new day for me. Brand new day for love. Yeah.
Hold me tighter, this dynamic says it all. You're the curator and I'm your animal. Feel like I'm sinking underwater. Feel like I'm going over the falls. My mind spins faster and faster. My heart is bursting through the wall.
There we go. Small break, catching up with a few of our entrants. The Zetos are packing up, ready for their trek to the bottle tree, the checkpoint and beyond. That's our prep and clean. Hopefully that'll get us through till 3. VPW, Allstars Drag and Drive. Glenn Finnegan back for a crack. Of course, Finnegan had that Nova now, remembering that. 57 delivery. Isn't that going to be a statement on the highway in the next couple of hours? Jamie Farmer going to take this for 3 days around. Well, Finnegan tried to just put it on the trans brake. Not particularly sounding too healthy for Jamie, but he's gone past the 660. He's gone 596 to half track, 948. He is running in the Force 28s class, but we are just checking whether there's still a little tiny driplet out of that car. And Finnegan, a no time recorded purely because he just rolled the beams. He's obviously gone to nail the throttle. Maybe he didn't have the trans brake button on. Maybe it didn't work. Who knows? Thank you for whoever found that microphone. So the little microphone that went missing, we found it. Thank you. Little message come through from Bubba. Bubba's actually gone up the road and grabbed a few at the checkpoint at the Bottle Tree. So Bubba is coming back. I found found the Winnebago we're doing the 3 days in, and already, as far as my OCD is concerned, it's quite the mess. So, I mean, I'd still crash in there, but not in the current state that it's in. It's probably Bubba's mess, not so much yours, Shagger. Mitchell Watson and Mark Hare. So here we are, J-Class cars trying to hit that 1150, which I know we're going to have quite a few cars in this afternoon session that are going to try and stay here to do that and get their reaction times under a second, 143 and 195 with these guys. So whatever ET they run, it's going to be washed off with some bad reactions. 11.58 would have been nice, Mitchell, except for your 143, which means that would be like a 12.30 or a 12.40 with your reaction time. And they continue on. They're all trying to hit the mark. Darren Parker in the J class, Jason Dawn in the I class. They're trying to run 10.50 and 11.50 here. How many HRs? I'm going to start counting how many HRs we've got. S15s, we've got 3 of them. Rotaries, we've got 1. Stick shift, we've got 1. 1067, 11, and a couple of ladies in there too. So when you look at what we're packing, Aussie muscle, yes. Hundreds of Aussie muscle. JDMs, plenty of JDM. Frankensteins, i.e. chronic engine swap, yes, tick. Tough NA lungs, tick. American muscle, tick. Killer Corollas, tick. Devilish Dados, tick. We got them all. Rob Wizard, Warwick Meldrum. Keep an eye on this. Turbo Barra in the Valiant trying to run real tight on a 255. Rob Wizard trying to run a 1050 with the HT. Now again, Warwick trying to make the ETs. Now see, he's a little bit in no man's land, Warwick. He knows this thing can run mid to low 8s, but he's got to bump the damn thing in. So right now, the only thing in his head, apart from the massive wheel stand it did on the previous run, is trying to get the thing in under boost and out on a Pro Tree under a second. It is the fly in the ointment of the turbo guys by the look of it. Greg Trapnell, 956, he's run twice. He's in the C class, so he's actually running Aspo 28s. So Bubba's on the ground right now doing some live streaming from the checkpoint. So check out Allstars Drag and Drive on the social media platform, like Facebook. Brendan Burnett trying to run 1050. Oh, how's the dangle? Do you like the dangle, kids? How good's the dangle? Got everyone's attention. Trying to run a 1050, 1048 with a 0, 997. They may not be hitting their marks, but boy, aren't they putting on a show. How good's the left-hand wheel dangling out there off the sleeper wagon? How good was that? Bit of Aussie Aussie hubcat hang time. Hang time on an Aussie hubcap. God bless Australia. And you can hang a Kingswood hubcap out there in the air for 100 foot. Matt Francis, Brad Dilger. Matty Francis, no stranger to bumping in this Turbo LS HQ. Trying to hit the 1050. Brad Dilger trying to do the 950. So a 10.50 trying to chase a 9.50. Just Aussie muscle everywhere. Clean greens under the 1 second reaction time threshold. These numbers will count. It's whether they're going to want them or not. 9.62 on the 50, 10.46 on the 10.50. So Matt Francis just a little under. Dilger 9.62 just over the 9.50. Matt Maloney now, that beautiful Camaro. Jason Davidson, he's forced 28s in the black car. Trying to run 10.50 with the red car. Sweet ride, Jason Davidson's. It just won't be at the pointy end, but it's tough anyway. 10.34 at 116. Matt Maloney, 11.22 with a whole lot of mess off the line. Just not happy with that street tyre. Some of these guys actually will legit, with their combos, be able to run what they would run on the street. Some guys still put the sticky tyre on it. You can certainly say any of our boosted 28s will make sure those 28s aren't on it when they're on the road. All right, here we go. No pressure. You've still got a couple of hours to do it. Rob Armstrong ran an 8.58, trying to chase the 8.50, but the reaction time was shocking, so he couldn't use it. Mark Stone, he's in the 11.50 class. One of many HRs here. Beautiful presentation everywhere you look. That's better. That's right. He red lit that last one. Now he knocks the tyre off it a little bit. So that's what he did last time. That's right, Rob Armstrong. He went red with an 8.58 and it wouldn't count. That time he zinged the tyre. He cut a good green. That was clean, but it's still not the perfect run that he's looking for. He'll be back. Mark Stone, a 48 with an 8 trying to chase a 50. Can't hand him in. Stephen Bryce and Tim Barron. Tim in the red Toronto still trying to hunt a perfect 50. Perfect 11.50 is what he wants. Stephen Bryce wants the same thing in the XB. Aussie muscle like you've never seen. Tow bars everywhere. Street cars with tow bars and time slips. No slower than 11.50. That's how good Aussie Drag and Drive is here in 2026. VPW Allstars. 11.55 chasing the 11.50. 12.03 on the 11.50. Any which way you bring it. I hope you're enjoying not only the live stream right across the world. If you're working on a Friday here in Australia, somewhere in this country we're racing, and Willowbank Raceway today, Warwick Dragway tomorrow, Willowbank back here Sunday. Please come out and see us live here. Well, a couple of hours left here. How about you see us at Warwick tomorrow between 9 and 3 to see him on track. Follow the road trip in the afternoon if you like. Pat Smith up against the little Dado. No name for our little Dado. Jesse, you might be able to help us out. You know all the 101 boys. I know, and as soon as you say his name, I'll remember it. Pat Smith, 10.42. It is an LS and an RX-7, and I don't know what gearbox is in it. It's definitely perhaps got a clutch pedal in it, but it's got some tricky box that I know he told me before what it was, whether it might be even a sequential or whatever. Russell Weaver, Dane Turnbull, so both in the I class trying to run 10.50s. Commodores both sides, VS and VT. 10.47 with a 7, Russell Weaver before. Yeah, I just love that you can come at this any way you want. Any way you want. All you got to do is try and hit this number right now. Russell Weaver, 10.43 too quick. Dane Turnbull, 10.60. A legal time, but you know the benchmark is already 2 guys handing in 10.50s. So the dado of Tim Heimblom and the dado of Jamie Page, because Jamie's Mr. ET chassis, that beautiful 1200 coupe with the LS in it, 10.5000. And then about 10 minutes later, Tim Heimblom with the, I think it's a VQ powered, it's a VQ Nissan V6 Dado Bluebird, beige one. People that remember my beige one, same as that, but that one's nicer. 10.5000. So you take an LS Dado 1200 street car and make it run 10.5000. That is basically the accuracy of a space launch, if you really want to overhype it. But then you take a V6 Nissan powered, thank you, is that a billet pizza for me, is it? And then you take a V6 Nissan powered Bluebird and make it run exactly the same time, completely different combo. That's good for your average street car, let me tell you. Yes, thank you. You can... you could slice the pizza up on the slicey thing. No, just joking. Don't do that. Yeah, just a couple of... I don't need too many. No, I don't need to go overboard. You don't have to... I mean, you love bombing me now. You don't have to love bomb me. That'll do. Yeah, that thing. That'll do. That's the love bomb. Thank you. I know where it's come from, and I appreciate it. But it's just me up here, and oh my God, I can't finish all that by today. Can you leave the bag so I can take it with me? Load it up in the Bago. Yeah, put some of that in the fridge. Thank you. Afternoon care package just arrived up here. They thought they were feeding an arby. Thank you, Dan. I hope I am hungry. You know what I'm hungry for? I'm hungry for more of the afternoon session. That's what I'm hungry for, because these people want it. This is their opportunity to take their streetcar, not only have a hell of a lot of fun with it in the next couple of days, but keep using it run after run to try and compete. This is this competitive addiction that I think we've got with these cars. Brandy, 119 reaction, can't use it, but he might have to. Mitchell, Horsefall, both trying to, well, Mitchell's trying to chase the 1050, goes 11.10, sorry. 10.41 for Brandy. He's in the D class. Thank you, Dan. He's in the D class, of course, so, but he needs reaction time under 1 second, Brandy, and he hasn't got it just yet. All right, Tara Johnston looking for 1050. Rob Ware, the same thing. Look at the way you can attack your combo. Beautiful, nice. I would assume, you can only assume LSVL. Aspo, I would say. Nice deal. 1061. Tara 2JZ Super, 1065. That's it. Share the M&Ms. That's it, Janie. Get into them. I can't eat all of them M&Ms. You imagine if I ate all of them M&Ms, I'd go into sugar shock. All right, Matt Kelly and Chris Pattinson. So 6 bangers aplenty. Barra powered XF Ute, and here is Matty Kelly. Had a heavy old Simon Krieger Innocent Tirana with a 2J in it back in the day. Matty Kelly. What was that? Nearly 20 years ago. And here he is with his great super street car. Some guys are 2J people for life, and I've met nearly all of them. What a family. All right, so he gets out with a bit of wheel spin. He might make it count. Reaction time, though, not any favours. 171 for Matty. So whatever he runs here, throw it out. 11.09, throw it out. Chris Pattinson just not boosting this time. Reaction time, 4.98 seconds. So this throws in more twists and turns than your average drag and drive by the 1 second reaction time rule. So get your gear together and come out on a pro tree under a second. That's what's called Allstars for a reason. We're trying to get them to race like pros. And that's to bump it in, stage, and get out in under a second with your street car. That's a nice little challenge that, again, isn't too hard a rule to say, you know, we're enforcing this rule, and we've all got to embrace it. If you go away from an event like this going, you know what, everything about it I loved, except I just can't cut a light. Well, it doesn't sound like anything sucked other than yourself, no offence. But, hey, that's what it's all about. Getting the practice, and when you pay to enter at these events, I mean, we don't guarantee you a minimum amount of runs, but we also don't guarantee you a maximum amount of runs. That's up to you. If you want to wear this thing out, don't wear it out today, and that's why you'll notice that a lot of our field have already left and got out of here. The rest are going to try and hit their mark. They're competing to try and nail these numbers, these 850s, the 950s, the 1050s, the 1150s. This is what these people are hanging around for. You'll notice our 7-second cars are well and truly up the highway. But I know there's certain guys here, like certain Barra-powered panel van that wants the fitty. And they also got to cut the lights. That's the thing. This is the big... I know Tim Barron's after it. I mean, what can you say about the 1050 class? That's nuts, you know. I love that you can... You nearly could. Honestly, if you want to start micro-promoting, you could just say, you know what, 1050 class, we'll put up, you know, $10,500. That'd be scary. And a million ways to have a sword fight. A million ways to fight each other with whatever sword you want to bring. Derek Johnson's another one in the same boat. So is Travis Beckman. Their biggest challenge for their boosted boys, if anything, you'll have people complaining, oh, this is not an event for boosted cars. And it's like, well, mate, boosted cars that know how to race can do it. But it also teaches everyone the discipline of the bump, which is essential in any good old-fashioned drag race anyway. So it's, you know, test days are test days, but race days, you got to race. That's cutting a light in drag racing. 10.66, not bad for Travis. 12.26 there for Derek. Just here we go. Look, here's two guys trying to hit it. And look, honestly, this could be the very last run they make the Savo if it works. It'll be the second last run of the Arvo if it doesn't a lot of the time. And this is what we've got in southeast Queensland, folks. 2 JZ Sylvias just in the garage of John McDade's. Mitch Hamilton, well, he's Mitch is a character. 4G63 and a Dado 1200 wagon. Mind you, how was old Silky's run? Did you see Silky's run? Home of the killer Corollas and the deadliest Datsuns in the world, deadliest street Datsuns in the world, and I'll back that up. Come on, boys, get what you want. No, nothing for Jono. Mitch just wants a run. He's not going to worry about the reaction time. Get one in the bag. And you almost need to line up someone that you know that you can race with and do, because there's nothing against you saying to an opponent, listen, mate, can you let me go in first? Promise me you won't burn me down. And that's how you'll get a light. That's how you actually will cut a tree. You don't take the bump part out of it if you can and get your opponent to say, listen, throw them a charity bump. If you've got opponents out there, and again, they're not, this is the thing, every drag racer, I always think there's an opponent next to him. Yes, we're creating the impression you've got to cut a light, and it makes it look like we're racing, but really, end of the day, we're all co-opponents. So, yeah, you can have that arrangement. If it's going to help another competitor in some way, you may not hand him a spanner out on the route, but if you can give him a bulb, there's nothing wrong with that either. That's the camaraderie we want to see. Some of our aspirated brothers might have to help a turbo brother in. I know they all hate each other, but maybe we can get an Aspo guy to throw a brother a bone. Throw him a bulb. 1167, 1222. Yeah. Well, mate, how good is it to be the sponsor? I need that list, actually. Can you send me the list of all of our sponsors? We've been doing the alphabetical thing, but we know Rob Wizard, he'd love to clean up the Wizard Concreting 1050 class. 1049's as close as he's gone. And what about Jason Dawn, another one of these Sylvias just still around? Like the Supras, they end up, like Dado 1200s, like Corollas, Supras, Sylvias, they will be around forever. So you've got to admire them as a JDM shape of some value. Look at this, 53 to a 42. 53 to a 42. Still trying to get what they want. Hang on a sec. Phil Penny's telling me to lay off the pizza. Thanks for caring, Phil. I'm glad that you are watching the live stream from the beautiful Nambucca area. Here we go. We're trying to hit it. What do we got? Matt Maloney, Jason Vanderlaan, 57 on the 950, 41 on the 1050. Reaction time's legal. Well, legal. The only illegal reaction time is a cherry. Every other time is rated on its efficiency. If you've got a sloppy reaction time, you won't be able to hand in that time slip. It's the poisonous time slip you can't hand in. Chris Pattinson, he's been trying all day. One thing guaranteed, there's a Kingswood hubcap in the air here, I'm guaranteeing you. Kingswood hubcap in the air. Watch it dangle. Oh, yeah, you know what? Oh, how's the pedal and pulls the hubcap back up. So, look, and I knew that was going to happen because as soon as the commentator's curse kicks in, he zinged the tyre like I knew he would. But I love how he was able to still do the dangle, the hubcap dangle. Real steel cars. I mean, that's one thing I know we don't get the time to do, but I think I want to do it in future All-Stars. I just want them across the scales, or if they know their weight, write the weight on it so I can tell. I want to praise the 4,000-pound cars out there. See, people loving that 1 second rule. It's not, no one owns the idea. It's just a great way. Hey, Will Yarwood is back. Mick Thomas is back, but William Yarwood, after breaking the drive shaft, first hit of the day. Dully, did he have to do another shaft for him? Oh, he's going to make it count. Whoa, Will Yarwood off the lights, 306. Oh, he's a half track. Did I hear a pedal? Half track, 497, 76, no pedal, 769, 180 mile an hour. Will Yarwood, bang. There's people with their mouths still open here watching it. People still with their jaws on the ground, lifting the wheel up, doing the carrying the wheels out. Yarwood, what a recovery. Tim Barron, what do you reckon? All right, Tim Barron, there's predictions here. 036 off the tree and an 11.52. Tara Johnson just wants a 10.50 something. Oh, 080 there, 080. But we can tell by half track where he's at. Let's have a look. 39, I reckon 30, 37, 38. Here we go. 52 with a 0. 52 with a 0. How good's Yarwood's run out of nowhere? 7 second Yarwood. That's a 2-hour changeover and fix-up. Russell Weaver now and Rob Ware, both in the I class, so still not happy. They want the 10.50 here. They hit the stripe, half track in the 690s and go 66. Oh, 53. 53. God, there's a bunch of them. I've never seen a spread of Queensland, Southeast Queensland / interstate streetcars that are just hovering around these ETs. A pack of hungry chrome bumper sharks trying to hit the number. Mick Choice here running in the C class. So look, it's crazy. It's got some lungs. NA28, yeah, so I'll let the Aspo cars sing all through the weekend. So as you can tell after the lunch break, check this out. Staging lanes, very, very light on. Pit area, clearing out car after car. This is a classic drag and drive afternoon scenario. So less people are yet to hit their mark. Remember, we keep the lanes open until 3. It's not like, if everyone's done. We've only ever rarely done that on previous occasions. I think we've had the odd occasion in Street Machine Drag Challenge or even Road Trip, where if we get to a stage where everyone's kind of done, we put a couple of shout-outs, and then if they're done, we wrap up and hit the road. But we're still probably going to hold this out till 3 because there's still a few people. We also start to work out how many time slips we've had returned to us. You see, when a competitor decides they're done, they hand in the time slip that they are going to submit so they can get their course and head out. So it'll also be race control and, of course, Allstars control. We'll actually know who's handed in their slips and who hasn't. So then we'll know how many outstanding slips are still there. So that's what we've got to look forward to the next couple of hours, is just to see how the end of today's day goes for some of our competitors and just how addicted to competition they are, or how much do they think they've worn their car out for 1 day or 3 days, and that some of these people forget that this is a marathon, not a sprint, and that people are going to still run their cars. And you know what, probably tomorrow at Warwick, a few more of them will probably run a few extra runs if they don't get it right. Also too, because with the 8th mile, you do tend to get more runs an hour, so you might just get that extra run within an allocated time before you hit the road. So there's still a few agendas still to be met. There's a certain Barra-powered escort panel van sitting in the staging lanes. He's like our friend Aris when they run Renegade 550 at Kenda. They dream of that 550 index in their sleep. And Disco's been dreaming the 850 in his sleep. And yeah, there we go. So Dave's got some photos on the road now too, so check that out. So Dave Reed's gone up the road, got some great photos of the trailers. Timmy Cross, for example, there's a great photo of Timmy on the road with his trailer and his gang on his way to the checkpoint. I think the Bottle Tree it was called. Greg Trapnell out here, Rob Wizard. Rob, talk about street cars. Talk about just run this thing back to back, flog it and try and run a 1050. Greg Trapnell, the old faithful coupe, 9.56 with a 9, 9.56 with a 7. Just knocked the little 28 off at last run. Rob, or might even have the 235 on it. Rob Wizard just trying to hit a 1050 in his own class, the Wizard Concreting 1050 class. 49 with a 1 is where he's been. 53 as well. Somewhere between a 49 and a 53 is what he wants. Trappy, another 9.56 would just show you how sweet this deal's dialed in. 57, 56, 56 for Trappy. 53 with a 7. He went 53 with an 8 the run before. Take a HT and make it run nearly the same elapsed time every time. And you tell me that thing ain't dialed in. That thing ain't a finely tuned machine, driver and machine. All right, Burnett, here comes the hubcap. Ready to catch the hubcap. Let's see if he can dangle up. They're definitely an LSA on board this thing. It's got some grunt off the line. There we go. Dangle. Hits the tyre. Oh, nice pick up again. Zings the tyre a little bit. Then as it picks up, grabs traction, just dangles the wheel up. I love that all day. Imagine having a car that you could just dangle a front wheel up once in a while. This guy can definitely dangle with the best of them. And I don't know, honestly, Disco Dean has raced so much in the last 5 years that it's almost like he's having a gap year, but he's not. Because little Lincoln, his little son Lincoln Ferris is getting some lap times in go-karting. So I'd do exactly the same thing, Disco. You've done so much racing. Your boy's now at the age he wants to steer, and you're letting him steer a kart, and little Link's going to be all the better for it. I don't know whether your dad let you do that as a kid, but if we talk about modern-day fathers, especially if you've been around the car scene, to be able to expose your kids to cars more than you were as a kid, and the whole scene, you can see why it's booming, because the next gen, because we've invested that time into them, they're going to just come along up with us and keep racing with us until whenever. I can't wait for the days that even Link will be in baby Dad's car, or maybe there'll be a two-car team. But Disco right now just wants an 850. That's all he wants. Mason El Haluli wants to run all the way to the finish line under full power. Then he'll worry about a reaction time, I think, after that. He just wants to get this thing clean. Allstars drag and drive, agendas unmet. That's better. That's better for both of them. And the reaction time. Mason, whatever works here, it's going to work for both of them. It's going to work. 52 for Disco, 77 for Mason, but that's a slip you can hand in. That's everything they needed, Nelly, in one run, Mason. The thing ran all the way to the finish line. I don't know down the deep end whether it had all the power it should have, but it came out of the hole. The reaction time, 0.3. Disco goes 8.52. It's almost good enough to hand in. Tara Johnston still with the Supra trying to run 10.50. Rob Ware, the same thing. We hit the stripe, 45. Chuck it out. Tara Johnston, 10.72. Chuck it out. Literally, there'll be time slips these guys and girls are hitting that they're just going to just chuck back in the glove box and go again. Russell Weaver, Matt Maloney, same sort of people. They just haven't got a time slip worth keeping or handing in. So here they are, just going to back-to-back, try different things. Russell Weaver, good off the tree, 093. It's going to count. He's just got to try and hit right on the 10.50. Let's have a look. He goes 11.10 right off the throttle. Matt Maloney, chuck him out, chuck those ETs out. Those time slips ain't worth keeping. Have another go. Look, as I said, you set him a challenge. Tim Barron, it went a 52, went an 11.52 last run. He obviously wants an 11.51 or an 11.50. The reaction time's no worries about getting under 1 second for him. But he knows what he wants here. It's somewhere in the next couple of hundreds. 080, like one thing about his reaction times, 082, 080. Every run he's hitting the reaction time. He just wants a 50, a 50. Tim Barron goes 11.49 with a 7. Chuck it out. 49 with a 7 won't do for Tim Barron. 49 with a 7 will not do. It's just how much fuel, oil, patience, time, light. Remember, in winter, so if you're on the road after 3, 250 odd K trip between here and the well, I think the checkpoints, or whether the checkpoint's 250 Ks in or whether or not somewhere along there's the checkpoint, but the actual course will find you back at Warwick for tomorrow. But do the course whenever. Stay here and go in the morning if you're camping up the road or whatever, or get up there and see you early at the track. If you don't want to drive at night, well, if you're running till 3, you might find that you can do some of it. And again, this is all on competitors to kind of work out their own itinerary. Some people just need swags, trailer and a swag, and they're going to be right. All right, Rob Wizard is back. Justin's doing a little light dusting in this lane, but Rob Wizard is back for another crack. But we'll do the course. We've got the massive Winnebago, Bubba, Shagger and myself. We'll be driving the big Bago between here and the bottle tree. I just want to let that thing breathe for a bit. Here we go. 45. Rob Wizard trying to hit a 10.50. He's got more 10:40 time slips than he could poke a stick at. And that's a good warning too, Dave Reed. Watch out for the kangaroos on dusk. So that'll play into some people's minds as well, that if you are setting out on the course after this to get to Warwick and the Bottle Tree and the checkpoint, is that if you are at dusk, that there is the chance of the ruse as well. But I mean, Shagger's driving, so I'll be a spotter for the ruse, but also be probably trying to do a bit of content, a bit of thought processing as we go, trying to do a little bit of that live in the next couple of days. Hopefully we'll all still be mates by the end of the third day. You know, when you sort of be packed into a little box together, I'm sure we'll end up either lifelong mates or hate each other. I don't know how it'll all end up. All I know is I'm coming in with peace and love. It's the way we roll. It's why we keep getting chosen. Do I need my doubles? What's my doubles? Double copies. Oh. No, I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I will check the fridge whether I've got a Red Bull or not. I'll just check. I didn't want to talk over that. 9.50 for Mick Choice. How good did that sound? I hope he comes back again. I'll talk even less if he runs again. Don't you reckon we should not talk in front of Aspo cars? We should just let them sing all the way. That's my mantra moving forward. I just want NA to get as much airtime as possible, because that's about as much air as you can put through them. And if I don't talk, there's more air for them. Float Bowl Brothers. All right, so Rob Ware's trying to hit that 1050 right now. Can he get it? Let's have a look. Oh, 36. See, with this cloud cover and everything, beautiful, crisp, dry air. I mean, everyone's making too much horsepower for their own good, which ain't a bad thing, really. So, look, I know this probably hasn't been updated too much, but I'm flicking through. I get the quickest 64 elapsed times on here on CompuLink, and I'm sure if we printed everything out, we'll get the whole list, and we might see if we can do that, whether we could print out that up till now. I know we'll print it out at the end. But I'm just looking at it already, and look, some of our names are missing because I'd have to go back to the entry list. But we've got 673 now. Adam Rogash came out just before 10 o'clock and went 673 at 218 mile an hour in the Capri, handed in the time slip, and the MPW boys are on their way enjoying the Queensland roads. Definitely be different to the Victorian roads. Daniel Smith, of course, in the Honda-powered Celica with Brendan and crew. They're already up the road. They went 735 with the little Celica. 735, 193 mile an hour. That little Honda was making some steam in that Celica. It came out like a rocket too, hanging the wheels up. Jason Kenny then, the yellow VN, belted out a 737 at 186 mile an hour. And needless to say, he's down the road. Who's probably in tow with him? Matty Lumper Lampard. Lumper came out with his HZ and did a single bang. 759 at 183 mile an hour for the big HZ. Entered F3, 769 at 180 mile an hour. Someone will remind me who it was that went 769 at 180. If you go back on the stream, you'll find it. Actually, if you flick back on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, flick all the way back to the first probably 2 hours of the morning where everyone belted. 769 at 180. It could actually even be Brandon Zito. Shane Baker went 783 at 175 in the little the VH Iron Line. 791 at 175 mile an hour for entrant A5. Again, forgive me for not having the name up for now. We know Will Yarwood went in there and ran a 7 in the middle there just before as well. Hoff, some potential there. Hoff was in there as well. Wyan Kudnik, 792 at 179 mile an hour. Jason Way, 797 with that Barra Mustang at 178. 799 entrant A1, 168 mile an hour in there. John O'McDade already went 816. But it's everyone else down from there, all trying to now hit 850s. Disco Dean, Steve Carkeet. One that is down the order, which we know would normally be up a bit higher, is Chris Carlsberg. It went 849 at 172, but wasn't a lot of power in the front half of that run. Dave McLeish with the Lexus, 854. Mick McGregor, 8.57, which is fantastic in that station wagon. Rob Armstrong with a hatchback. He went 8.58. Now, look, Rob's chasing the 8.50. The thing that wasn't show up on this screen is that 8.58 actually came with a red light. So that's an ET Rob can't use. But it comes up on our list. That's the thing. Our CompuLeak recording will only record the quickest ETs of everyone down the track today. Whether they don't know the implications, doesn't work out the implications of who's in what category. What we've done is, in fact, named every category with an alphabetical listing. So your Unlimited's an A class, your 28 Forced is B, your Aspo 28 is C, and so on and so forth. So when those race numbers come up here on the screen, it'll actually tell you very quickly who's the quickest ET of every class by just having that letter there. So A class, Adam Rogash. B class, Jason Kenny. C class, which we got to go to the second 16. C class, just looking for C. Boy, we're all the way down here. I'm sure it was in the 8s. Where are we? Okay, yeah, look, Dom Zito, there we go. C class, Dom Zito 917. So out Unlimited class, 673, Adam Rogas. Force 28s would be Jason Kenny, 737. C class, which is our Aspo 28s, back to the Cs. Dom Zito, 917. D class, Daniel Smith and the Force 235, 735. Second in D is John McDade, 816. E class, Aspo, is Brody Olsen, 883. Then Kevin Brown, 887. And then Jason Mansueto, 891. So that class is a little exciting, our E class. F class, we're just back on track now. F class is 769, 180. That's entrant F3. Second is 835. And third is 898. All right, so we're back on track now. Anthony Lagana, this is the 2JZ in the Commodore. Chris Pattinson, the Barra in the XF/XG utility. So Aussie 6-cylinder sedans and utes. Any which way. All right, gentlemen, proceed. Lagana in the G class, Pattinson in the H class. So trying to hit an 850 for Anthony Lagana. Chris Pattinson trying to hit the 950. Boosting there, 6 bangers. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny that it was actually Anthony that had completed the bump, Nelly? He then got in Chris Pattinson, and then it was actually Anthony that took out a bulb, and Chris Pattinson's going to get a run. It's probably not going to be the one he wants, 10-10, because Anthony Lagana, he had the thing flicker and flicker, then it rolled back out of that guard beam, took that bulb out, and you've got to have both top bulbs on to start the timing system. So to throw the Christmas tree, you need all top bulbs to be lit. At the last moment, you saw a little rock there, and he flashed the light on and off in the tower lane, and then literally that's why there's a red light, no ET. If anything, this highlights the importance of even just that staging procedure, how hard it is to do when you're trying to hold back a fair bit of horsepower, especially turbocharged. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Please avoid the ambly area. Please avoid the ambly area. There is a machinery. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Note to everyone, note to everyone. Please avoid ambly because they have a machinery down there. That's the word. Word travels fast. So fresh from the machinery, someone has relayed that down near Amberley is a full Department of Transport machinery getting set up. So, wow. There we go. There'll be something down there. So please avoid Amberley. Going back near Amberley for the next couple of hours, you would assume there's a machinery. They might have been late. They're certainly late on the uptake if that's the case, because nearly everyone that's left probably going to be probably fine if you don't think you can pass the machinery. Don't go through there. But if you want the ultimate drag and drive challenge, go through it. But we would warn you not to. So attention in the pits, don't go back through Amberley. There's a machinery getting set up there. So if you don't want to go through machinery, don't go down to Amberley. 10.54 for Rob Wizard. That goes with his other 10.53s. Rob Wizard, Tim Barron. 11.51 with a 4.091 light. Tim Barron, is that enough? 11.51 on 11.50. Tim Barron, is that enough? Only time will tell. Jason Burnett and Marcus Hamilton. There we go. Picks the wheel up. Geez, it's got some grunt out of the hole, doesn't it? The little HG. I'd say it's got an LSA on board as well. 154 in the 60 foot. Trying to hit 10.50. Let's have a look. 10.53, I tell you. Marcus Hamilton, 11.46, trying to hit 11.50. A little bit too quick for Marcus, but geez, doesn't that wagon just hook up out of the hole? Works so well. 60 foot in the 1.5 second zone. All right, Travis Beckman is back in the little Dado, just trying to run a 10.50. That's all he's trying to run. He's got to cut a reaction time less than 1 second to make that ET count. Tension in the pits. Please avoid going back through Amberley. There's a machinery setting up, so just avoid the area. Clean green, good reaction. Well, not a good reaction time, 7.82, but under a second. This could be the run he's looking for. Here we go. Day 52. Remember, the quickest two cars in this class are 10.500. So Travis Beckman, 10.52. Not bad. Attack of the Killer Datsuns, 4G63 powered though. So all Mitch wants to do is get this thing lit and boosted. But once he gets that part of it sorted, he can hopefully, as we said, if we can get an opponent to give him a charity bulb, he could go in and light it all up and then just come in and let it rip. It's just the one thing that is just halting this car. I mean, it makes good power on the dyno, does everything, but the testing and the physics of making a car of this much power bump, that's better. Nice. Half track, 5.65. Mitch Hamilton, here we go. 8.66, that'll do. 8.66 in a Datsun 1200 station wagon. We've had two of them do that today. We've had Michael Silky's Datsun 1200 run low 8s, and now we've had Mitch go in there into the 8. So that's two 8-second Datto 1200 station wagons in this part of the world. Thank you very much. Throw in some 8-second Corolla station wagons and panel vans. We've got them as well. And then every other bit of Aussie muscle, we'll throw that in as well. This is the quality of Southeast Queensland and the rest of the country when it comes to drag and drive cars. We've got them everywhere. Horsepower grows out of the ground in this country, and it's clear every time we turn up to a drag strip lately, it reminds us just so. 2JZ on board, the Super of Tara Johnson. You know what she wants? She wants a 10.50. She ain't happy yet. And how many Supras do you see with a big Heyman Reese on the back? You don't see too many Supras with the Heyman Reese on the back. The big tow bar. Let's go for a 10.50. Here we go, Tara. 57. Remember what number 1 and number 2 are in that class. And all of a sudden, Tara has quite the enormous task to even be in the top 5 in that class right now when a 57, when we've got 52s and 53s and 54s in there. I can't tell you all of those ETs because CompuLink will only keep the quickest of all our competitors that are trying in that class. So if they've run a 10.49, I'll never see their 51s come up. I'll never see their 52s come up, but I know they've run them. So there's a lot of competitors in that class trying to run a 5.000 or a 5.1 something to be in the top 3 at least. One of the benefits of qualifying top 3 on any day is that you get to be put in a quarantine area for tomorrow. And quarantine allows you more time on track, allocated area. It lets the crowd know who's the current top 3 in each class. So that quarantine will be at Warwick tomorrow. So you'll have an allocated pit area where the quarantine cars will be there. The top 3 cars in each category get to pit there all day. And they get a few more runs at the track, the privilege of being the top 3. What that looks like on day 3, it'll be interesting to see just who is in quarantine and just who isn't. Warwick Dragway tomorrow for day 2. We'll have plenty of twists and turns when we go to the 8th mile. and people trying to hit the numbers, especially in these index classes. I think the 850 goes to 550, the 950, it's in here somewhere, I know. All of those classes will get an 8th mile reference to go against, and some competitors that are pretty good here today either trip up on day 2 or consolidate, or some dominate. And sometimes there's a fair bit of fluke involved somewhere in the middle, but that's one of the great things about Allstars Drag and Drive. Throw in that 1 second reaction time punishment if you go slower than a 1 second reaction time, and then all of a sudden you've just got to really sharpen your whole act up to try and make sure the number that you run counts. I mean, we are drag racing, but we're sort of still, we're racing to a number. It does look good side by side. It's a great display of all the horsepower we've got in this part of the world, and of course all over the world we know it happens. As I already said to people watching on the live stream and here, that right now, well, I think we're nearly finished the week in Sweden. There's a drag and drive in Sweden at the moment called Street Week Sweden, and I know by now we're probably finished that week. So there is just been a drag and drive in Sweden called Street Week, and they do the same thing. They drag race every day and they drive in between tracks. So in Sweden, they can get a little crazy with their cars on the streets over there. But isn't it nice that the very next weekend we've got our Allstars Drag and Drive here in southeast Queensland with 200 truly Australian identified vehicles of real street cred. However, please avoid the Amberley machinery, please, for the time being. In case you reckon you can cruise through a machinery, well, that's up to you. 2JZ on board the Commodore, let's listen to it go. He wants an 850, that's good. That's doing for now, Lagana. 859, that's a big recovery there for him. Anthony Lagana, it was working a treat. It just sounded a little hesitant on the way down from its full power, but he's also trying to run an 850, by the way. So we know the potential of that car would be into the 7 second zone as well, I'd say, when fully sorted out. But he had to do everything properly, so he's taught himself a few things this morning, Anthony Lagana. He's got his head around the bump. He's got the head around getting the car into stage properly and boosted. Then he's got his head around trying to cut a light on the Pro Tree. He did it all in the one run, and I just love when that happens, when you see people having troubles early in the day, and that you don't write them off for that. They've got to come back. They've got to give up and throw their toys out of the cot, or they've got to embrace the vehicle they've built themselves and turn it into the weapon it can be. And to watch Anthony get everything right then, like race it like a true pro. So boost it, bump it, leave and run a number. That's the true reward for all the effort, the investment that you spend on getting a car of this calibre. To then not look like an idiot in it. I'm not saying that he was, I'm just saying that cars can... Mate, there's a lot of people that look like idiots in cars and they're deliberately trying to be an idiot in a car. Then you've got cars of this calibre that, yes, if not driven properly, does kind of look like we don't know what we're doing. However, must appreciate the nature of the beast that, people that come and race here are not idiots. In fact, you can't be one and be in cars of this quality, if you know what I mean. You've got to be good at things, and one thing about this guy, Rob Wizard, well, he's a wizard in concreting during the week. This is his own category, Wizard Concreting, 1050 class. And what does a concreter do on the weekends? Well, he gets to race his nice street car. If he's a concreter, he's probably got a collection. Oh, there it is. I tell you what, he wanted a 10.50. There's a 10.501. Rob Wizard, hand the time slip in, mate. Take my advice. I reckon you're nearly number 3 with that. 2 guys going 10.500. Rob Wizard, I'm not a mathematician. 10.501 gets you in the quarantine tomorrow. I'm sure of it. That's the reward. I'm not a mathematician. 10.500 twice, and then a 10.501's got to be number 3. I'm asking you, Jane, is that true? Yeah, she's just nodding her head. It is, isn't it, right? Just nod, please. Tell me something. Just make sure I'm not having a stroke up here or whatever like that. But, no, there we go. So number 3, Rob Wizard is now number 3 in the qualifying for Wizard Concreting 10.50 class. All right, we're keeping an eye on him here. Now, Jamie Farmer, the reason why Pete's having a look under there is just on one occasion when it came out, it did leave two little puddles under the car. So we're just got to be sus on cars after if it's a repeat offender or not. Looks like it's all together. Look, he got out of the hole. He rolled the beams. He still cut a reaction time of 0.19, but then the thing kind of hesitated. It went 3.32 to the 60 foot. So he lost a bunch of time just sitting there for a bit. And it had some more power downstream, but, you know, he is running in the Force 28 class, so he can go as quick as he wants in that. And I know the potential of that car, if sorted, will definitely be belting out something into that potentially 8-second zone, maybe 7-second zone. The potential of that car has been 7s with a big block in it. Dave Reed. Yes, that's right, Dave Reed. The Swedes do really good drag and drive. They really do. So if you want to check something on YouTube, search under Allstars Drag and Drive, search under Street Week Sweden, search under Street Weekend, and you'll find the 3-dayer that happened in the UK about a month ago. Drag and Drive is pretty much, well, I wouldn't say the next best thing. We're through saying the next best thing in drag racing. Everything in drag racing is as good as anything else. Just on any given day, any given occasion, you can see the next best thing. And if you hear of the Winter Nationals, you know what that looks like when we get to put some of the world's quickest machinery down the track. All of our top fuelers and pro alcohol and door slammer cars and everyone else, all the best sportsman races. We had a round of the Queensland Championship here last weekend, the QDRC. And what a place we can live in where I can sit at home if I can't get to the track and watch it on the live stream. Overtaking lane last weekend, you can watch every round of the track championship on that live stream. To sit there and eat my dinner, my barbecue dinner, in front of my big screen TV and watch the Queensland Drag Racing Championships on my big TV. This is the country we're living in now. We've got that at our disposal. And it's nearly every week we're drag racing. If we can, we would. I see the same people at nearly every time, and I'm not here as much as I used to be, but when we are, we all turn up. And honestly, for people out there that haven't been, there's an event you can see on the side of the barrier there near the start line. If you've never been to a jamboree, it's here on the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. If you've never been to one of them, let me tell you, bring a whole bunch of friends to that. If you want to blow people's minds just a little bit, bring them to that. That's a real culture shock when you come and see the world's, well, most diabolical horsepower machinery when it comes to, I shouldn't say left of field. Like Jambo's its own brand. What it's growing into is a world-renowned event that the rest of the world wants to see as well. So the rest of the world knows what a jamboree is. They certainly do. And you'll know too if you've never been to one. Make sure you get here August 7th, 8th and 9th. There you go. So here's an announcement. Turn left at the big plane. So here's some words of advice if you are leaving. Avoid Amberley. Apparently there is a Department of Transport there, and if you are going through, yes, I'm sure if you've got a parachute hanging off the back of your car, they'll probably pull you up for that. So if you don't want to go through that, turn left at Rosewood, so left at the big plane, so left at the Canberra Bomber, and that will apparently solve the problem. So if you are deciding to head out and do that road course, don't go through Amberley, go left at the Canberra Bomber because, apparently the Machinery Department of Transport, they might have had a couple of guys out on patrol around the place, saw the odd random tough car with a parachute or big tyres on it and a big trailer, probably go, Jing, hang on, Sarge. Hang on, Sarge, there's something going on out there, Sarge. There's some wild cars out there, Sarge. So Sarge goes, we better get something out there. And now they're out there, but they're all up the hill a bit already by now, a lot of them. So the ones that are left, just letting you all know. If you're, that's a bit the ultimate test. If you reckon you can go through a machinery and you got a car 110% schmick and then you could go through machinery, well, by all means, go through Amberley. But we're just telling you ourselves that if you want to avoid possible trouble on your Friday Arvo, go left at the Canberra Bomber, I think's the other option. But horsepower is definitely growing out of the ground around here, and still a little bit of time left this afternoon for any of our competitors to still have another run. So day one here at VPW Allstars Dragon Drive, doing what most of our Dragon Drives do, don't they, Billy? You've been to a few yourself. They taper off in the arvo when everyone's kind of nearly got the time slip they want, and they just want to get that first section. They want to get the first drive section of the Dragon Drive. They do the drag. This is the thing, you drag first, then you drive. So a lot of the times it's, and you look at some of the horsepower of these cars that we've had, you know, you're always just one moment away from potentially breaking as a result of all that horsepower if you haven't spent the money or done your homework. So yes, don't wear him out on day one, and a lot of people do that, and nearly every single 7-second car that we saw here this morning, and I mean, they got up the road pretty quick. They handed in their slips and they're gone because they want to get that first road section done, get ready for Warwick tomorrow morning, and it will be on again tomorrow, like Donkey Kong, I can guarantee you. Jungle will have the prep set up there, and we'll do it Warwick style tomorrow, and plenty of runs in over the 6 hours from there. Then the next course, obviously you've got a hand in. So before competitors leave tomorrow from Warwick, you've got a hand in your time slip from tomorrow, plus your photo of your checkpoint. So if you've gone past the Bottle Tree pub and you got your checkpoint photo, you cannot leave Warwick tomorrow without presenting that photograph of the checkpoint with your time slip from tomorrow, hand it into our officials, and then you can hit the road to come back here for Sunday. So that'll see a lot of competitors either deciding to do it in the morning, Sunday morning, because yes, you can camp up there at Warwick. So they might choose to do 2 nights, stay up there tonight, and then stay up there tomorrow night and do it in the morning. Or tomorrow, hit the road in the Arvo, get back somewhere around the area, camp out the front or whatever, because no camping in here. So, and then be ready for Sunday. Because all of our trailers are here, so all of our competitors. A final little message, and hopefully no one's forgotten this. Anyone that's still got their car trailer here that they towed their vehicle in with, please make sure it goes down behind the scrutineering shed. There'll be 1,000 trailers down there, but we don't want any random dual-axle car trailer just sitting here chained to a tree for the next day. Please take it down and put it in where the rest of them are. So Tara's not done, obviously. So she wants somewhere in the 50s, but, you know, we already had a 5.0 with a 1. She's going to go 57. So she's got the 1050s down, Pat, but even just that one class, you know, we've got... and the only reason why I remember it all, because the numbers all sort of help us remember. Tim Highblom, 10.5000, and he's only in front because of his mile an hour. Second, Jamie Page, 10.5000. Third place, Rob Wizard, 10.501. So whether Tara knew that's what Rob run or not, she's still going to have a crack at it. Whether that was the last one before she hits the road, she obviously puts the trailer up on the old Heyman Reese on the back of the JZA 80 and might be heading down the road, or there's another one in her somewhere. But for 57, I just actually had a look at it. Her 10.57 with a 4, not bad, but her reaction time, 1.132, which means she would have to add 0.132 to her ET because of our 1 second rule. So we might scratch that off for Tara as a potential run. But they're going to keep pushing through. No one in the lanes. And as I said, right now, this might be our... It might end up like we have done before, and we could do it again, where you actually start putting a shout out to say, last chance to the lanes, please. You could say that, but we're not. But that just means that we could get all down the road a little earlier. He just wants to get this thing out. Okay, clean green, and it's out. It's got plenty where it needs to, but just not at the front right now. 12.14, 157 mile an hour, thank you, at the back. So $100.57 out the back, 157 out the back for the Dado, but just nothing up in the front course. So that's one crazy class that we know is pretty tightly contested. I would assume... Again, whether or not he's cooling it down or whether he's just going to hit the road. I haven't seen Disco Dean back in the panel van. I know the Zito family were already packing up, so Dom and Brandon packing up.
So they're obviously looking to go down the road. But right now, a fair few of them, I think, have absolutely gone. But tell you what, some of our great sponsors out there that we've got to mention, not only VPW Australia for getting behind this great drag and drive concept, which they've got a great belief in from the day one, VPW. Our class sponsors, the Unlimited class is ESA. Force 28s is RD Williams. NA 28s are Revolutionary Resto and Race. JJ Contractors bring us the Force 235, 255 class. Parker's Shed brings us NA 235 and 255. 2 Infinity brings us Pro Import. J&M Asphalt brings us the Pro 850/550 class. Heavy Maintenance Australia is sponsoring us the 950/600 class, so 600 tomorrow at Warwick. Wizard Concreting, we just talked about Rob, the Pro 1050/650 class, so 650 tomorrow at Warwick. And Prime Speedworks brings us the Pro 750 and Pro 1150/750 class. And the iconic sponsor of the Cruise Crew, we thank Drift Bar, Only Pros and Grow Racing for some of our great media exposure there as well. And right now, just that little bit of time, a couple more agendas yet to be filled. And this XE is back in the lanes, so it'll be out there soon. I can see another couple just popping around, so that's a good sign. All right. Sounds so good. 939, 143 mile an hour. Sounds so good. 11.9A for the XE, but plenty of lungs on that thing. Mick Choice, 939. In that NA class, plenty of horsepower per cube out of some of these engines. Plenty of RPM, and whether that's enough for him or not. Technically 1 hour and 39 left of on-track availability for our competitors if they choose to have it. Or if it's not enough, that much time to get back out there and have a hit. So if there's anyone still wanting to have a hit, let us know. We also check out how many time slips we've had handed in, and we know how many probably haven't been. So once we get to that stage that we've nearly got 100% occupancy or recovery of slips, this will be the time to hit the road for a few of them. But there's still a few I think, just letting stuff cool down and roll up at your own convenience. It's good to have that option other than being rushed. When you can offer up to 6 hours of on-track a day for you to use it to get what you need. It's good to see that so many of them, it seems like they've got the strategy sorted. Day 2, of course, a lot of them tend to hang around a bit more up there. And then day 3, might just wear them out a little bit more on day 3. And we know that we've seen that in the past. So I knew Mason would be back for another crack, so he'll be up here very, very soon. That blue VH not too far away from getting all those parts solved, the hesitation, whatever. It had a little loss in power, whatever. It was about trying to stage the car, bring it up on the bump.
getting all of that sorted. At every run, it's just been really good to have the track time to be able to just hone it in. The only pressure you kind of get is on yourself then to try and get a number that you want, if you really want to compete. The other one is just to get a handle on all the bugs, and this is a great opportunity to sort every bug out on your car that you can possibly have, or the luxury of finding new ones. That's what automobiles are all about. So pretty soon I think we'll see Mason back in the VH and maybe one or two more. Yeah, Mitchell Watson, Mick Choice went down before. Now it's Jorge Pereira and Marcus Hamilton. Trying to run a 950 and then trying to run an 1150. So we know the R35s have got plenty of potential. This time at 42, like it went 1050, 1040, 1042. And the J class, 1144 for Marcus Hamilton, trying to run the 1150. Which is still a little bit sharp, actually. We've got the laptop here. Click out of that. There we are. So of all of our classes. So unlimited. Rogash, Putland and Vesnava. Force 28s. Zito, it is Zito, Kenny and Lampard. So it was that 726 that didn't come up on our CompuLink before. So that's going off that. So yeah, Zito went 726 at 196. Kenny went 737 at 186. And then Lumper went 759 at 183.
Baker 783, Jason Way 797, Carlsberg 849. NA28's is Dom Zito 917, Mitch Sloan 925, and Michael Ryder 931. So that's tight between second and third. Force 235, 255. Daniel Smith 735, 1. Kudnick 792, Braith Cornford 904. NA 235, Brody Olsen 883, Kevin Brown 887, and Jason Mansueto 888. That class. Wait for NA 235, 255. Pro Import Hoffman 770, Naomi Vandertok 832, and Mick Silk 835 in Pro Import. Pro 855, 50, David McLeish 54, Stephen Carkeet 55, Mick McGregor 57. 950, Ryan Stewart 956, Andrew Blom 966, Michael Osborne 966. Pro 1050, this is the one. Tim Highblom 105000, Jamie Page 105000, and Aris's 1050. One with a 5 will be 1051 with a 0, I would say. All right, Mason, this is all going to be about just getting the card out. Everything working so well. Point A to point B. There we go. 806. We're back. 806, 161 mile an hour. 124 in the 60 foot. Mason L. Haluli. Now listen, it's a 2.5 second reaction time. So listen, you do cop a fair amount of reaction time deficit for that. But geez, the car is ready. If Mason can come back and again, it's almost like we just wish we had one little aspirated car that could give a charity bulb to just let him come in with just a bit more time to get the bump right. But on the solo, obviously, you've got to do that part yourself. But, yeah, everything's working there. Reaction time, that little 2.67 reaction time. But that 8.06, it was 5.17 to the 8th, 1.24 in the 60 foot, and it did everything right in the first half. And, like, just through the deep end, 8.06 at 161, it's definitely got the potential. I mean, it's definitely got, again, like, you can hear the tranny, you can hear the converter, you can hear it all working. So it's all ready now. That's the best run he's done today. It's just whether they want to turn it around and have another crack at it and just cut the light. So that'll be interesting. That reaction time penalty, because it's over 1 second, 2.677. So just back to our couple of categories there before we said anything. As we said, we're... the 10.50 class is Tim Highblom, 10.5000, Jamie Page, 10.5000. It says here, Aris Contolium, 10.51 with a 5. But look, Rob Wizard, I'm sure we saw a 51 with a 0, which he just hasn't handed in yet. The Pro 11.50 is Wade Moran, 5.01, 11.50 with a 1. There we go, time slips ended. Mark Hare's put a time slip in. Tim Barron, second, a 51 with a 4. Mark Stone, 53 with a 1. Plenty in the cruise crew. Tim Ayton, Ed Craven, Belinda Vent, David Dionysus, Jamie Maguire, Aidan Timms, Todd Tucker, Daniel Barrett, Max McLean, Leanna Tonkin, Matty Pryor, Jesse Ferguson, all in the cruise crew. But yeah, those fixed index classes, there's like 11.50 with a 1 for Wade Moran, 10.50 flat for 2 different guys. Pro 9.50, it's a 9.56 and a 9.62 and a 9.66. So Pro 9.50 is a little looser than I would have assumed. The 8.50 class, there is got to be a 53. David McLeish, 8.54, 8.55 for Steve Carkeet, and 8.57 for Mick McGregor. There is a 50-something. I'm sure maybe Disco did he have a 53? I don't know. Hoff and Naomi and Silky are all down the road. And that this NA 255 class will be tough. This is a great class. 8.83 for Brody Olsen, 8.87 for Kevin Brown, and Jason Mansueto for the Ford lovers, 8.88 with a 1. So 3 8.80 cars in the NA 235. Justin Gall, 10.06. Phil Powell, 10.15. Pat Smith, 10.42. But the quickest 3 in NA 235, Hatchback Tirana, VK Commodore, XY Ute. So I just don't know what Brody's packing in that. Has Brody got, is it a tough iron line in there or a Chevy? Kevin Brown, Again, I think we joke. I think it's just a really tough LS for Kevy. And Jason Mansueto, well, of course, it can only be a Ford small block here, like Clevo based. So horsepower per cube on 235s, that class is definitely going to be hotting up tomorrow. NA 235, Force 235. I mean, that Honda powered Celica, 735 at 193. One's 4,000 plus pound HT at 792. And then Braith Cornford, that LS Corona 904. NA28s, as we said, Dom Zito, a little bit in here too. 917 to Mitchell Sloan's 925, and then 931 to Michael Ryder. Andy Fensom 943, Greg Trapnell 956, and Russell Tonkin 957. So there's 6 there in NA28s that are all pretty tight with each other. 917, 925, 931. As I said, Force 28s. Crazy field when we've got literally 5 cars in the 7s in Force 28. 4 Victorians and 2 Queenslanders. Zito, Kenny, Lampard, well, actually 1 South Australian, so Jason Way, South Australia. Brandon Zito, Jason Kenny and Matt Lampard. 3 Victorians, 1, 2, 3 in Force 28s. 4th, Shane Baker from Warwick, 783. Jason Way from South Australia, 797. And then from Warwick, Chris Carsberg, 849. So 3 Victorians, a South Australian, and 2 Queenslanders in the top 6 in Force 28s. And as we said, the unlimited class after that, he's come up from Victoria. Adam Rogash, 673. Josh Putland, it's daylight between them and them. The VF, 791. John Vesnaver, 799 from the HR. Steve Moran, 1155. Shane O'Reilly and Guy King. Guy King in the KE38 station wagon, 932. All right, Jono McDade back in the lanes just for a sec. So Jono just having one or perhaps more cracks. I can see the Dado 1000 Ute coming around for another crack. Is that you, Varun? G'day, mate. There's Varun. Geez, aren't we all ageing gracefully? Look, gorgeous man, still able to run like a bloke half his age. Coming out to see Jono do something. It's just had nothing but tyre hassles getting this thing off the line the last few hits. The 816 straight off the bat. Still had I think he still grabbed a little pedal in it to go 816, but he just wants this thing to just do everything right now. There it is. It's out. It's out. It's got the tyre up now. Now it's absolutely sending it half track. 607, 136. Here we go. 888. 178 mile an hour out the back. 160. It stuck that time. 160. But I mean, you know, it's a couple of tenths out of it just there to make sure it didn't do the tyre again. And it got out and it got down with a fair amount of send out the back and showing plenty of horsepower. 888, 178 mile an hour for another street car just in a suburban garage somewhere in Queensland, in Brizzy. It's good that we have the luxury of so much horsepower lurking in garages of Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia. It's everywhere. Events like this really start to bring them out. Here's Tara. She's determined. She is determined. She wants in. She wants in the top 5 here, Tara. That's what she wants. She definitely wants this top 5. All right, reaction time's going to be okay. Now we want that sort of 660, 670 at half track. 688, 687. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your hats. 56. From a 57 to a 56. I reckon she's got 4 more runs. She'll do 4 more runs and she'll nearly get it. But you know, number 3 qualifies a 5.0 with a 1. And the 2 quickest 10.50s are 5.0 flat. So 5.0 with a 1. So you know what she needs to run here? Dali's got it all up here. Let's have a look. Let's get back to that 1050 class. That's the one that Tara she wears this thing out every single time. So even to be, okay, so there you go. To even be in the top 6, you got to run quicker than a 52.2. So that's Danny Lansdowne. 52.2 is number 6. And Tara's a 56. She'd be 15th. I'd hate to guess. Shall I flick over the page? No, I don't want to. Well, maybe we can. Hang on. This is a nice little setup they got here. What else can we look down there and see? But yeah, so Boise, get this. Check this out. A couple of Kenda names just in here, right? So we've got Aris, Boise, and Danny. So 4th, 5th, and 6th. So Aris is 10.51 with a 5. Yeah, so Rob Wizard has handed in the slip by the look of it. So Rob Wizard has handed in the slip. So it's officially in here. 10.500 with a little bit more terminal speed. 136 for Tim Highbloom puts the Bluebird in number 1. 10.500 for the Dado at 128, number 2. Rob Wizard, 10.501 in 3. Aris, 10.515 in 4th. Damien Boyce, 10.521 in 5th. And Danny, 10.522 in 6th position. So that is our tightest index class there. As I said, the 50 class is 5.0 with a 1, Wade Moran. 5.1 with a 4, Tim Barron. Mark Stone, 5.3 with a 1. Damien Burnham, 5.3 with a 9. Callum Fu, 53 with a 9 as well. And Dean Heidke, 54 with a 9. So 5.0 with a 1, 5.1 with a 4, 5.3 with a 1, 2 11.53s with a 9, and an 11.54 with a 9. That's the top 6 in the 11.50 class. And as I said, that 9.50 class right now, 56. So to me, after we've just looked at those 2 other classes, the 9.50 class, and again, we're being fussy here, 9.56 is number 1 qualifier, 9.66 is number 2, 9.60... Look, honestly, there is 2 9.66s here. A 9.68 for Bruce Henderson, 4th, Steve Tolley an 81, and Chris Pattinson a 10.10. So they've handed slips in at 10.10. Okay, Pro 850 is a 54, Dave McLeish, 55, Carkeet, 57, McGregor, 58, Timmy, 59, Pat, 59, Anthony. All right, so that's pretty sharp as well. All right, so the Dado still both trying to hit a number here. Mitchell Watson trying to hit an 11.50. And our little Dado needs to get... He's in the H class. Trying to run 8.50. He's left the line. He has got the reaction time. Everything's working well. Here we go. Half track, 5.98. This might be the best one for him so far. 8.96. That'll do. 166 mile an hour. He's trying to run the 8.50s, but there's an 8.96. And no hassle on the start line. Plenty of delivery of power. 166. When it ran 157 out the back last run, we knew it had some. 11.78 for Mitchell Watson in the XD. Content to get quite a few more time slips by the look of it. 11.78 at 117. So isn't it interesting? We've seen the blue VH of El Halui out in the make a pretty good run, 8.06. Now here's a guy that didn't get a run because he slipped and slid probably over a bit of water, but he's back in the lanes, and we're talking about Jamie Swift. Now we didn't see Swifty. We only saw him once. And he was skating all over some liquid that came out of the car. So whatever they had to do, and if anyone knows more of the info about what happened to Swifty, send me a little message if you're watching on the live stream so we can tell the rest of the world about it. But he was out on a bit of a mission on the run until it started to haze out something. And it was all over the joint. And I don't know whether it was... I think it was water because, listen, the cleanup wasn't hectic. If it was oil, obviously, we would have had a hectic clean-up, but it was more like a water thing. It pushed some water out, it did something. But I can see Swifty in the staging lanes here. Let's just see how this all ends in the next little while. Marcus Hamilton, back with the Monaro, wanting to hit an 11.50-something. Trying to hit an 11.50-something. There we go. Thank you, Disco. Could have been the rear main. Might have pushed the rear main out. There we go. A little haze. All right, so here we go. Half track, it goes 7:29. Now, look at this. Let's have a look at this. Marcus Hamilton, 11:43. 11:43, too quick. 11:43, too quick for Marcus Hamilton. So, yeah, so apparently the gearbox was out of this thing. So, might have done a rear main, pushed the seal out or did something. So, it's had a little bit of work to do. Can you imagine how much, like, maybe a lot of that gunk got under the car and didn't get to the track, lucky enough. But here is Swifty back after apparently blowing out a rear main or something. So he didn't get a run. So we haven't put him in the mix. But here he is. He's in that B class. So he is in Force 28s. So he is in Force 28s. And we know the potential of Swifty here. Could he go sevens with this car? Right now, 8:49 is the 6th quickest run. Can he get in the top 6? Can he get the top 5 if everything works well here for Swifty? He's got a little bit of time left on the clock to have 1 or 2 runs here too. Tell you what, it had a fair bit on the wind up there, but it's going to come through with a little pedal. And look, 813 at 166 means it's down and it's out and it works, and you could hand that in if you wanted. An 813 would put you in 6th spot. An 813 would put him in 6 if he wants to get in that top 5. If he wants to have another crack, he's got a little bit of time up his sleeve. Mitchell Watson, still one of the other ones, still trying to hit 1150. Big shout out to everyone watching on the live stream. And thank you for the time slip there, Brendan. Couple of nice little time slip there. Yeah, 7:35 at 193. That's probably sitting down over a beer at the checkpoint, looking out at your low 7-second street Salika. Sitting there having a drink, watching the live stream, decides to hand me the time slip in a copy here. So that little Honda-powered Salika. Let's have a look at the short time. 1:21 in the 60. So 4:78 to half track, 152 mile an hour that little Salika was doing. And then a 7:35 at 193. That's a fair bit of send out the back, making some pretty good drag and drive steam, you would have to agree. So good run there. Thank you, Brendan, for the shout out. And so this is a shout out from Brendan. Brendan with the Honda-powered Salika. Now he just says, this is Brendan yelling out to the 101 boys. This is a personal text coming from Brendan to me to ask the 101 boys, and I can watch them all out there packing up. Where are you? Jono, Shay, Mitch, Varun, we're on the road and we're missing you. So that's a shout out from Brendan to, Kiwi Brendan, to all you guys. Where are you, boys? We're missing them. Well, you know what? Pose for a photo, boys. I'm going to look up at the tower and give me the finger, and I'll give it back to Brendan. There we go. Give her that. Yeah, the 101 boys. Here's the response. I'll send that back. There we go. That's where they are. So sinking the boot in, Brent. Oh, hang on, Mitch Hamilton. Mitch Hamilton sends in a message. Oh yeah. Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, tell him he is a dog. I will. There we go. There we go. Little bit of banter in between it. Obviously, they're watching the stream, still watching what you guys are doing, and then he decides to show me the time slip and then ask what you boys are up to. Inciting quite brisk discussion between the gangs. But yeah, the Salika hit the mark and up the road. The boys will be coming along shortly. Don't you worry, Brendan. They'll find you between now and tomorrow. It'll be a different day tomorrow when we go up the hill, and everyone will hit what they want nice and early or whatever. Yeah, that's a bit rude, don't you think, Varun? Don't you think it's a bit rude that bloody old Brendan's just wants to put the shout out and ask where the 101... But yeah, he's a wind. Yeah, I know, mate, I know. You're still here. He's here, I know. Well, he's not. He's just texted me. He's texted me. He's whipping it up. He's halfway, whatever beer he's on halfway through it by the look of his little message to me. So he's definitely winding everyone up in the banter. We'll get him. We'll catch up with him, won't we, mate? We'll give him a little woolly welcome when we see him, won't we? We'll give him a little Give a little touch up. He's up for that if he wants to start poking us all. We're not all shy. We're not all shy with it. He doesn't mind giving it out, old Brendan. All right, the R35 is back. I mean, these things ain't light either. These are they're a hell of a machine. Jorge Pereira. I mean, I should say it's been carried on like a streetcar, like just good run after good run. 10.50, 10.42, 10.40. And these things just work so well. Out of the hole, 169 in the 60-foot. Half track now, 674. Legs it out the deep end, 31, 138. So 10.31, 138 mile an hour. And as we were talking about before, there's not too many cars out there that when you do the road course, you're using the same tyres that you race on. But there'll be one of those cars that's the exception, that you can basically drive that thing for the week without needing to swap tyres on it. I'm sure it'll handle it. That four-wheel drive platform works so well. Big shout out to everyone out there that's enjoying themselves this Friday Arvo. The messages are going off here now. Hang on a sec. We're into that, well, actually, would you believe we've got an hour and 12 left of on track if we want. So a big message from Wazza. Wazza sent me a photo. Show me, Wazza. What's the photo? Great live stream. Car's cleaned and ready for road trip to Warwick tomorrow. G'day, Wazza Bradnam. You're bringing out the beautiful Tirana out tomorrow, so it's all cleaned and ready. You do know when you get there, it will not be as clean by the time you leave tomorrow, because you know when it's race day, things get pretty dusty up there. But hey, Wazza, it looks nice to see that Friday Arvo. Must have an early knock-off Friday Arvo to be able to get home and clean the roll and superannuation like you have, and loving the live stream like everyone else is out there. Thanks to Overtaking Lane, of course, for 3 days. The VPW All-Stars Drag and Drive, slowly wrapping up for day one. As typical, what we do know on drag and drives like this is you get the number you want and hand it in if you think you're competitive enough and head off down the road. And I know that tomorrow there will be probably another couple of extra hits by some of our competitors as they hone in on the Warwick surface, because we are different in altitude up there. I think it's nearly 4,000 feet above sea level up there. I think that if anyone can clue us in on exactly the different relative altitude for Warwick, if you're watching Junga, you'll be able to tell us exactly up there what you breathe at up there at Warwick as far as relative altitude is concerned. So all the horsepower that you make down here, there's going to be a correction factor when we get up there to that rarefied, beautiful. Can you imagine tomorrow morning's dry, crisp power air? You don't want to get out there at 9 o'clock within the first hour plus and see what comes down the track tomorrow morning up there with that air. That's the horsepower air. Every other time after that, it may not be as good because we are already a little thin up there, but that'll be prime air in the morning, prime turbo weather right at Sparrows tomorrow morning. Marcus Hamilton, 11.58, chasing the 11.50 still. And as I said, like even to be in the top six, Marcus, let's just see what you got to do. Even to be in, and again, just opening up our 11.50s. The sixth place is an 11.54 in the 11.50 category. The sixth number is Dean Heidke, 11.54 with a 9. We've got two identical 11.53 with the 9s, Callum Fu and Damien Burnham. We have a 53 with a 1, Mark Stone. And then a 51 with a 4, Tim Barron, and a 50 with a 1. Wade Moran was gone in the Mustang after setting that. 50 with a 1's pretty damn close. So he handed in and head up the road. And that's sometimes, I think, look, he wouldn't probably assume, Wade Moran, that he was going to hit what he hit when he hit it. And that's the thing about this stuff. If you just hit it first, I mean, whether you think that's lucky or not, you would normally, in your right mind, think, I'll have one more hit and see whether or not that was a fluke. And then you might find you went too quick on the second one and then realise, well, I'll take the one that I thought I fluked, but, you know, sometimes you just got to give yourself a rap and say that you were good and hand that in and get out of here. So there'd be some guys that probably wished they didn't quite hit the stuff as early as they did. because you kind of want to run the thing a couple of times. Like when you've got an open track at your disposal, you are within an event, everyone else is running around you, and everyone keeps towing to the lanes. What if you've got fuel, you've allocated for fuel, you've allocated for everything to do quite a few runs in the thing you would assume over 3 days. What's it like if you ran 1 or 2 and you go, you know what, I don't technically need to run any more because I've done everything I need. So there's that temptation to say, well, I just want to hang around and run. How many times do you get to sometimes right now, for example, run your thing back to back if you wanted because you've got the track to yourself? I mean, honestly, people pay premium prices just for this moment right now to have a track just whenever you want to turn up. So some guys have already got the numbers they wanted early and go, well, as far as the way the contest works, let's just get down the road, hand in the number which is competitive, and let's see what day 2 brings on. So, the script doesn't get fully written until, not even after tomorrow can you write it. It's about what happens on day 3 as to whether or not some of these marks will get shuffled. There won't be too many massive come-from-behind victories in any of our bigger unlimited classes. I just think there will be a little fight here and there. I definitely think Force 28s, even on day 3 here, once the pressure of tomorrow is off and you're back here at home, is that there might be you just want to get your settler in. You just want to get that run in that's competitive, but then before you hand the slip in, you start swinging. So I think coming back here Sunday, we'll see a bit more swinging in the afternoon. We will be on at 9. I don't know how long we are on Sunday. I know that normally, and we will probably do that Sunday, not so much now because there's still a couple of opportunities for people to still run if they haven't handed in their slips. But we might see how we go Sunday. If everyone eventually agrees to tap out and we're all done a little bit earlier and everyone's got what they wanted or realise they may not get what they want, is that we might be able to tap out early, do our prezzies early and all that on Sunday. But there'll be some swinging. Not before there'll be some swinging, I'm sure. Because then a lot of the times, if you do break it, you're taking it home on the trailer. You don't have to drive it again anywhere. So there could be a fair amount of swinging there here on Sunday. In those classes over the quarter mile, I can tell you. And even if you hand it in a slip, you want to come back again, there'll be guys trying to weather things out on Sunday. That's an absolute surety, Some guys, it'll be interesting to see how many runs they've done over 3 days. They might have done 4 runs over 3 days, and then you wonder what sort of value, and they might say, what a fantastic 3 days of racing. I've had a great time. And you go, well, did you do 4 runs? You know what I mean? Like for me, it makes sense to nearly wear the damn thing out like Tara Johnston does here. Come on, Tara. I hope you get what you want here. This is tenacity right now. This is Alicia Teal-style tenacity when you haven't got the number you want. But we never used to know with Alicia. We never used to know what number she was trying to run. We know what Tara's trying to run. It's the most obvious mark. It's a 10.50. That's what she wants. And she goes 45 now. 45 with a 7. You know what happens if that went a 5.01? Well, actually, again, if it goes 5.01, that'd blow me away. Honestly, if she could jag a 5.0 with a 1, the same as Rob Wizard, I'd go, well, how would you ever think that you could get 4 completely different combos to run the same time other than the stars aligning? If she could come and pull that out, that's a crazy 4 different combos to try and run right on that 10.5.000. I mean, we can go through all the classes and say the same thing, but I just love, that's one thing about fixed index racing that can really open up a category. Yes, you can talk about fixed index categories that go back like Pro Gas and Super Gas, like the old Super Gas 990. You can still run it any single way you want, that 990, but too many times they end up as, you get the mixture of hot rods and coupes. In NHRA, they're basically Pro Mod Corvettes with the roofs cut off them. They're essentially all roadsters running 990s with big throttle stops. So these are cars that can run 990 at 160, 170 plus mile an hour. So they're weapons of choice. I like this one better, where you can put a multiple of different combos, power adders, bodies, backgrounds, whatever, and put them in there and try and run with basically, street cars with a professional racing attitude. And you're able to do both. The freedom to be able to pick whatever you want and race with it because it's yours, it's your identity, it's your personality. It is an extension. This sort of racing is more of an extension of your personality than trying to fit into a racing format. It's just run what you brung.
in its purest form, and there'll be somewhere for you to aim for. So he's coming back again, Jamie Farmer. We were just wondering who were going to be the longest lingerer. Not that there should be a prize for the longest lingerer, but I'm sure Race Control will tell us, the Allstars head office will tell us who was the last time slip in. Is it Tara Johnson? Is it Jamie Farmer? Is it Jamie Swift? Let's just see. So what is he? He's trying to iron out the bugs here. Let's see what Jamie Farmer does here. He's in Force 28s. Now that was 140. It was coming out making some horsepower. Half track 685 and only 72. So you know, Jamie, this time the thing. I mean, it was missing a little bit on the hit. Whether or not that was a way of trying to control wheel speed or whatever it was, it still was not a full power pass at all. And whether it's back to the drawing board or just back to chasing the same combo, who knows? But it's obvious that there's still a couple of lingerers out there. There's a couple of lingerers out there. Now, so that's right. If anyone can help us out with an update on whether or not, I mean, I hope that's the slowest, quietest machinery that's been set up down at Amberley in a long time. I hope they're just picking up P-plate AU drivers going through there on their... Oh yeah, well, I know there's roadworks there. You should have seen the traffic jam there this morning as they were setting up the roadworks coming up the hill. That's all it is. That's not machinery. Ha-ha, there we go. Well, I mean, we went off the ear to the ground, whoever's ear it was to the ground. But as you said, if it had all those witches' hats off, it would have appeared like it would have been a machinery when they do that. They shut down a lane, bring everyone through. But I did see the cone laying machine doing the cone laying this morning because, I mean, heavens forbid, a human couldn't lay them as straight as that. Even when I came through near just on 8 o'clock, the gridlock from this way in, because they blocked the road off for then, was all the way back to here. So they were holding a lot of people up. And there was an ACO. Oh, up there too. What time was that? Geez, it's all happened out here today. Oh, okay. No, well, I didn't see any traces of that still, but the roadworks we definitely saw get set up, so... Oh, that's right. And the base had the big thing today too, so it was a fair bit on. I wonder if that wouldn't have been traffic control for that, surely, but it's all happening. God, who decides to do all this on a Friday? Heaven forbid. Day one of a drag and drive on a Friday, just to throw all that in as well. That's some quality traffic. Like, I'd love to, once I start doing the route this afternoon, this is the thing. Hopefully some people will linger or whatever and we'll end up getting into the back of that, but I doubt it. This is what happened last time. It's what happened last time. We left at 3 and everyone's gone already. So we're lucky that sometimes we end up at the checkpoint. We're catching some of those people that have stopped in between and then get to the pub or whatever. So could be dinner on at the pub yet, who knows? I'm sure we would have had to give them a little bit of a heads up to make sure they got a few more steaks. The last thing you want to do is run out of a steak out there at a drag and drive. Only so many people will cop a Caesar salad, you know. I mean, I would. Here she is. Now, Tara, what are you looking for, Tara? This is another edition of Where's Tara At? Right, so here we go. She could be our longest lingerer today. She can almost deep stage and wash a bit off, you know what I mean? All right, let's have a look at what she's got here. Half track, let's have a look. 677, it's looking good. She comes through the stripe now. It's a 47 with a 9, Tara. 47 with a 9, and she's either tuned into 88 FM on the stereo in the Supra, or she's got the live stream sitting there on the dash, I hope.
because you want to know that info straight away. You wouldn't want to keep coming back for that next 30 seconds wondering whether you ran the time or not. So we want to tell you immediately, Tara, try again. She's dancing close with the reaction times too, 9.26. So they're so close to not being legal, you know what I mean? And Dully ruled it out earlier on when he was up here setting up the laptop, which I'm reminding everyone to make sure that you remember this laptop, whether you want me to bring it down or not. But Dully, I said, in the future, could there be a legal ET coupled with a slow reaction time to give you the perfect index hit? And he said, nope. He will not take any illegal ET combined with a reaction time deficit. So you can't play the maths that way. We close that loophole right up real quick. So, if you ran a 47, imagine if you ran like a 10.47, but you went 103 reaction time. You can't add up, you can't use the deficit to your advantage. So if you cut a reaction time above 1 second, you get penalised by the amount you go over. So just say you ran nearly a perfect run, or just say especially in the guys that are running flat out, and you went 1-0-something reaction time and you went pretty quick in the ET, you'd almost cop that. You'd almost cop that little bit of a time deficit or try and come back and run clean. Isn't it funny does anyone else get a text in the afternoon from Domino's Pizza? Domino's just hits me at the right time of the afternoon. I just get a text from Domino's and they go, are you hungry for pizza? And I look over and I look at my Domino's I just ate for lunch and I text them back saying, nah, sorry, mate. Don't need it, thanks, already got it. I mean, where was that text a couple of hours ago? But then, hey, guess what? Pizza turned up, so I've always waited for an opportunity to say, yes, I will opt out. I will type in the number to opt out, finally. I had a random text from a real estate agent the other day and he said, would you be okay if I drove past your house and gave you an approval? And I just said, actually, drive past this house. It's a mate of mine's. He wants to sell it. Don't drive past mine. But and you know what? If there's someone out there that, you just, it's not hassling, but, if you just want to play a trick on them, if a real estate agent hits you up, just say, look, I've got a lead for you. This is the address, and just randomly shoot the address of one of your friends. If anything, if you know your friend's got a really crook next-door neighbour, just give them the next-door neighbour's address and say, go up to the door and buzz and say, do you want to sell your property? Just as a joke. They won't see it coming. But, yeah, this week the real estate agent, he was into me, and you feel like texting back saying, mate, I don't need you to tell me what my property's worth. I know it's worth a ton. So go away, please. Or, can you find me a house on acreage with a big shed? I don't want to pay anything under 1.2, and a hoist and a 3-phase power and a pool. If you find me that, mate, then text me back. So it looks like Dave McLeish is all loaded up and off to go. So the Lexus has got the roof rack on and all the tyres all packed up. The trailers are getting packed. All sorts of things going on in various pits, but there's a lot of pack up happening. And as we said, we've got that time still open. We don't know how many time slips we are away. Now here's a guy that we haven't seen in a couple of hours, and I thought he might have been long gone, but maybe he's had the occasional drama. But here he is, Warwick Meldrum. We did have him there. We'd had him at an 8.68, but I think he had a big reaction time. So the 8.68, he really couldn't work. There was one run there where he did do a big wheelie as well. So I think we're on Leaf Springs, Barra-powered Valiant. He said, got to cut a reaction under 1 second, so that little thing might be a bit hard to do. But he's just got to try and bump this thing in. Boosted Barra, Valiant. He's got to light it up. Get the bump right. Just get the bump right. There we go. Hey, he got out. He got out. It's all looking good. All looking good. Clean reaction time. Half track 5.67. 8.80. 156 mile an hour. He did go 8.68 earlier on today, but definitely looked like it was a little tamer off the... not that it looks tame at all whenever that thing leaves. It's making plenty of grunt. The old Val loves to move around as it comes out of the hole, including that nice wheelie he did early on today. 8.80 at 156 mile an hour for Meldrum, but maybe it was a little bit of bump practice or just a bit of working up on the bump, because that was the one thing he needed to get right. I mean, I suppose when you're on a solo, you will have that microsecond longer to try and bump it in that last bulb, because there will be that slight pause as the red gets thrown in the opposite lane, then the pro tree. So you get that little red show and then the tree, tiny little bit more time to just wind it all up. One of the tricks there, well, too, as you hear the thing come up on boosters, you bump it just before it makes all that power, because if you do wait, and again, some cars, the more you've been listening to boosted cars of different capacities, whether it's an LS, I mean, that's the bigger the turbo, you can normally get those things in okay, but then the rest of the car's got to be spot on as well, as far as, you know, the bump dialed in, the suspension dialed in, how much travel do you have in your suspension, how much does the thing rock, do you bring any front brake pressure in with you when you bump, do you bring a bit of line lock pressure in when you bump? Sometimes I think best thing to do, if you can hear the car starting to come up on boost, is just bump it before it makes all that torque, and the thing might actually move a little bit more control before, 500 more RPM after that, and the thing might be making 500 more horsepower, and it might be a little harder to make the thing move 2 inches. That's all you want to do. You want to make some of these things only move 2 inches to stage, so you can leave with everything lit and actually get a representative time plus a reaction time under 1 second. It's just so many little boxes to tick to get it all right, and good to see that some of the guys have either they've got a combo that just works, they go in and that part's not a problem, and then there's other times that guys are just needing events like this to learn that craft. If anything, after the end of 3 days, you might have had a combo pretty well sorted and checked out. If it's testing on road miles or testing at the racetrack, you're definitely going to find at the end of the weekend you've either got a series of successes or learning experiences, or just more race car love that some guys seem to get with their cars that are so well sorted. And the ones that guys have been in for years, like Kenny and Lampard and Zito and all those guys, Baker, Carlsberg, those combos have been around for many, many years, and they can tend to make some of that stuff look easy because that part's all being dialed in and works every time. So, and then there's new combos that come through. We just got to iron them out, and then when they're done, they work a lot better. You get more and more days of race car love, and all the money and time and sacrifice that you spend to make all that power just to make it get into stage to get that time slip. That's the last thing. That's the most important thing. It is sometimes to get right, and when it does work, it works well. And I love watching that thing of Warwick Meldrum's anytime he runs it. The Barra-powered Val, big full-bodied real steel car. Another one that just lurks in suburban garages around the place. And 8 second, 6-cylinder street car. No slouch indeed. No slouch indeed. So as we said, day one, 9 o'clock till 3. We have 50 minutes left. How many cars left, folks? Massive crowd of 5 here in the grandstands now. Massive crowd, all 5 of you. Look at you diehards. I mean, I can see you beside yourself with excitement there. This guy's still trembling. It was... or he's cold, one of the two. No, it's... This is the thing about drag and drives. You get to this time of the day and a whole bunch of them have already head down the road. It's about who is left. And I'd love to tell you how many are left. I can't tell you that. If I do see a white Supra turn up, we'll know it's Tara. We might see a silver Valiant come back. I would love to see the blue VH Commodore back. I would love to see Swifty back after making that run before. The track is theirs for the next 50 minutes. We're scheduled till 3. And actually one of the best views around is probably down the road watching them all tow out, because the cars are starting to fill up. You can see some of these guys getting ready to hit the road, especially if you've got a car that'll take 4. So you've got a few of them out the back. So Rob Wizard looks like he's just about to leave. So he was third with a 10.50 with a 1, but now that... that K is, was it a T? HT is full of mates and crew or whatever, and they're about to go and do that road course, which we think between here and Warwick plus the checkpoints about 250 odd Ks. Oh, it's Tara. It's Tara. She snuck up on us. I'm looking out the back. All right, Tara. You know what number she's trying to hit. Probably one of the hardest cars to get dialed right in. 77. Yeah, it's gone. Where's it gone? It's gone. Whatever that little streak she was creeping up on, 47, 45 or whatever. She went 45, 47, and then it's gone 77. You know what? That's almost a ticket that, hand in the 50 whatever and get out of there. If the fuel light starts, coming on, you think, right, I've got to get out of here. But she's still trying to hit that 50. As I said, it's got to be a very low 10.50 for her. And she was at a 47. She was at a 10.47, just creeping up to try and run on that 5.0. But then a 77, I don't know where she lost it all. That glove box, honestly, check that glove box of that Super, or wherever she keeps them. I always just talk about the glove boxes where you'd put all your time slips if you're running your street car. I know that's where all mine went, running my streeters back in the day. You'd have to check that Supra's glove box by Sunday. It'll just all fall out on the floor, 1,000 time slips on the floor. None of them she could have used. It'll be something, I know we had, I think, Johnny Vesnaver nearly wear out his car, whether it was at Allstars or road trip. But, someone will have the most amount of time slips over 3 days. It very well could be that Supra by the end of it. I don't think there's a prize for it. But there may not be a prize for it. But all you can tell is that it'll be like the most worn-out street car here would probably be Tara's right now, trying to chase that number. Considering I think it took Jamie Page in the Dado today, took him about 3 runs to hone in on the 50 flat. And Rob Wizard took a fair few more to go 10.50 with a 1. But then I think Tim Heimblom in the Datsun only needed 3 to get the 10.50. Tara's done a dozen plus trying to chase the same 10.50. So some people really honed in. They honed in the day before or whatever. And today was just the consolidation for that. But here's Tara still lapping it around. That Supra, that's got the most amount of street miles I can remember on it. She's just cruising back through. Whether Swifty's got another run in him, I don't know. Don't know whether the other slips have been handed in. I don't know how many we got left. All I know is that we've got literally 45 minutes for anyone that is still not handed in a time slip to do so. And honestly, it'd be nice to know from All-Stars Central whether or not we indeed are at 100% hand in. I know Tara hasn't handed in one, we know that. Whether Swifty's handed one in, whether any, I think there'll still be a handful that we've been sort of seeing trickle through. Whether or not they're actually handed in or not. It'd be good to know. Here she comes. Is that her again? Very well could be. Yeah, so we don't know. We don't know. Couple of these young lads down the front here, you've been riding your dirt bikes or something? You just like rocking up in Tech 9s all the time, or have you been dirt bike riding? You lucky boys. School holidays still, isn't it? Got to go back Monday though, don't you? Yeah, got to go back Monday. But you've been dirt bike riding, have you? Oh, lucky you kids. What is up to tomorrow? Come up to Warwick. Oh, yeah, fishing tomorrow. So dirt bike riding Friday, a little bit of drag and drive in the Arvo, and then fishing tomorrow. You know, you two should have a vote and say, Dad, no fishing, let's go to Warwick and watch day 2. You want to see all the quick street cars at Warwick? Let's go to Warwick. There you go. Going to Warwick tomorrow, Dad. The fishing, you'll wait till Sunday. Do the fishing on Sunday, mate. You go out in the boat or in the river somewhere, you fishing? Yeah, just give it a miss, mate. Give it a miss. Just drag car, street cars the next 2 days, mate. Get rid of the fishing. Go fishing another time. Good school holidays when you can get out on your dirt squirters, can't you? That's good. And actually, while you two kids are here, of course, you know that they're starting to do junior drag bikes out here. You know that? You guys can get in and do junior drag bikes in the future. So Dad will have to buy 2 new drag bikes. You'd have to sell your dirt bike to get a drag bike, eh? Yeah, that sounds good. Less broken bones, no hitting trees and falling off jumps. No jumps, though. Oh, guess who it is? We all know who her name is now. It's Tara. All right, girls, somewhere in here, you've got the whole world zoned in on your perseverance here. She needs that 10. Well, look, she just needs a 5-0, 10-5-0. Again, shall I look at half track? Do I dare even look at half track? 674. Okay, where's that? Where is it? Oh, 43. Backwards. She's gone backwards. She went 1077, then so before that was a 47, and now a 43. I wish we had a camera in the car, actually, so she could hear me tell the number, to listen to her then scream and swear, and I'm only assuming she can do both, right? But you know what would happen if a 5-0 something came up there? You know that scream would be a different scream. It would be, yes, it would be that final, this is why we do it sort of thing. Yeah, so let's just see. I hope, again, as I said, she's watching the stream, got the 88 FM on the stereo, because with 88 FM up here, you can hear the commentary in the car. You know what I should do next time, Pete, is when she goes down the track, don't say anything. Just let her go down the track and then me not say anything, and that way she's got a couple of seconds of, well, how come I'm not getting told what I ran just then? Let's just, yeah, you know what I mean? Let's just, I don't know. I mean, if she's got a drag, she could have a draggy that also helps her tell that, but you can have your draggy, and then there's the Willowbank quarter mile, which is, I think, the most accurate, better than a draggy. The old-fashioned Willowbank 1320 time slip. So she might even have 1320 go. Let's hope she doesn't. Let's just hope she's relying on 88 FM for me to tell her the info or watching the live stream. If Tara comes back one more time, it's a little joke I'm going to play on her. I'm not going to tell her the numbers yet. I mean, if it goes 50, it's going to be so hard for me to keep that under my hat, but I think I can do it, all right? Let's see. If she gets what she wants next run, I'm just only going to hold up that info a little bit, knowing that hopefully she's listening to it. Hey, this is good news. This is the guys I wanted to see come back, and here they are. Look at it. They're coming back in the pack here. Check it out. Are they the brothers? So we've got Mason. He got the number. I think he nearly got the reaction time. It was just the reaction time that just washed off the ET. But now that looks like they've made progress, and it is here. So it's Mason El Haluli in that VH Commodore. And we did have the entrant name for the VX, which we don't have at the moment, but he's entrant H10. So in the H class, which is 950 class. So Mason El Haluli did go 806 on the last run. We're just checking on the VX Commodore. We're just getting the race number up, make sure it's all good. Might have an 8 in it. Looks like an O from here, but where the wiper goes through it. It is Kareem Patini El Haluli. Okay, so here we go. Mason and Kareem. So they've both got their combos sorted, and you know what? It's almost effectively become a bit of a private rest of the day for them. They've had to hang around all day to get to this moment, but they've obviously had a couple of issues. It's now about trying to cut a light, or is this going to be could this be is this the charity bumpy in that we're getting? No, it's going to work, it's going to work. He's got it. Okay, he's got himself a good reaction time. He's there at half track. It's gone 5:14. Here's the deep air. There we go, 8:09. That's a ticket you can hand in. That's a ticket. 4:17 off the light there. 8:09 at 1:55. Half track 5:14. 60 foot 121, and that is a slip to hand.
16.71 there for Kareem. I think that was the whole idea of Kareem coming in, just being the last bowler. I'm just assuming that, but that gave him perfect time to pull out what he just pulled out. What is the latest time to hand in a time slip? They're still fixing. Okay, well, I'd say that's a good call. We'll find it. See if we can find out what the latest is. Obviously, 4 o'clock is the end. 3 o'clock is the end of on track. That is a very good question. When's the latest? Well, honestly, after 3 o'clock, you just got to hand the slip in. Whatever you got, you can't get another slip. So I would say the answer to that question, what's the latest you can hand a slip in? It could be before you leave the track. But after 3, you won't be able to get another slip anyway. So there's the answer to that, I'd say. So they're fixing that's the Nova. Trying to change a starter motor in the staging lanes. I know you might already have a time slip, but yeah, look, we're still closing everything off the track at 3. No one's told us we're cutting off early. That gives you 37 more minutes to try and get that starter motor changed. So hopefully that was an answer to 2 questions or 2 answers to 1 question. I don't know. There we go, 3:30. There we go. Dan's told me 3:30 is the shut-off for time cards, which is 30 minutes after you can't get a slip anymore anyway. So there we go. 3:30 time cards cut off. You got till 3:30 to put a slip in at the All-Star 10. If you're in the lanes changing starters, well, that technically leaves you 37 minutes to get to the end of the lanes and make a run. Even if you get in early and you can still do a couple, whatever you need before 3, and then you got till 3:30 to choose which one you need. Does that make sense? Hopefully that does. Gary Brett, g'day Buddha. Definitely keeping me entertained listening to the live feed today. So there he is, Buddha's out on the excavator. So if you're out there on the overtaking lane live stream and you just send Chris Diggles a message on Facebook. We've got Gary Brett up there on the digger watching the live stream within the digger. So a big shout out, keeping us entertained here. VPW All-Stars Drag and Drive. Day number 1, nearly at its close. As we said, 36 minutes left on the clock to put a run down. They're thrashing on a starter motor in the staging lanes for the Nova. I do think it ran down already, but I think they definitely want a couple more. And as we said before, some of our competitors have actually got what they wanted time slip-wise within 1 or 2 runs. And then decided, you know what, let's not hang around, let's get up the road because you've already handed in a competitive number. There's people obviously still trying to chase a number or had a mechanical issue. So one of them was William Yarwood. Will, I think on the very first run of the day, the 2JZ Corolla had done the drive shaft, whether it was a uni or whatever. He came back after a couple of hours of thrash and just after the 12 o'clock prep, I think he came out and he reeled off a 7-second time slip after thrashing on it for hours. And he got it in time. So if you're going to break something, geez, try and break it in the first 3 hours because then at least you've got nearly 3 hours to fix it. But unfortunately, you know, starter motors like the Nova, some of those things ain't easy to change either. So they're thrashing on that right now. They already put a run down, but they want to get another one in, obviously. So this time of the day when you break stuff's always a little bit harder. Big shout out to Ash Bagdonis watching live as well. So yeah, you're on the stream. Good to see. Good to see watching the live stream wherever you are around the country. He's getting pumped up for Jambo, 7th, 8th and 9th of August here at Willowbank Raceway. The All Ford Day coming up in July, Mopar Sunday as well. So a couple more things to finish off July before we get to August. And then, yeah, 7th, 8th, 9th. So 7th means Friday, right? So there will be testing / racing on Friday this year for Jambo. And I know that because yours truly is doing our stream from Friday onwards. Friday, Saturday, Sunday for Jambo. So it's going to be a big 3 days. The All Ford Day, if you've never been to an All Ford Day here at Willowbank, it is off the chain. You would just about, if you're ever going to try and see pretty much a rolling museum of everything to do with Blue Oval, they fill this joint. Tell you what, between the corporate boxes and the highway, that whole area is just full of Fords. So come and see that in a couple of weeks' time here. Mopar Sunday, the weekend after, same deal. Some of the Mopar stuff still lurking around is incredible. So that's a couple of events coming up here in July before August. The second half of the year, then we get into September, and of course Kenda
radial ride here was going to be off its head, absolutely. Plenty of other times to get out here and have a look. QDRC, Test and Tunes, Street Series. It just never stops out here at this place. It just continues to curate and inspire future, current and past drag racing legends and participants. And this is why I think the sport's so strong in this part of the world, is you've just had this established racetrack that's got a reputation for probably the world's best drag racing standards. And when this is in your backyard, of course you're going to breed a not only one generation, now multi-generations of drag racing families have applied their trade here at this track. And if you've never been down this track ever, like you can do it. It's not hallowed ground. You can do it. Just come to a street series. If you're old enough to drive a car and you've got a license, obviously that's the only way you can come and run down here. But come out and have a crack at it. Have a look at their schedule, download it, and come out and have a look. If you've never been to a diesel assault out here, well, that's a different thing altogether. Come out and see what a diesel assault looks like. It's thousands of people and wheel standing patrols and soot and boost and everything comes out to those events out here. So that's a crazy event to see here at Willowbank as well. But there's plenty on the schedule. And, I think the earliest I ever came out here was 1986, 87, 85. 85 might have been 85 I was out here. So celebrated my 18th birthday out here in 1988. So pitched a tent up down in the pits and camped at the drags for 3 days. Had the Nationals here in 1988. Remember that? Yeah, remember. Well, you wouldn't remember that. You weren't born, were you, back then, 1988? No, you wouldn't remember, Dolly? Yeah, you were 10. You little 10-year-old tack. You're a 10-year-old tacker. Oh, okay. 10. Oh, okay. Yeah, one. Around, okay, 1990. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, he was just a little baby. I remember growing up and watching the young kids come through. And again, this is one thing I always like to bring up, and I was bringing it up even this year. I used to sit here, and Pete, you remember this. You were a young bloke too, running in the early days. But I used to commentate at street meets, guys like Luke Marsden, Daniel Reid, little Shane Tucker back in the day. Shane Phillips never really ran anything in street meets, but, Shane was always, he knew exactly how Dad's car went together from a very early age. And remember commentating, even Daniel Reid and all those guys. I think so who had the Dado 1200? Luke Marsden had the Dado 1200. Daniel Reid had the XF Ute. I remember that. They'd come out and run at street meets. Pete, I think you're out here on an old boozer at the beginning, and all those early days. And watch them grow into just world-class races from that early start. Got to see them on the up and up. All right, Jamie Farmer is back. Whatever bug they're trying to iron out, whether it's got a miss in it or whatever, but I do think it was a big block at one stage. Big block single turbo, but I do have a funny feeling it is an LS power deal now for Jamie. So good to see Jamie Farmer getting back in the saddle. Of course, Enemies Racing. No, it wanted to come out 177 at 60 foot, but was still, off power by then. And just whatever is causing this thing to lose power, it's just obviously throwing the guys a curveball. I've got nothing. I can't offer him any advice on that. Whatever is happening is happening. It's cutting out. It could be stuff like something electrical, crook earth. Who knows? Could go back and try and work it out. Sometimes the only way to really test that is either you've got to be on a dyno to try and run it up, or you've got to come out and run down the real dyno, the black dyno, and see if the thing works. But obviously it's clear that it hasn't done what they wanted to do that run either. The luxury is, of course, 29 minutes left of track time. Our friends in the Nova are still thrashing on the starter motor, so right now they're still got a bit of time up their sleeves before, as we said, 3:30 is the cutoff for slips. Yeah, that's right, Pete. That's right. So it was. That's true. We had We had Marston in the 1200 Dado. We had Dan Reid in the XF. Luke Crowley had the EK Ute. Did 27 passes each in qualifying at a street meet, back to back, back to back, back to back. Just because you could. Just because you could. And out of that, we've had, world-class blowing alcohol tuners, top alcohol champions and pro bike champions all out of the street meets, just wearing that stuff out. Like thousands of runs. I can never get... And this is the thing that... I've certainly done a few more laps up here in the town than I have down the track, but done a few. It does not really fades into comparison to what some of these races have done. Honestly, if we ever kept... Not that we could ever prove it, because we just don't have that data to go, who has done the most amount of runs down this track? Could be Damien. Yeah, that's what I was thinking straight away. Damien Morris. I'm thinking, could be Damo. Could be Damo. I'd love to know how we could ever prove that. I'd love to have that top 100 most lapped races here. And every year, it's just like every year, it's like all-time try scorers in NRL or most amount of games played, like Cameron Smith or whatever, to be able to say, this is the most amount of laps. No one will ever stop me. It's like Nitro Funny Car Championships. No one will ever top John Force, ever. It's like Victor Bray with Door Slammer Championships. Gary Phillips with Top Alcohol Championships. It's like no one will ever probably catch that. Same with the amount of runs down this track. Yeah, that's right. Then we go to a Queensland Diesel Spares party afterwards. That's what we do after street meets. I remember all those days, the early days. Is there any way? I know that we talk about curfews, but remember we were the first drag strip in the world here at Willowbank to have a drag race in the new millennium. Now, that is something we'll broadcast over the live stream right now, late in the day, and for all those people still working and watching and waiting and hoping and dreaming and praying, that we're going to see something in the next 20 minutes before we pull up stumps, hit the big bay, go me, Shagger and Bubba, and head off on the 250k trip. I can be on the double blacks because Shagger's driving, right? So I just can't be on them now too much. So we did the first race at midnight. We did a New Year's Eve drag race. Was Terry Sander one of the ones that went down first? I'm trying to remember wasn't there a contest as to who was going to be? We'll have to pull up the history for that. All I remember, I was there that night. That was 26 years ago, so I can't exactly remember it. But we were the first track in the world to run a drag race in the new millennium. They can never take that away from this place. I want to do a 24-hour. Got to run every hour. How many runs an hour? Until someone taps out, last person standing, and just put a dial in on the window, and you come and you race someone on a dial in for 24 hours, and the most amount of wins the 24 hours of drag racing. Just an idea. You've heard of things like World Series of Pro Mod. What about the 24 hours of drag racing? Warwick Meldrum, come on, Woz. Tell ya, it's going to work. He leaves the line. He keeps pedaling it all the way through the quarter. Here we go. 876. So 876, 868, 880. So that's 3 good runs out of the big Val. And here she is, Tara. I hope you're listening on 88 FM or on the live stream. If you are, you can put your hazard lights on or your blinkers or whatever. If you are. If you're not, well, we'll hold the information from you. Trying to chase a 10.50. Shallow stage happening. Off she goes, half track, 683. And Tara, don't you wish you knew what you just run? If you were waiting on me to tell you on 88 FM what you just run, thinking you're going to get that information straight away after the run, well, I'm telling you, I'm not going to tell you that it was a 10.52. Oh, sorry, 10.52 with a 9, Tara. There we are. That's, you know what? I'm not going to tell you to give it up, Tara. How about you come, now that you're in the ballpark, Tara, how about you come out and have another crack at it? I'm just asking.
Could you possibly, I know you've done 912 runs today, but maybe one more run won't hurt, will it? The 2Js can run forever, so bring the 2J back. Bring your Heyman Reese back. Let's see one more run. I thought that was cruel, you know. She's travelling hundreds of metres without knowing the ET, and I thought, you know what, there you go, Tara, 10.52. 10.52. And what do you reckon? Good idea, 24-hour drag racing. Do you reckon whack a dial in on the side and just keep fronting up in the lanes, and if there's an opponent beside you, you just keep racing to win. That'd be a good way to do it. Most amount of wins in 24 hours, which means you want to get in the lanes as quick as you could per hour and run them all out. Just an idea. The black, call it the black. So Janie's already on the idea. The Black Top Ultra Drag Marathon. 24 hours of dial your own drag racing. Could you let them qualify for 12? So what about 12 hours of qualifying on day one, and no qualifying? You just want to what? Straight into racing. That's not a bad idea. So just start at midnight. Well, how about midday to midday? That way you've got to go through a midnight and out the other way. So midday Friday, midday Saturday finish. No, midday Saturday, midday Sunday finish. So the Saturday night, 24 hours, we could really light it up over here over 24 hours. You've seen how big Le Mans gets where they all camp and carry on, and in the middle there's a race happening in the middle. That'd be pretty mint. You could come out and have a total board of how many people have won, and then after a while I think it'd be like, well, this person needs to win 6 more times in the next hour, and it'll all be about coming down the lanes. And you could almost do it where you've got a lane where you would come down that, okay, 6+ wins can be in this lane. If you're only 2 wins, you keep coming down the one lane. But you start winning 5+, you've got a 5+ lane. That'd really, no, honestly, we'll boil the old CompuLink up there. I'd be nuts for that. That'd be nuts. 12, midday to midday. Great idea. Now, Janie's already putting in annual leave. Whenever this event happens, she's going for a marathon somewhere in another country. She doesn't want to be here to see 24 hours of drag racing ever happen. I mean, I honestly thought we'd give this track the first option of it as the idea, considering it was the first track that had a drag race in the new millennium, that then it would take 26 years to come up with the idea of a 24 hours of drag racing idea. No one in the world has done I don't think it's happened unless someone out there in cyberspace already knows more about drag racing than all of us, knows that someone has already done a 24 hours of drag racing before. It would be great. And again, it'd be dial your own. So yes, you could probably change your dial in between rounds. But God, wouldn't that just be the ultimate sportsman UFC ultimate fight? Like just anything in these lanes. From super streets to top sportsmen's to whatever. Here she comes. Here's Queen Tara. Here she is with the big wave. Queen Tara. Oh, hail to Queen Tara. Queen of the 10.50. Except she hasn't run that. She's run only a 10.52. Is this her final? Was that her final wave? Like, I haven't really seen her waving as she came in then. But last time she did kind of sneak up on me. I was looking the other way watching people pack up. But she snuck up here and she's probably listening on 88 FM. So again, let's just see how long it takes for us to get the info to Tara on the results of this run. Last run, 10.52. She reckons she's honing in on it now. She knows what she's done. She said she'll prove it by coming in again. Showing that the 10.52 was not a fluke. So remember, that half track's a very important time. She's going out for a send here, 6.80. Going out for the send. And I bet you, Tara, you'd love to know what you ran, wouldn't you? And now someone's already wiped it off the screen. I can't even tell you what it was, Tara, but it was a 49 with a 7. Is that right? I know, but thank you for that. That really forced the drama. Yes, 49 with a 7.
She'll be now going, she'll be fully swearing. Oh, no, that's great. That's great, Felicity. That's great. What you did was great. No, I'm not bagging you for that. Not bagging you for that. That's fine. I held it up. I nearly had to write it down. I didn't think I'd have to on a day like this that we'd be shutting the screen off so quick, but you did it for us. Tara, 49 with a 7. Sawi. She did. The way she came out before, she sort of did, it was almost like a final wave. She was almost doing this final wave like it was, you know, the last run. But when it's a 49 with a 7, she, and again, I'm asking you, Tara, I can't even see her yet, but Tara, just watch your speed on the return road. I just thought I'd say that without telling her. Oh, you've already put her entry in. Hey, Tara, the start line's already waiting for you. Your number's already in. That's a bit presumptuous. What if she doesn't want to do another run? Maybe the 49 with a 7 was enough to just break her completely, and she'll be sitting there drooling at the checkpoint going, 49 with a 7, 49 with a 7. Yeah, 49 with a 7 or something, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, 49 with a 7. So, yeah, just Tara, just remember your return road speed, please. Yeah, 49 with a 7. Yeah, he says, so that's a more acceptable speed, Tara, coming up the return road. I do have a funny feeling you're enjoying this a little bit too much, Tara. 49 with a 7. So she's got the 52. So look, Tara, in case this is of any consolation, let me give you an insight into the 1050 top 6. So 52, you went 52 before with a 7. Danny Lansdowne is 6 with a 52 with a 2. Boise's 52 with a 1. 51 with a 5 is Aris. And then there's 3 10-5-0s. 2 10-5-00s and a 10-5-01 from Rob Wizard. So if Tara was to pull something out, so we've got a Blowen ZL1 Camaro, a Barra-powered XT, and a 2JZ-powered VC, that bottom 3 out of the 6 top 1050 cars. So is there room for another 2J in that top 6? It would have to bump out. Well, honestly, if she went a 5-1-4, she'd bump out Aris, and Danny would be out of the 6. So if she does choose to come and run again, that's what she has the chance to do. I don't know what will be the time when she decides to call it quits. Maybe a message to me will tell her. Remember, we've got till 3:30 to hand in slips, but again, as I said, after 3 o'clock it might be fruitless, because if you can't run after 3, then whatever you've got to hand in. A big shout out, just see it on Facebook, just coming up there. Jared Wood getting ready for Dragon Drive. Race prep next weekend, all the better with Allstars, Dragon Drive and Diggles in the background. Big shout out to you, Woodsy. If we get any, well, tomorrow I'll do a little bit more for you. If you're going to watch the stream tomorrow, mate, you know my philosophy on all NA stuff now, mate. You're going to have none of me, no air coming out of me, all the air out there for the carburetted cars or ASPO cars tomorrow, Woodsy. We'll give you a bit of ASPO lung action over the overtaking lane cameras tomorrow. Guaranteed, knowing that you're out there watching, Woodsy. And as we said, we're pulling up stumps in about 15 minutes as far as what we're doing on track. There is still an over getting a starter motor put in, and whether or not that means a set of headers off to do that, I know sometimes starters can be hard if there's an exhaust system around them, and most vehicles will have some sort of tricky thing associated with changing starter motors. And they've got the Nova in the air trying to swap out starters, so whether or not there was some headers or whatever in the way to do that. I know that normally if you can get a starter motor in, a starter motor change, it should obviously try and be as hassle-free as it could be. That's another key element in the build of Gordito, was that I wanted to make sure anything on the car that needed fixing or changing or accessing is actually easy to get to instead of tricky. And that includes wiring, plumbing, all that sort of stuff. Keeping it simple, but I also remember my thing ain't a street car, so there's a lot of compromise with street cars, and that's why race cars become such purpose-built things that you can't do anything else with, like sharing with your mates on a Dragon Drive or cruise somewhere in it. So, gotta love the beast. or give it all away, one of the two, and too many of you seem to want to not give it away. But I would be not surprised if the White Super decided to, even though her name's already in the system, we don't have to put your name in the system for the next person to come up just yet, Tara, because your name's already in here waiting for you. Whether she's coming or not, your name's ready. We just assume you could be possibly the last person out there, bar the Nova we can't see that's up the back of the lanes getting a starter motor change, whether that's still happening. But Dave brought us up brought a valid question up. When's the cut-off for time slips? And it is 3:30. But then, we do finish on track at 3. So you would assume just after 3 would be when slips could come flying in, when you've got no other option other than just to drop one in. Whatever you had up till now. So if we do see a Barra-powered Valiant back in the next couple of minutes, we know Warwick's still hunting it down. I mean, the combo's working well the last couple of runs. And again, it's such a dramatic car when it leaves because, it's up on the leaf spring and big sort of car really cops some of that torque out of that boosted Barra out of the hole. I mean, it does kind of create a fair bit of violence to it, a bit of epic body language on that car as it comes out of the hole. Seen some great body language out of a lot of the cars today. There you go. So the slip, the word is they won't have finished the Nova in time. They have handed in the sleep. So there we go. So the Nova thrash will probably still continue. The slip is in. So whatever they've had to do, whether or not it was another starter, whether they're rebuilding a starter, maybe that could have been the other thing they might have been doing. When they said they're changing a starter, you would assume that's one starter to another. If it's a starter to be fixed, well, that's when you need your auto electrician, mate, and probably some parts. Couldn't just turn up with a set of hand tools and probably fix something like that. You'd need to have access to, somewhere that can help, if it's brushes or contacts or whatever it's done, solenoid or whatever. I mean, I don't know what was in that Nova. Whether it was a big, I think it might have been a big block, or you would think if it was an LS. Well, I mean, it's nearly just a trip to Repco, isn't it? If it's and that's probably one of the joys people bag LS after all these years. But that's kind of one of the advantages of that platform or the Barra is that sort of stuff is off the shelf still at most of your parts stores. So when you are considering building a drag and drive car, sometimes that sort of stuff. You don't know what to take to also too. It'll be the year you decide I don't need to take an alternator. It'll be the year the alternator dies. But you'll know nearly every second LS guy out there's probably got one in the kit. It's almost you can almost predict that already. And I'll probably ask in the next 2 days of any of these premium drag and drive cars, do you carry a spare alternator with you if it's an LS? And the answer might be probably yes, because I've seen too many on the side of the road in Victoria or South Australia doing the street machine drag challenges where that stuff does just happen to flog out at the wrong time. Well, isn't it lovely to see? Here she is, looking fresh as a daisy. It's Tara Johnson. Yes. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if she went to the other lane just the once? Maybe she should have tried the other lane. Maybe she needs to think about changing lanes. Maybe the ET, this is my thinking, maybe the ET she's looking for will be in the other lane. It might just be in the other lane. All this time, imagine she went to the other lane, went 50, go, there was your problem. You were just in the wrong lane, Tara. I know they're identical, I know, but sometimes you just don't know. Is that her 17th run? All right, well, that's good. That's good. Let's just see. Talk about never give up. And again, of course, I'll be forthcoming with all the info. Don't flick the screen off this time. Just hold it. Just hold it. Just hold it. I mean, if you know it's not what she wants, flick it off straight away. All right, she's trying to get in a shallow stage, so she figures it's in these few millimetres of putting the bulbs on. That's where the ET is. Now remember, 68000 is what she's been running at half track. Let's have a look here. Here we go. Oh, 899, 6899. The suspense is killing you, Tara. I know. It's a 10.64, sister. Look, get to 20 runs, all right? Get to 20 runs. He's only at 17. 10.64. Now, this is the sort of stuff you can turn up at the checkpoint. I know, right? 10.64, not quite the 50, Tara. Just throwing it out there, Tara. Maybe try the other lane. Let's just try the one. If you're going to have one more, try the other lane. Let's just see. Just. I'm no coach here. I'm not qualified in. I haven't done a degree in sports psychology, but I have managed to get to age 56 and observed a few things in life on human nature and made a few mistakes myself, and filled with a lot of wisdom that I've learned the hard way. I wouldn't say it's the school of hard knocks, but it's the school of a few whacks over the back of the head. A lot of them given to me by myself. I don't think we should do. I don't think we should just do a little micro prep right now. I don't know whether that's going to help. Trying to run 10.50, not a 9.90. I mean, honestly, if she wanted to, that thing will probably go 9s. But again, we've got the rule 10.00 for a lot of cars. If you've got airbags and stuff, I think you can go down to 10.00 or 10.50 in an older car. So really, that Supra's probably good to a 10.00, but we don't have a 10.00 index class. We've got a 10.50 and a 9.50. So we couldn't get her into the 9.50 class because she would need the full tech. So the 10.50 is where she can run. And a lot of other cars are allowed to run without the full tech and the cage. So that's why the 10.50 class is really appealing for cars that are right on the cusp of needing that tech inspection, especially the older cars. Quicker than 10.50 would need that cage and tech. Cars with SRS, factory SRS, more modern, can go down the 10.00. So we just to see whether she might be listening to us. The only thing moving in the pits at the moment is a white Supra. Like literally, it's the only thing moving in here. So if anyone from Allstars, the Allstars team, there's still got Dully's laptop up here, whether it's plugged in to be charged or whatever, but it's up here. If you want me to bring it down, let me know. We'll come up and grab it. I'll have my hands full. I've got 2 goodie bags here, half a pizza. But we've got the Dully's laptop up here for now. So we are at this time, crucial time of the day. Thanks for everyone for watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream, and we're going to do it again tomorrow at Warwick. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. This could be very much Tara's last run. Now, whether she had it in her mind already today that, at stumps, I still want to be running the car no matter what, or whether it's like, by now I wish I probably should have had what I want. And if you were Tara Johnston, and if you had run a 10.50 at 11 o'clock today, you would not have this white Supra running around right now. I am sure of it. She would be up the road with the rest of her friends and co-Dragon drivers. But the pits are a lonely place at the end of day one on a Dragon drive. One of the loneliest pit areas you can be in. When everyone else is up the road. Already got that experience ahead of them and done, and at their checkpoints and maybe even in their camp, settling in for a nice afternoon, evening, Friday evening, before tomorrow's racing at Warwick. But there's people still stuck here at the track trying to maybe get what they want, fix a few things before they move on. It's all going to be part of the adventure. We'll all laugh about it on the last day, I'm sure, but right now it can be a lonely place. And wherever you're watching from right around the world, I hope you're enjoying your, if it is Friday where you are, your Friday Arvo. What a way to finish the day. Four minutes. 4 minutes. And I do believe Tara is planning one more. Tara could be planning one more assault here. So will she do it or not? I do. Oh, God, you can put them in the bag with the other ones. I've got a bucket of M&Ms. I've got everything in there. Oh, I've had a go at that. There's a little bit left there, though. Oh, I'll be right. I'll be right. Yeah, I did. Yeah, sorry, I did. Yeah, no, that really helped. Hey? No, that was fine. We were right. We got that all sorted. So So you come for the laptop, no worries. Well, I was having a good... There's a what? There is a cord attached to it, and it is probably charging, which is probably handy for it. Well, I'll leave it there, because you know what it's like with people with cords and stuff, and you... No, well, that's it. Don't. I've got power supplies, all sorts of things, power points, whatever. We're even talking about running an electrical lead out of the Winnebago. Yeah, 003s. I've got you got 003s on everything. You spotted that, didn't you? You got 003s everywhere as well, don't you? Isn't it? I use it on everything. It's the best medium security padlocks you can have. So, no, well, we would assume we almost should have some music, you know. Hallelujah, hallelujah, here she is. You know, all praise Queen Tara. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Attention in the pits, 2 minutes. That's the end of what's on track. You have then till 3:30, absolute cut-off. But we know we've got to nearly have all the slips in by now anyway, wouldn't we? How many slips are still outstanding? How many? What? Heaps? Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Time slips. What part of this whole concept don't we understand that slips should be in? If you're saying we've got heaps of slips not handed, have people purely left without handing them in? Surely not. Or broken ones that haven't done that yet. That's probably the other thing. If you've broken, come and tell us. That'd help. Hand in a slip. We don't want to ring 20 people and go, are you still here? Oh, I broke it at 10 o'clock this morning. Oh, well, thanks. Or having a beer watching the live stream. They're there now going, oh, I didn't hand that slip in. It's in my top pocket. Well, if you're out, you're out. Come and tell us. Please let us know if you're out for the 3 days. I know that you do get the occasional attrition rate. Not that we saw much on track break at all today. Like, honestly, it was Yarwood, first pass, he broke the drive shaft. Nothing else really is... The odd occasional little leakage, but nothing else really kind of dropped its guts. And now that I've said that, well, hang on for tomorrow then. Just because I've said it, it'll probably happen. But a lot of these combos are so well sorted that, you know, at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to happen is to wear them out by the end of day 3. And I'm sure there'll be some swinging here on Sunday. 2:59, 1 minute, 60 seconds to go. I'll count everyone down right now anyway. We'll count everyone down. This is the last 60 seconds. I see someone running up the staging lanes here. Just hold the phone. Someone just ran up the staging lanes. As much as that's now 3 o'clock, if we still had someone sort of roll here and, no, we've done it. We've got the X. We've got the 3 o'clock. We've got 1 confirmation, 2 confirmations. We're just waiting for a final radio clearance to make sure that we are done. I did see someone streaking up the staging lanes there with something, whether that was a jump starter or not. What's happened? What's the story there? All right, so quick check there. There's and you know what? We never wrote this into the script. We just thought we were you just thought we were fading out of here and getting to 3 o'clock and we'd be saying goodbye. And I was just about to count down the last 60 seconds. And then I saw a fella streaking up the staging lanes with what looked like a jump starter or something. So there was some attempt, some last ditch attempt in the lanes.
Well, he was running up the staging lanes with a starter motor.
We're just seeing whether or not there was someone, if there is anyone in the lanes or whatever, whether there was one last ditch to try and roll something around here. No, that's what we've called it?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Single confirmation, double confirmation, triple confirmation. Single, double, triple. Are we on? We're done. We are gone, folks. We are done. So whatever that little micro drama was going to happen there, we've had to call it. We've canned it. That's it. We're done. Whatever it is, slips will be handed in by 3:30. Get your road course ready and hit the road, Jack. We are going to head to our next destination and our checkpoints, of course, and we're going to see you at Warwick in the morning. So bye for now. Like and share, and we'll see you all in the morning for day 2 of VPW All-Stars Drag and Drive.